8 players run through all of the qualifiers to make it here to the grand finals. And now only 6 of them remain, and at the end of today, only 1 of them will be named the winner. Good morning and welcome to the SBO Grand Finals. We are your commentators, myself, Different Fight, joined of course by the one and only Ignitius. How are you feeling, man?
It's a beautiful day, isn't it? In sunny Singapore, you can see, like you said, the Grand Finals. And guys, this is a very rare tournament, the biggest tournament for the Shadowverse Open circuit. And this is day 2, Championship Sunday. Yesterday, we already went through lots of great games, but now is where it starts to get heartbreaking. People start to get sent home. Let's take a look at the format to let you know what it's all about, because it is a little bit different than the qualifiers that led to this place. It is best of 3, 2-deck 0-ban with different classes, so you have to win with both of your decks to advance, just like Qualifier 1, but unlike Qualifier 1, it is double elimination. So if you lose one set, you still have a chance to crawl through loser's bracket to win it all. But if you lose in loser's bracket, you are out. And Chris, we are about to, like you said, let a couple other people go. But, you know, not only is it a very intense tournament in terms of the format, but also the prizes at stake are massive here, Chris.
That is right. So, of course, just for showing up, even for the players that didn't make it through to day 2, just showing up gets you 350 USD. And now, for everyone remaining in day 2, the minimum they walk away with is the 650 USD prize. But even just winning in this next losers quarterfinals does upgrade your winnings to potentially 4th place or greater, where you start to get 1,000 USD, and then 3rd place gets 1,400 together with the in-game 3rd place flare. 2nd place gets to walk home with $2,100 with the 2nd place flare, and of course the champion gets to go home with not just the 3,500 USD prize money, but also the in-game champion's flare and the champion's trophy. And on top of that, the top 2 players get their invite into the World Grand Prix. So if you're sitting in winners finals, which we'll take a look at the bracket in a second, then you're basically, you just have to win that game and you are confirmed into World Grand Prix, which is pretty crazy. There's definitely a lot of pressure off your shoulders from the very get-go. But let's take a look also at what the in-game champions flares and 2nd and 3rd place flares look like as well. Of course, we only have 6 players remaining, so half of them will actually walk away with one of these.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful flare too. Like if you rock up on ladder and your opponent's rocking this as their flare, you're shaking in your boots. I'll tell you that much right now. Like if I see this in my weekly lobby tournament, I'm like, man, I just wanna win that emblem, man.
Yeah, right.
Why do I gotta fight this?
Right.
So yeah, very, very cool. So not only, like we said, the cash, not only the honor, but also top 2 to World Grand Prix, which is of course the end of year tournament on the global stage in Japan, where you can compete for 100 million yen grand prize. So
yeah, more information on that later as well. We'll
sure,
talk more about the actual
later
details.
on in the broadcast, we'll also announce a little bit of news regarding future tournaments as well. This is not the end of Shadowverse competitive this year. It's just the culmination of the qualifier series here for Shadowverse Open. So if you're sitting at home thinking, oh, I lost my chance, not so. Stay tuned all to the end. But Chris, like you said, 8 players fought their way here, and now only 6 remain. Shall we take a look at the bracket?
Let's do it. Of course, don't forget, for those of you that are tuning in now for the first time, we did have an entire day 1 stream, so if you're curious how these games went down, you want to watch them yourself, I do recommend checking out the archive. The VOD is on the Shadowverse YouTube channel. And so as you can see here, this is the winner's side of the bracket. Again, this is a double elimination bracket. So of course, even if you lose once, then you don't have to, worry about being out of the tournament just yet. You have to lose twice in order to actually be out. So you can see here that Barrick has made it all the way to the winners finals here after defeating both Flying Goatee in a 2-0 victory, the only 2-0 I think, as well as of course defeating Cloudy in the second round of winners as well. And then the opponent will be Alejandro, who had to go through Jan in a very close 2-1 in the first round of winners, and then of course defeating Artify in the second round of winners as well, and sending him to the losers bracket, Igni.
I know, it's a pretty intense field of competition. And if you take a look at all the names too, players from all over the world. Let's take a look at the losers bracket now to see who's on the verge of being eliminated. Our next match is going to be Artify versus Dawnbreaker's Tempest, 2 incredibly strong players, and we're going to have to say goodbye to one of them today. And then after that, Cloudy versus EMT Psy. And then, of course, there's still a chance for any of these players to crawl their way back through and potentially make it all the way to grand finals if they're able to clutch it in the losers bracket. But honestly, tough position to start from, Chris. You're doing the first game, you're already on the verge of being eliminated. The nerves must be crazy, but honestly, I hope they can gather their mental and get into it. Our first game, like I said, is going to be Artify versus Dawnbreaker's Tempest. The players are already in the room and ready to compete. Guys, we're not going to cover the full detailed deck list for this broadcast because we did that already on day 1. So if you're curious about the exact list and all the ratios everybody's running, make sure to check out the day 1 VOD. But we will, of course, give you a reminder of what they're playing here. Tempest is playing Spell Boost Runecraft as well as Mode Abysscraft, and I believe he mentioned quite a bit that he specifically practiced Mode for this tournament because, very interestingly, Tempest qualified into this tournament from an Infinity Evolved event. So this is his first real major in Heirs of the Omen, so had to definitely lock in and practice in this meta.
100%.
Meanwhile, Artify is rocking that Spell Boost Runecraft as well as the very interesting Mid-Range Abyss. Yeah, so similar lineups in terms of classes, but the Abyss is where it differs.
Yeah, so it's going to be very interesting to see. Of course, the mid-range Abyss has been overall proving to have really good matchups in a lot of scenarios, and of course, being able to pivot between the more aggressive and more long game-oriented game plans is also one of the big strengths of it, compared to Mode, which, has this specific, game plan that it has to commit to, and it has to get the 10 modes, and it has to play the Nisham Naha to then sort of buff what the deck can do. So I do think that it is pretty well matched into the remaining playing field, but we're going to have to see how, these players, don't forget, yesterday they walked in knowing who their round 1 opponents are, and, they can prepare for those matchups to a certain extent, but now they've been able to watch them play, and they've been able to watch the day 1 VOD as well, and actually check out how the opponents that they're facing in the morning of today will be playing as well. So both Tempest and Artify have had quite a bit of time to prepare for this matchup, starting from, yesterday afternoon, and so now we get to watch as they bring their concepts to this battle, with Tempest starting off with the Mode Abyss and Artify with that Spell Boost Rune.
I will say, this lineup versus lineup head-to-head, I am a little bit worried about that mid-range Abyss into the Mode, right? Because I feel like Mode, we saw mid-range, it's still winnable, but Mode generally can outgrind them. So if Tempest ends up taking this with the Mode versus Artify Spell Boost, obviously that would be bad for Artify, but in a way it would mean that his mid-range wouldn't have to contest one of its worst matchups, so that's also an interesting thing. I also want to mention, Chris, their techs are very interesting in their deck lists as well. Artify is the very unique Spell Boost list that runs the Illusory Conjuration. I wonder if that's going to be helpful in this matchup. And then also, with Tempest's mode, it's got some pretty interesting technologies as well, with 2 Medusas, which is not super common, and only 1 Rage of Serpents, only 1 Chaos Cyclone. You know, these players, they know what's at stake here, so they really put every thought into every single card in their deck, and hopefully we get to see those ratios actually pan out in the way that they theory crafted it for today. So, ooh, okay, starting with the castle here. What do you think about these hands in terms of both players so far?
I think for Tempest it's a little bit tough because we don't have that many modes to begin with in this hand. So I think especially looking into like turn 4 or 5, you know, not having something like, you know, something along the lines of like a Supplicant or Congregant missing in action is a little bit unfortunate. The one good thing is that holding on to that Devotee, you can answer this board of 2/2s down the line, especially because there's no early evolution from Artifice side. So Tempest will be able to handle this board. The only issue is that here you're basically putting down a Bell Ringer, maybe buffing it or drawing, and then hoping for the best. But I think there's no real point to necessarily buff it if you're taking out the rest of this board with a Devotee next turn.
Yeah, and I think you want to draw just in case you have the option to play Supplicant on the turn 4, right?
Yeah, right. You're lacking modes like crazy right now.
Yeah. And meanwhile, on Artifice side, it's always a very nice position to be in as Runecraft, where you know you have the best end game of any deck. But if you're also winning the early game like this, it's a pretty good position to start from. And yeah, seeing Tempest land a Bell Ringer and just a draw, I think Artifice feeling pretty happy. He can get rid of this ward very easily without spending any resources just by playing, or you know, just by spending the Earth Sigils with Edelweiss and still have enough for a Norman down the line. And he's able to just go 4 face as well. Very, very clean play.
Yeah, this is very big just because of the fact that it also, you know, you're making sure that the Earth Sigils are also, you know, aplenty. You're not running out of them before your big Norman turn coming up, but we're going to see here the Devotee is going to be doing that AoE damage and being able to answer the entire board, but you are going to lose your only follower as a result. So that is one of the things that, you know, you got to answer everything, but you are at 14 defense, and you also do not have the Supplicant to help you heal up either.
And I was just going to say, Artifice didn't really have a turn 5, though, but then he just picked up the Anne and Greya off the top. Now, the question is, do you play the Anne and Greya now when you don't really have anything to boost other than a Storm Blast, or you go for Draw, which is New Brew first, see if you can pick up a Dimension Climb first?
Yeah, the problem is that if you draw into something that you can't play this turn 5 is very weak. I don't want to say weak, yeah, but you're not doing much.
Not taking advantage of the tempo that Tempest has basically given you by having no followers on board, right? You'd just be taking it really slow. So that being said, like you said earlier, Tempest's hand, like no modes basically. Got both Medusas, both Cerberuses, and nothing to play in the mid game here, which is pretty scary. No Shamnaha either, and no source of draw in hand. What's the best pickup for Tempest here? Probably Screaming and Loathing, I would say.
Yeah, I do agree with this Anne and Greya, though, because as you said, it's like you've been building up so much tempo, and the thing is that playing this does not change how your game plan is going to go, because you can still do turn 6 Norman, you can still do turn 7 Kuon, so the draw and not drawing anything would have been more detrimental than not playing this Anne and Greya, because like, what are you holding it on for, right?
Yeah.
It's like the game 2, like.
Exactly. And, you know, Artifice saw Tempest had a very weak early game, not being able to establish any board pressure, so might as well take advantage of that and see if you can push on that weak point a little further, right? And now we see that here, Tempest has no real play for turn 5, only making a 7/7 body, leaving the Anne and Greya up, meaning that this Norman can just evolve. The only upside for Tempest is that the Norman will even trade with the Devotee, but that 4/4 is still going into the dome if Anne and Greya is just going to sit here without any contest. It's kind of incredible that Artifice, even as a more endgame deck, is also dominating the early game here.
I think there's a world where you don't Norman here, and you can Stormy Blast together with Anne and Greya evolve face to take out the 7/7, and then you can just kind of New Brew, Melvy, draw cards, build up stacks, but looks like we're going for the Norman instead. I think, considering how aggressive of a start you had, it's like you are going to lose this Norman, but you are setting up a pretty annoying board, but knowing that Tempest is running the Medusas, and that can actually hit the board next turn, I would have maybe considered going more aggressive here.
Potentially, I guess. But if they Medusa here, you have the Kuon in response, and you're pushing a lot of damage. They have to spend their whole turn and their extra play point dealing with this board. I think it's a fair trade-off for Artifice.
Yeah.
But he's still obviously not the ideal situation.
All right, well, Medusa putting in work, showing exactly why she's part of this list. We see the tech choice, Illusory Conjuration here, come down to the hand of Artifice, but no real need to play it just yet. I think Kuon is going to be just fine here. You do get to trade off the Medusa and then still push 5 damage phase, and now that you've got so much tempo, I mean, you might just randomly win off of another Kuon next turn.
Right, but here's the problem. It all depends on Artify's next few draws, because right now he has no finisher in hand. But once again, he does have the Witch's New Brew to potentially draw into something. And meanwhile, Tempest, I think, is probably forced to Medusa again to clear this board, which puts him really on the back foot. If Artify draws another Kuon, he just wins the match right here, right now.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be a very important top deck, and you can actually Witch's New Brew to draw one more to see if you can find it as well.
Exactly. Oh, it goes for the Rulanai Valneric instead. Going to spend the Super Evolve to deal with the Kuon. Technically a more impressive board than just landing one Medusa, but again, it all just depends on Artify's next draw. Can he find the finish here to win the game? That is not it.
Witch's New Brew.
You've got to check.
But the question is if committing to the New Brew, let's see it. Nope, does not find the Kuon.
That is not a Kuon, but
Tempest lives another turn.
But still pretty easy to deal with this board. The problem is once Tempest starts getting into turn 8, turn 9, that's when he can start recovering defense with both Cerberus as well as, of course, Gensetsu Yuzuki. That being said, Tempest has not really been accomplishing his faith this entire match. So I think Tempest is still on the back foot in that sense.
For sure. So here I think the Burgent Crest is going to get committed into most likely from Artify just to keep generating the onion patches every turn. But for the time being, first things first, I mean, I think this board is pretty okay to take out. You can just Onion Patch, Burgent Trade, and then Stormy Blast, take out the 8/8. So you're not in, I think if you're an Artify, you're still very much just chilling and trying to draw into your Kuon at this point. But that's also the downside of this deck, is that that is kind of the only source of storm damage outside of the Kokaitis. Whereas now that you missed that window where winning with 5 damage was possible, you're going to have to actually wait to draw into, or wait till turn 10 even if you draw into Kuon, because it's almost confirmed that Tempest has to heal up here. Even if you didn't see the Kuon in this turn, that basically tells Tempest that Artify doesn't have it because he's still alive. But at the same time, you don't want to be playing any games, and definitely heal up here if possible.
Yeah, the thing is that Artify is still in such a dominating position because Tempest has to spend their last super here, still not at 10 modes, and can't even trade off the Cocos here for additional healing. So if Artify draws any damage at all, that is not it still. He's going to have to Melvy for another New Brew and check what's in the box, I think.
This turn, healing up to 7 is safe, because even if there was like a call Kuon, that wouldn't add to the Kuon damage itself, right? But Wan and Gray is actually a pretty good pickup here. That being said, you don't want to use your last evolve point, so maybe it's going to be just like a Sagelight Blast angle.
Or you don't really have to... Oh, yeah. You actually... I was going to say, can you afford to leave up the Cocos? But, you know, we know that Tempest runs multiple Cerberuses, so anything left up is going to be more damage in the tank, but...
you don't want that getting buffed up, I think.
Yeah, you could just Sagelight Blast, but that puts your Earthright count back to 2 with an Engage. That's fine, I think?
That's okay. You don't really afford to use your evolution points for Norman anymore. So I do think that that is pretty safe here.
Oh, Sagelight Heal is also a consideration. So that you just leave it. Oh, just passing on 3 is super interesting. I wonder if he wants to get Tempest to overcommit and then Sagelight the next board.
That is an option. Or Artify is probably expecting the Gensetsu and Yuzuki, and likely just keeping it for that, because that is much harder. I mean, that's something you might want to hold on to. Just take out all the Foxes. And that also makes it a bit awkward for them to play it, because they would have to trade in
the Cocos
first. Let's see. This is a big turn for Tempest, just because you are, of course, able to... So you have to consider that Artify is going to be on 10 play points tomorrow. Not tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Today. Right now. Next turn. Next turn is tomorrow all of a sudden. But because he will be on 10 play points next turn, that means the minimum, there's potential of 10 damage coming out. So that would mean you have to use the Mimi 3 times. So optimally, yeah, you're doing a double trade here. 2 times is enough, but if they have a call, then depends if you want to play around that. And then the Gensetsu
goes for Foxes instead of the heal, because now this prevents Kuon from attacking phase.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, Artify had such a dominating early position, but Tempest is starting to stabilize. Once again,
Slowly.
probably has to use the Sage Light teachings to be able to clear this board of foxes, but then taking out that Ginsetsu Yuzuki also a priority. Probably going to just land the Anangrea here, I would imagine.
Yeah, that is the cleanest way to take it out, and then also preserves resources. You don't think homework time is still one off, right?
Yeah, you gotta have to play the call if you want the homework time to land, but you could like...
You can just attack with the Onion Patch.
That's true, and then you could homework time and then see if you can take it out with a lower investment, like an unboosted Thorny Blast or something like that. Or,
The draw from the Norman's going to be pretty good next turn, actually.
yeah, you kind of don't have a choice but to Norman for a draw because you're out of gas in your hand.
Ooh, are we trading away the ward here? I'm wondering if keeping the call is the better idea here.
Well, if you top deck Kuon, it would be OTK with the zero-cost call in hand, I suppose. So
Yeah.
he's leaving himself open for that opportunity to top deck lethal.
And I do think that is correct. But, of course, we know that Tempest has quite a lot of healing in this hand now that we can technically pivot into. So I'm curious to see if we're going to just see another Ginsetsu Yuzuki hit the board or if it's going to be a Cerberus. But the problem with the Cerberus is that she is not going to be able to evolve. So therefore, you're just limited to the one Coco Mimi that you can get. And then the last 2 play points that you can technically...
Resurrect Bellringer Angel, I suppose.
Yeah. You can do the res first to buff her with the Cerberus as well.
Mm-hmm.
It was looking like the Ginsetsu Yuzuki. Twin Calamities.
Is it Foxes?
You will have to trade 2 of them in. Or you can use the Reapers, I guess, to get rid of 1 for the trade. And then that way you still have 3 wards up. And that's going to be the option here
I think
that
this
we're
is
going to go
safest.
for.
I think this is safest, yeah. Ooh, Edelweiss picked up, but really no gas in hand. Tempest was able to stabilize from such a disadvantageous position in the early game. It's super impressive. And that just goes to show you the staying power of Modibus. Even if you're not, turboing your faith, you still have the ability to just stabilize with, Cerberus, Ginsetsu Yuzuki. You have such a great end game if the spell boost can't put together an OTK. And when Artify went into this match, no declimb seen. In the bottom 20, in fact, bottom 19, all 3 declimbs, as well as the Kakaitis. The amount of endgame potential here, unfortunately, at the bottom of the deck, it seems. So Artify cannot string together a win condition.
Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate now, especially now that we've gone through half the deck and haven't really seen anything. Gonna have to go for the draw here. Sage Light does take out most of the board. First dimension climb of the game is at this stage of the game.
Yeah, pretty rough, right? Bottom 17, past turn 10. And no Kuons still seen, and no Kakaitis. Oh, only 1 Kuon seen, I mean. But, that's not enough. Now able to take this out with the... Ooh, can't even really take it out. Forced to super the Norman with no Earthright on field. So not even getting the benefit of that effect. Just presenting an 8-8 that can be easily dealt with from Tempest. This might be an entire turning point here. That was quite a underwhelming turn for Artify.
Yeah, now you can also Chaos Cyclone, try to search out the Shamnaha to actually get the full effect finally as well. It's, I mean, a pretty late turn for it to come down.
Got Screaming and Loathing as well to potentially get that.
True. That's also another option. So let's see. Tempest now definitely managed to somehow claw his way back into this game after what seemed to be a very smooth start for Artify, but now we're starting to see, the deck's gonna slow down. There's no more sudden storm damage. The best you can do is top deck a Kokaitis, slam it down, and then see what you draw into after that. But for the time being, for Tempest, it's a very commanding position because you can now essentially just start to take back tempo, and you know that your opponent's only way to deal with, they only have a way to deal with your board without going face.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, just to your point, the fact that Artify doesn't have any super evolves left means that Tempest can actually have the luxury of taking a turn that's really slow, using the Screaming and Loathing to help deal with the Norman, and that means he doesn't even have to worry about his health total anymore. Staying at 10 is now safe without the risk of a Kuon.
Man, thank God the Virgin Crest was set up because these turns would look so much worse if it wasn't for the constant onion patches giving you the spell boosts.
But even so, it's not looking great.
No. It's tough, especially because Artify is also running pretty low now on the Sage Light Teachings. There should be just 1 left if I'm not mistaken. So setting up emergency stacks is going to be quite difficult too.
Yeah, that Edelweiss is going to be sitting there in hand as a 4-play point 2-2. That is not what you want to see.
Not at all. Ooh, are we going to just, go into the Virgin, get 3 spell boosts this turn? Still, even at this point, the goal feels like just get one of these dimension climbs to 10 and just play it.
Yeah, you got to basically mulligan your hand, because this is not ideal, to say the least.
Fresh start on turn, what, 12?
Yeah, right? Well, you can actually deal with the board, but the problem is what do you do about the follow-up, right?
Yeah.
Tempest is has a pretty full hand and hasn't even committed the Shamnaha yet, so he's still got an entire deck full of gas ahead of him. Meanwhile, Artify is starting to run out of fuel. I guess next turn you just play the Call and Climb, and that's the only way.
Yep. The only saving grace is that Tempest does not see the Shamnaha yet, and therefore there is no double moding happening yet. You're not seeing the, you know, the remaining Gintetsu Yuzuki. There's still one left, I believe.
Yep.
That could have the full effect. Roland Valenrik not having the full effect. Congregant not having the full effect. That's one of the biggest ones.
Let's see if this Chaos Cyclone pulls it, though. Goes for the Reanimate instead.
Gets a Fox.
I don't think the Fox was the ideal pull. I think he wanted to see Bellringer Angel there, to be honest.
Still a ward, but it doesn't really matter as much when your opponent doesn't have any super evolves. Yeah, this is looking to be a quick mulligan, I think. Let's see how far we go with it.
Yeah, I don't think there's a choice. Go ahead and play that Dimension Climb, the 10 cost one.
Yeah, it's likely the 10 cost one coming in. There's a question of whether you want to swing this Onion Patch in first, but the thing is that you can choose to climb first, see what you draw into, and then spell boost that with the Onion Patch.
I think that is the ideal, you know.
That way, if you attack first, you send the 8 cost becomes 7, you send that back, spell boost it 5 times, it becomes 2. So I guess it's easier to combine it with something else.
Not climbing.
I think we're still climbing just off of this one.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we're still sending back a 7 cost one here. And drawing into double Kuon Kokaitis.
I think you just have to slam Kokaitis and pray they don't have lethal on you this turn. I don't think you have a choice.
Yeah, and I think it is a safe assumption because you've seen them use their Rule and Eyes very aggressively to make boards. So you know that they can't do the, even if they have the Shamnaha, they can't do the double summon, double storm combo.
Blast into Kuon is a very conservative play here, I would say. I wonder if he had to, I wonder if it was worth it to take the risk.
Yeah.
Oh, see now with the second getting Yuzu drawn.
This can just go for the Destroy 4.
Yeah, this play does not advance
draw.
Artify at all. Meanwhile, if he played the Kokaitis, he would have taken 6 to the face, yes, but he might have just been able to find a way to win the game.
The only question is that I think the Gin Yuzu, I think at this stage of the game, you might be more worried about what Kokaitis might pull down the line. And because that's your uncontested destruction, no questions asked, you might as well go for something like this where you're also answering the board, but still, you know, having some more board presence in that sense. And this Medusa has to be taken out as well, so if they want to just slam Kokaitis pass, Medusa can go crazy next turn and attack 3 times to face.
See, this is what I was trying to say. Maybe Kokaitis was better the last turn, because now they can't just leave the Medusa alone. So I feel like the opportunity to play Kokaitis basically has passed.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Homework time drawn at a little bit too late. 9 cards left in deck. Still unable to play Kokaitis. And can't find... The most important thing is, I think here you might want to try to just draw into the other climb. Not that one, though. That is not... There's a very low-cost climb in that deck. It's 7 cost, and finding it off of the first climb would have made it 2. And that would have been a much smoother game plan, but...
This Illusory Conjuration is a 50-50 to take out the Medusa.
Are we up in the Norman? Are we up in the Kuon? It might just have to be the Kuon just because of the enhanced cost not changing, but... Yeah, it looks like it is a Kuon. Let's see. Oh, no.
Incredibly unfortunate. I think that's going to mark the end of this game. Artify, I think, lost the opportunity to play that Kokaitis. Yes, you take 6 on that opportunity when you leave the Cerberus up, but that might have been the only chance to scrape out a win. And playing that conservative play of Stormy Blast Kuon, I think while it made him live that turn, it might have lost him the entire game, potentially.
It's technically still not lethal. You are missing 2 damage, but the swing that you just got from that is quite crazy. Yeah, Congregant's going to just come down.
Ward up.
And go to entwining.
Yeah, then just clean up the board. Don't have to worry about anything. You see how much Artifact's struggling to take out anything. There is the low-cost climb.
Low-cost climb. Is there anything you can do? The problem is you can't Norman and then climb because...
What you can do is you could technically swing the Onion Patch, play down the Kuon, that boosts
get a 0-cost
in
climb.
total, get the Dimension climb.
Yep.
But then what?
Exactly.
You just have a fat ward that Medusa takes out.
Yeah, that is tough.
Is there any Stormy Blast left in the deck? Is there a world where we can draw into a Stormy Blast and answer this?
Got the other climb, but it is not. Oh, you can boost it with the onion, but then what? So, two Cocytus.
Man, this is so unfortunate. I feel like the Edelweiss is an option, but then you are going to be very tight. I mean, technically, you can use all 3 Earth Sigils just right. Oh, we're just burning the third dimension climb. It almost feels like a desperation play to find that Stormy Blast.
That's still not going to get you out of range, though. I mean, I guess you could play the Kuon to clear the 2 4/4s, and now you're technically out of range, but we know that, well, if Tempest draws a follower, there's a lethal line. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, this is Congregant, trade, and then you have Rage of Serpents plus the 4 damage that's already on board, or just destroyed with the Reaper's Slash as well. That will get it done. 4 damage goes to face, and the Rage of Serpents to deal the last damage as Tempest takes this first game after a crazy comeback, honestly. That start did not look like it was going to go in Tempest's way, but managed to somehow claw it back, and that was a very impressive showing. And also, just kind of, you know, the reality of Spellboost sometimes in Artify's hands, right? It's started off so good, but then you don't find that late game power, and, you know, all you have is the one Kuon. There was that one key moment where Tempest was down to 5 defense and couldn't find the final, you know, connective tissue to close out the game. But let's see. This time for the run back, we're going to see the spell boost mirror here between these 2 players.
I think the real moment there that, like, Artify just had no out anymore was when he didn't choose to play that Cocytus when Tempest had a relatively low board. Because the turn after that, Medusa came out, so you can't play Cocytus. Then the turn after that, Congregant came out, so you can't play the Cocytus. So the opportunity to play your only win con just slipped away. And honestly, it's difficult to make that call, right? To take a gamble that high when the stakes are so high, you are tempted to make the safer plays, but, you know, living a turn doesn't mean you're going to win the game is the problem.
Yeah, exactly. We see a pretty similar hand here for Artify as well, with a lot of the 2-cost 2/2s starting up in the hand here for the early game, and then we do have the Kuon to connect into down the line as well. Homework Time likely going to be played next turn to just try to find a turn 5 play with Anangrea, or we could just do New Brew into a stack. That will also get the job done. I
think you probably just play Melvi or Penelope here, yeah. But I think Tempest's hand is quite strong as well. Going second, you can always extra play point into either the Burgent or the Anangrea. The only question is how you're handling this early board before you're able to get into your turn 4 to do so. I think, honestly, tanking 4 damage to the face is not even that big of a deal if you can go ahead and use the Burgeon or Anangrea the turn after to clear the board while spell boosting. Because remember, Runecraft has tons of healing with Norman and Sagelight, and if you're the one who's being able to boost their spell boost and your opponent is not, that's honestly a pretty good position for you to be in the mirror.
Yeah, I do agree, and I think that right now you do have your main key card that you're spell boosting, which is, of course, the Climb, which Artify also doesn't have, which is another important point. But okay, we're not going for Homework Time to draw cards. We're actually just going to build up our stacks, and then that way next turn you can actually build it up to 3.
I think there's no point in playing Homework Time there for Tempest because you have the Burgeon and the Anangrea.
True,
you can just aim for looking smart pretty easily. Because you just go Burgeon turn 5, spell boost 2, or Anangrea as well the turn after, and then that's 5 boosts already on a 0 boosted Homework Time. That means on your turn 7, you have a really good play of being able to looking smart and then potentially draw into a Norman on your 2-stat.
Exactly. But yeah, don't forget, for those of you just tuning in, for Artify, this is tournament life on the game right here. 1 game down, Tempest needs to win 1 to advance to the losers semifinals, but whoever loses this set is out of the tournament. They will bow out at 5th place tie, and for Artify, this is literally do or die, so we have to see how things are going to go. And not having a turn 5 play, but a lot of Stormy Blasts, I guess, will help to deal with whatever board happens, but whether it's Anangrea or the Burgeon, I think that's what you want to see drawn into for Artify here.
I do like the Anangrea play because this means that opposing Anangrea is going to have a harder time dealing with this board, whereas if they Burgeonted, they could just evolve Anangrea, run in the summoning. Now, an Anangrea would almost have to even trade, which is a little bit harder. You would be left ideally with like a 6-1 Anangrea if Artify had an Anangrea here, which would be really easy for Tempest to take out with a Burgeon on the following turn. So I think I like Tempest sequencing here of doing the Anangrea first and then potentially the Burgeon next turn.
Yeah, 100%. So Let's take a look here. Turn 5 has rolled around. We do have Sage Light that is effective, but I think Stormy Blast here will also get the job done. The only problem is that it's only doing 3 right now.
Yeah, what is the play? I guess you could...
You can't homework time because you'll overdraw too, and you can't afford to be doing that when you haven't drawn into your Dimension Climb yet either.
That's true. I think Illusory Conjuration is going to have to hit the 50-50. Does not hit, but it doesn't matter because the Stormy Blast can take it out either way. It doesn't, it's a, you know, pretty low risk 50-50 there, so it didn't really matter.
Not like last game.
Yeah.
That being said, Artify has like now whiffed 2 50-50 gambles, and you know, that's not what you want to be seeing with your tournament life on the line.
Yeah, not good for the mental for sure when the stakes are this high. And remember, guys, this is a double elimination tournament, true, but this is loser's bracket. So whoever loses this set is out of the tournament. So lot on the line here. The players are locked in, as you can see, just heads in the game. For Tempest, do you just Burgeon Evolve here, get the crest set up, or is that a potential punish if Artify just like lets the onion sit? I think potentially the Anangrea might be the safer play in that sense.
Yeah, I do think there is an angle like that, although I do think in Spell Boost, as long as you have
it's not as relevant, yeah.
Earth Sigils, you can technically burn them to open up the board. So I think it is okay here in terms of just Anangrea, put up the pressure, force them out to have these Stormy Blasts to answer it, and then that way, you've also now seen 2 Stormy Blasts, so that means that anything tall that comes down, like, you know, if we see something like the Norman.
A big Norman, yeah.
Yeah, then that's something that is going to be a bit harder for them to take out without maybe committing an Evolve Point, which is a very important resource in this specific mirror.
For Tempest's turn, I think I'm probably just looking smart first. You won't be overdrawing, and if you find a Norman into your extra play point, that might be a huge breaking point for this turn, but let's see what Tempest chooses to do. There are other options, though. Could set up the Burgent Crest in this scenario as well, if he so chooses. Or save the extra play point for getting a Kuon or a Kakaitis out earlier. I mean, you do have that climb already starting to get boosted in your hand, right? So you have to really consider what resources you're willing to commit in this mid-game for you to have the best end game possible, especially in this mirror where it's really down to who has the best finisher.
Yeah, this is... So far, again, we talked about this a bit yesterday too, but in this mirror, you really do compare hand quality a lot. And just kind of, you know, giving it a quick look, it does seem to be in Tempest's favor. You do have the Kuon lined up. You have Odin, which other lists don't tend to play, which gives you that damage reach. The only thing is, of course, the life totals right now are in Artify's side. And, ooh, Kokaitis picked up, but with no Dimension Climb, we're looking to have a repeat of last game and soon approaching the bottom half of the deck, too.
Yeah, unfortunate in that sense. That being said, he can pull out a homework time this turn pretty easily just by committing 1 spell here and then seeing what he can get off the rip. Yeah, but it's pretty unfortunate. His endgame is not lined up as well as Tempest is, as you said. You
can just Sage Light here, do the AoE damage, and then after that, the Burgeon's a 4-2, so you do get that done with just the looking smart, and that's going to be the play here. Finds another Anangrea.
And does not find, crucially, Dimension Climb. He does have another homework time in hand. I do not think you can play it, though, because you will be overdrawing if you play this.
Yeah.
Is the play just to Sage Light for stacks? That is also kind of awkward and a very weak turn, but...
You'd rather be using it either for AoE damage or for the healing, so that's kind of a bit of an awkward choice.
Ends up just engaging the stack, not willing to give up any of the resources in hand here, and I think that's fair enough. That being said, on Tempest's side, he kind of has the entire game in his hand in terms of tempo, can just play the Odin for face damage or the Kuon, although in this matchup, I'm not sure that really matters because there's so much healing. Maybe you just take it slow, build up your resources, and work towards an explosive endgame.
Only 1 call in that hand, though, so like, the explosiveness is a little bit limited. So an aggressive Odin into 2 turns later, being able to win off of the Kuon is a choice. The only thing is that you're not advancing your spell boost that way.
Yeah.
So that
that's my
call
consideration.
is also not going to get discarded or discounted rather.
That's why I'm thinking maybe Melvi New Brew first. See what resources you have in the tank, and then worst case scenario, you just Sage Light for heal, and that's still fine.
Ooh, the
Edelweiss for tempo is very interesting.
Foresight picked up.
Finds probably engage stack here.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Okay, this is also not too bad because you technically do have now Kuon into Kuon as a play. And that can technically get you 5 damage to the face. And that also will kind of put down the... Like, how should I put this? You do Kuon next turn, then that gives you spell boost 5. And then that makes the call go down to 1, and then...
Does not hit the 50-50 once again.
Oh, man. This is... Artify is playing this tournament in hard mode, dude.
Yep, unfortunately true. The Anangrea, although, is going to boost up that homework time into a looking smart. What's in the tank?
Oh, man. Where
Dimension
is the climb?
climb, bottom 19 for Artify here.
Any climbers? Where are we at?
Unfortunately,
Tempest took them all.
not here. You could just evolve the Anangrea, take out the Edelweiss, and that leaves you with a board that Tempest does have to answer. And he does not have the luxury of having so much stack that the Sage Light's essentially free. But of course, Kuon is going to be able to just clean this up, especially with a Stormy Blast in hand as well. A pretty simple matter to trade here.
Yeah. It's not just the cleanup, it's also, you know, the Stormy Blast will give you that last spell boost that you were missing to make this call go down to 0 for the next turn. So overall, I think it's really good. Also, the math kind of works out quite nicely because you have the climb at 10 right now.
Yeah.
So this is spell boost 5. You go, and then you do Kuon again. This goes down to 0. So
yep.
Overall, very smooth.
So you can do Paper and Demonic into the Summoning, Kuon into the Anangrea, Stormy Blast into the Edelweiss, 4-face. Next turn, extra play point, call Kuon. That's 14 damage.
It's one off, though.
Yeah, that is one off.
So you might have delay by a turn, and that means you do have a shot for Odin?
Yeah, I mean,
guess. Or
yeah,
you can just pray they don't have healing and then win off the Odin. Another Kuon picked up here. That's the third one from Artify's side now. But, man, it really does feel like this is going to be a... Let me see how far I can discount these calls so that next turn I can slam Kokaitis and try to have some backup with the calls to take out the board that comes down.
Or have a Kuon in hand, try to get the calls as low as possible, and then try to OTK from that position. As betting that Tempest doesn't have either Norman or Sage Light for heal, but it's a pretty risky bet.
It's not too bad, though, because you can commit one Kuon this turn.
True, yeah, true.
And together with a Blast, so that gives you spell boost 6, and then... I mean, even spell boost 5 is enough, because the 7-cost one will go down by 5 just from
playing the Kuon on next turn.
But you have to play before you play the Kuon, so...
Oh, true.
No, but it's okay. You can discount it by 5 this turn, it goes down to 2. Next turn, you play the call, run it in, then it goes down to 0
and then Kuon
already,
on 10. And then that would be 17 damage. So you can play the Kuon here, bringing Tempest down to 9. And then even if he heals with Sage Light back up to 13, it's still lethal with double call Kuon.
Exactly. Stormy Blast does have to be committed here for spell boost counts. And then here comes the swing.
Artify does have a lethal line. Can Tempest recover in time? Wait, with Kuon is 14 damage, right? It's
this
one
is
off.
only 14. It's still one off, but we have the climb. Just keep in mind.
That's right. Climb can still be a factor.
But we are at 9 play points now. This was an extra play point turn, so you can't Kuon. Although we do have some healing.
Oh, with Norman and Sage Light picked up, that puts him back to 17, which is out of... Is it out of range? No, it's exactly in range, right? No, but the 13-13 is going to block a super ping. So I think it would be one off if Artify does do a...
Yeah. This is going to be... It's the Battle of the Giants coming in here between the Kuons and their armies of Shikigami.
Yeah, but that being said, Tempest still has to clear this board somehow, right?
Yes.
That's kind of a problem.
I think the board clear is with Stormy Blast and Sage Light, you technically do get the job done.
But then you don't heal out of range.
Then you don't heal out of range. It's looking to be the angle. I think Artify might just pop off in a second.
Yeah. He doesn't heal out of range with this play.
Ooh, that's a...
Doesn't even go for healing.
Yeah. He's going like, all right, if you have the ability to go, then you got it. But the thing is that...
Oh, but he can't clear the 13-13.
He is one off, isn't he? Because he can do call,
yeah, I mean,
push it down to
Kuon
7.
would only be 12 damage.
Yeah. Actually missing 1.
That is pretty tragic. If he had the Burgeon Crest, that would have changed the entire game.
Oh my god, you're so right. It actually is just, it's just Tanoshi. The game is Tanoshi, dude.
Does that mean he has to Kuon and super the Kuon's Noble to just even get rid of this ward?
I don't think you have another choice.
Yeah.
And then you double call into the Kuon to take that out. And now that both of the... So because both of the super evolve points are gone from Tempest, that means there's no more storm damage. So even at 1, you are safe.
This is so intense. I think Tempest doesn't have it, though. Norman for draw for a desperation pull, but I don't think there's anything that can deal with this 13-13.
No, you can evolve. You can evolve. You can do Stormy Blast.
Stormy Blast can't target the aura.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't need to.
Okay.
It targets the Kuon.
And then you Edelweiss.
You run in the Edelweiss. He still has an evolve point, so he can run in with the Norman if necessary. But then I think you have to draw 3 from the Norman to find gas.
Climb, but it's not boosted. I think it. Yeah, you have to draw first. No, but if you do this, you're not Edelweissing. You have to Edelweiss first. Yeah, you can't. You don't have enough play points for Edelweiss now.
Yeah, that is. Hold up. What is Tempest cooking here? I think you don't have a choice but to. So Edelweiss, but even with Edelweiss, that wouldn't be enough. You don't have enough play points because you committed to the 2-drop.
The Melvi line, yeah.
So you're making Guardian Golems and praying that they stick, but that is a dangerous line of thought. The only reason why that's actually possible is because of the absence of the Burgeon Crest.
No, but with Burgeon, he can just play Burgeon, run 2 Tanoshis in. Sage Light teaching 13 to face. It is Artify's game in the end.
It's very close, but somehow Artify managed to claw this mirror back.
At 1 defense remaining, can you believe it, Chris?
Oh my god, he does it. The 13-13 Noble Shikigami gives Artify one more chance at life in this loser's elimination bracket.
Dude, I'm trembling. That's for the first set of the day to come down that close to the wire. Now going into a game 3, whoever wins is going to proceed and whoever loses is out. It all comes down to mid-range Abyss versus Spell Boost Runecraft. The only way Artify is going to be able to take this is if he has a great aggressive start. Let's take a look at the opening hand. Does get the Devious Lesser Mummy in hand. What's the best draw here? Soiree to make sure you have a curve filled out?
Yeah. At this point, especially going second, you definitely would want something along those lines, or, you know, even like the Aragavi, the Supplicant, things like that. Aragavi for answering Anangrea is also quite good because you can just, you know,
you slam it. And then you can aggressively evolve it too.
Exactly, but...
Oh, still fine because you can turn 2 Mummy, turn 3 Vuela, extra play point out a Congregant on 4. Yeah. Also a power play. Getting 8 stats on turn 4 is pretty strong and quite hard for Tempest to deal with unless he has a Sage Light with all the stats that he needs. So, okay.
Speaking of which.
Might have it. But I think still Artify doesn't really have a choice but to follow that line with the hand he has right now. I think he would have liked to see Soiree so that he has options between either the Zombie or the Vuela depending on the board state. But now he doesn't. He just has to commit to a Vuela here.
Picks up the second one, but that's only going to be coming down later down the line. Of course, Vuela is an important card because it's combined in very strong ways. It buffs your Super Evolve Storm phase. It buffs your Gilnelise if she Super Evolves to heal even more. So both decks do have access to good healing, especially with Tempest seeing all 3 Sage Lights here.
I think the only possible play here is extra play point, Congregant for Rush, Evolve Vuela, go face, but it does get hard answered by Sage Light, unfortunately. But you kind of have to put the gas on, otherwise, you know, Rune has the most powerful end game. If mid-range can't end the game before the Kikaitis or the Kuon come down, it's kind of curtains. But let's see if it gets to that point. I mean, Tempest, I think, has the resources to deal with it, though. With 3 Sage Lights and 2 Anangreas, Artify's aggressive push might just be stymied before it can even get off the ground.
Yeah, it's going to be... It's a shaky game. It's going to be a shaky game. The good thing is that you can have Congregant for 2 turns back-to-back, which is good board presence. You also wouldn't mind seeing the...
Would you like to be a spider?
Aragavi, sorry. Off the top as well to answer the Anangrea that's coming down next turn.
I think this is an aggressive evolve, though. You want to start getting the damage in. And we mentioned this yesterday as well, but because of the modality of the Earthright cards in Runecraft, you often do have to force them into a... Oh, does not evolve aggressively. I guess predicting a Sage Light?
Perhaps just trying to save resources here on Artify's side. I think Other thing I'm noticing is that both these games, whoever looked like they were going to win in the first half ends up losing. That's been sort of the pattern here so far, so I'm curious to see. Right now, it's kind of hard to tell, honestly. Both players are got decent hands, they got decent tempo, but neither one really seems to be going too far ahead.
Yeah, and the Anangrea here does pretty cleanly deal with this board, and Artified doesn't have a great answer to it right now. I think he's hoping to get Aragavi off the top, like you keep mentioning. Otherwise, this 6-6 might stick.
We don't want that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can just Congregant for Rush or Gilnelise. Gilnelise double evolve just to take out the 6-4, and then Soiree for a Skeleton might be the cleanest answer. And then you save the Congregant for the super turn, buff them up past the 4-4 threshold so that Sage Light can't clear. That might be the line.
Yeah, you technically can crash the Gilnelise in for 2 heal just to go up to 20
True,
again.
yeah.
You do lose it to something that's going to blow itself up, but yeah, this is a pretty hard turn for Artified. I do think the Gilnelise is something to consider. I think it's the only way you can take out the Anangrea, and leaving that up does mean that you are eating 6 damage next turn, paired with whatever else comes down. Likely going to be the Norman with a double barrier, and then if that happens, that's a whole nother pool of questions on how we're going to deal with that.
Yeah, that is tough, right? Especially with the barrier. Artified doesn't have great answers to deal with barrier, with the Nino only being able to take out one of the golems. I think he will just Gilnelise. Yeah, that makes sense. Try to leave the 2-5 up, and that is indeed the turn. But for Norman, if Norman goes for double barrier, not even Congregant Super is able to deal with that cleanly.
Yeah, and that's where things get awkward, because even the Aragavi doesn't do too much there, because the barriers will just soak the damage.
Although I guess he does have a Ghost. He'd be able to Ghost, run into one of the barriers, Congregant for double rush, deal with 1, 2. The Norman would still be alive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is tough.
You don't want that.
Nah.
We do not want that. So I think Golem with a barrier here is the most annoying play from Artifice's perspective. Trying to see what could possibly be drawn. I guess the Supplicant, technically, but even then, that's kind of awkward.
Yeah, no real great lines, honestly. Yeah,
Medusa, Medusa up the top would do it.
He does indeed run 2. No, he runs 1. Ooh, it's a dangerous game you're playing. Yeah, no real. Oh wait, hold up. With the Skeleton on board, you go Skeleton, Ghost trade. Take out both barriers, and then you do Congregant Super. That's a full clear. So I guess that is fine because the Skeleton is able to live.
Yeah, the Skeleton sticking around is a blessing, honestly, for Artified here. That actually was something that I don't think either of us really predicted to happen.
And now, a nice, clean trade, living with 2 4-1s and a 7-7 on board. This is kind of begging for a Kuon, but even a Kuon wouldn't be able to full clear one of these bodies unless you trade in the Celestial, which is obviously not what you would want to be doing. So what do you think is the play from Tempest's perspective? Anangrea would be pretty clean?
Super Evo Anangrea does answer the board, but that is also committing one of your Super Evolutions to a non-aggressive play.
Yeah.
Which you don't like, but if you don't have a choice, then you don't have a choice. So I think... yeah, the fact that the stacks are very low makes the Sage Light very awkward here. We're going for the cool one instead.
Yeah, like I said, unless you trade off of the Celestial, you're not going to be able to full clear, though.
This does give you a bit more board presence, I suppose. But even then, you're just chilling with a 4-1 ward that is not exactly the hardest to take out for Abyss. Ooh, the Mummy picked up. That's going to be good for the later turns, just because, of course, Artify can technically buff that with the Cerberus, and then that can be a big source of storm damage down the line. Also has the... you can do a combo where you do, like, Vuela, Mummy, Super Evo the Mummy, and then Gilnelly's buff, so you're doing, like, 9 damage off of just that alone.
I wonder if you just rule an eye here. You saw that Tempest had to trade the Celestial just to deal with a 4-1. So if you're predicting that they're having a trouble clearing board, you could rule an eye, spend regular evolve, and then clear the board while having a board of your own. And it does force a Sage Light out, I think.
Yeah, and the awkward thing is that they would have to Sage Light for sigils, Sage Light for AoE.
Right, yeah.
Which eats up the hand and also eats up the potential healing they're doing this game too, because they've already shown you one of their Normans.
I think it is going to be Rulenai.
Looks like it is. Scream Diffusion added to hand, and that is going to summon 2 more Rulenai Valnarix. Going to be able to stick around on the board here as a 5-5 and a 5-1. And as you said, regular Evolve is going to be cashed in.
I was going to say, if our commentary seems more cogent on this deck specifically, it's because this is the deck I've been maining this entire time. So, yeah, I'm following the lines. Yeah, and if you're forced to spend a super on Anangray to clear this, that's bad.
No way.
Although you do have off the top, which is New Brew. So now you can New Brew engage and use the stack. But
that does change some things.
Yeah, and then you can also just send in a call. Your next turn seems weak, though, after that.
Yeah, you'd basically have to do Sage Light, so engage, Sage Light, call, and then your 3 play points remaining, so you probably want to set up the stacks anyway.
Yeah.
Or heal, but I think you're likely just going for the Earth Sigils. Burn, burn, burn.
I think you have to, like you said, Sage Light for stacks once more.
There we go. This hand for Tempest is looking to line itself into a mulligan right now.
Yeah.
As the Anangray likely is going to just discount that climb and line up for a big climb turn. Or we can just kind of, go climb for 9.
Yeah, I think it's better to Anangray a Sage Light first and then climb, though, the next turn. Because you're not at risk of lethal right now. So
you also thin out what you're
yeah,
sending
right,
back.
right,
so.
exactly. Thin out the hand a little bit. Make sure that you got a good climb lined up, and then that would also put the second climb that's at 14 right now down to 9. And then if you draw into it with the first climb, it would go down to 4, which is a good position to be in.
Oh, Mummy Super Evolve incoming. This is going to be 7 damage to face. A very aggressive play from Artify.
I mean, yeah, with no Cerberus in hand, what are you saving your Super Evolves for, right?
Exactly. So this way, the Gilneases will technically be what closes out the game down the line.
This is pretty good, though. Also got picked of the Stormy Blast, so you can do Anangray, Sage Light, and Stormy Blast to full clear. And then you have a next turn climb that's pretty well positioned, especially if you draw a Kuon.
Even the zombie would get taken out that way, so that's also quite good. I do think that could be the angle in that way. As you said, the climb gets discounted so much that it becomes a lot less awkward to use. And the second one is also getting discounted a fair bit, so that makes it coming back off the climb.
It would get discounted to the point where if you top deck a Kuon on your turn 10, you could Kuon and then immediately zero-cost climb. And that could be out for lethal. So I think that is the line.
Take a look and see whether Tempest agrees with our lines of play here. Anangray comes down. Oh, looks like we're going for the Evolve first.
Spending the Evolve is... okay. But now he has no burst damage.
Might want to use the Sage Light for the heal instead is what I'm thinking.
Oh, you think so?
Being down to 10 is a little bit dangerous because you do lose to, looking at the list from Artify, there is a world where, okay, he's out of Evolve points, so that does limit the output a little bit.
Odin Rage is not lethal in that sense, but...
yeah. It's like double, extra play point, Odin double Rage. Is lethal, but that's next turn.
Yeah.
Oh, this Argami pickup is huge!
That is a great top deck to cleanly deal with this, but depending on Tempest's next draw, this might decide the entire fate of the game. And remember, he does have a 5-cost climb. He can just send back the hand. I think Sage Light for heal.
Oh!
Whoa! Okay!
It's a big pickup, but it's not the pickup for this turn.
You can't risk it. If you land the Kakaitis now, you have no idea what's in Artify's hand. And next turn, if he leaves this this Argavi up, Artify has lethal next turn with the Gilnease Sweetness.
That would be only 9.
No, but
you buff. It's 11.
It's 11.
It's 11. It's 11. You are so right. We're healing and we're climbing. Let's see what we find. 2 cards back, 5 cards in.
That's a pretty underwhelming draw, but you do get at least the looking smart.
We can look smart twice, and then we can still keep healing as well. So you get to clear the board, and at the same time,
put yourself back to 18.
That call's going down to 0 as well, which is also very, very big. And
or your next turn Kuon, yeah.
I think you can just go for the, Kuon or Norman, whichever one. But Norman would have given you a bit more insurance, I think. But choosing to just go wide here.
I think going wide does cover the most breadth of plays. Because now you're not dead to Odin double rage anyway.
Yes.
So going this wide means that they don't have an efficient clear, and you might be able to just win off tempo. And you have to win with chip now because you don't have the supers anymore. So I do understand why Tempest went for the wider Kuon, but still, it's
Ooh, this is a little bit awkward because these Gilneleases,
I know.
even if you commit both and an extra play point Aragavi, the stat total goes down to 8.
So the paper would live. It's not a huge deal, I suppose.
That one's okay to let live. All right, extra play point. Aragavi putting in work even at this stage of the game. Sweetness of victory ×2 has been secured, so 10 damage is now at risk at all times of the game. And now for Tempest is going to be just a, clearing up this board. Also knowing the fact that these two Gilneleases will not be doing anything because there's no evolve left to buff them up. However, there is Cerberus in the deck still.
You can't discount Cerberus. It can still be a factor. But
Divine Edelweiss sounds pretty good to me right here.
Divine Edelweiss is pretty good. What do you do with the remaining 4? I guess you should draw first then. Yeah.
New Brew picked up as well. Although you might... what are you predicting to keep the Divine, though? I guess Ginsetsu is something.
Oh, yeah, true. You might need to keep the Divine 4 again. Otherwise, it'll be a little tricky to answer. I think maybe this is Norman heal to 18 and then call, take out the Aragavi. Edelweiss trades 2-phase.
That is also an option. I think this should be a heal, or do you go for the draw? I think
heal.
You don't have a choice.
100% heal. Yeah, looks like that is the path forward. Saving a Stormy Blast as well. Getting another Edelweiss picked up. Artify is running out of options. You just double Sweetness?
Double Sweetness and Prey.
Hope it hits the Norman and the Edelweiss.
He's not been very lucky with these gambles so far.
If it hits that paper, man, that's tough.
It's not the end of the world, though. Even if it leaves the Norman up, Odin is not enough. You'd basically need 2 more turns, I think, to close out the game. So even if you do low roll on this double Sweetness, I think what you're more worried about is cashing in double Sweetness and then them healing back, because even closing from 8 is pretty tough.
You've seen 3 teachings, though, right? And no more evolves, and you've seen 2 Normans, I think?
Yeah.
I think you're probably okay in terms of them having healing.
Yeah, Tempest.
But then how do you close the game? Because they'll be left with 8 defense still, and there's no way to close from there.
Yeah. So there's like several pieces of homework here. One thing is, okay, this already whiffs. If this goes the worst case scenario, which it does, now the question is, how are you going to close out? You have Odin for 4, but you're going to need basically 2 Rages, and you have to wait another turn to be able to play them. Tempest, on the other hand...
That's if Tempest doesn't play anything that you have to contest as well.
Yep. The thing is that Tempest is now out of wards, so I think just going wide here
it's Odin,
and Odin in, yep, does seem to be the correct play. If anything sticks here, that's also going to be game.
Down to the wire, it's Cerberus. Cerberus heals Artify up to 7, putting him out of range of Norman while being able to clear the Odin and the Edelweiss.
Oh my god, this is... Yeah, this is basically just going to leave the 5-5 is going to stick around.
That means if Artify top decks Rage of Serpents, he might still be able to win.
It's very close, but that is the only thing you can bet on right here. I think the Mino you might as well play down because there won't... but maybe just keeping it to be able to take out something
Noble
next
Shikigami
turn.
if he plays it right.
Yeah, I think that might be the line where you do consider it. Because if you top deck the Rage, it's Odin Rage for game next turn no matter what. This Mino coming down, if she comes down and sticks, then you win off the Odin. But if she does get taken out, it's not really adding to anything, and we have answers. We have a lot of answers in this hand right now.
Could just Divine Thunder and Virgin get the wide board.
This is going to be so close. It's going to be off the top for Artify to determine whether this game is a win or a loss.
Does he get the Rage of Serpents in time?
Cerberus.
That is Cerberus. It does not put him out of range of Norman, bringing him back up to 4 defense. Norman is going to be able to take it.
The only way to survive here is Odin take out the Norman, swing into the Burgent.
But then you're not winning.
You're not winning, but you're not losing, and that might be what you have to bet on for this turn. Oh, this is tough. If you draw your Rage of Serpents, the Cerberus can also... No, she can. Because that's only going to be 5 damage.
That's only 5 damage.
Oh my god. This Odin has... It needs to go phase, but it can't.
He doesn't have a choice. I think the Odin has to kill the Burgent, meaning he is going to lose out on damage.
This is so unfortunate. I think the only thing you can... Artifact also only plays 1 Ginsetsu and Yuzuki as well. We're running out of options, running out of healing.
He doesn't have a choice. This is the only way to stay in the game.
Trades, plays a skeleton, no reason not to. And Ingrea picked up. This is still not game yet, but this ward is going to be annoying. This ward is going to continue to play out the game for 1 more turn. The 1 damage, the Tanoshi is trying to close out the game next turn potentially, and I think you can't risk leaving the skeleton up.
In case of Cerberus, the
You
Divine
have to use
Thunder
the Divine
comes down.
Thunder. And I think it's going to be a pass and pray. The Rage of Serpents is late.
Too late by 1 turn! By 1 turn, Artify is not going to be able to close the game. If the draws were just in a slightly different order, he would have been able to Odin Rage for game. But now that it's in this position, it's only 5 damage max.
Not only that, but there's no clean way to take this out. We could even see the Rage of Serpents as a way to surrender at this point, just because there is no way to make it out of this. Tempest managed to finally find the grueling way to win.
Rage of Serpents on the 5-2, trade the Mimi. You live on... No, you don't. You're still down 0-1. The Onion is going to win the game.
Tanoshi for a game. Tanoshi to survive the loser's bracket for Tempest, as Artify fought so hard to survive, but unfortunately could not find those last moments, those last cards to pull out of loser's bracket. Dude, this could have been grand finals.
That was so close. 100%. I think both players gave it their all.
Yeah.
They both played incredibly well, and Artify by the slimmest margin was bested by Tempest. I think both these players are equal caliber. Incredible set to start the day.
Insane. It's crazy. What a delight to be able to cast a game like this to start off the morning. Like this is this gives you the bigger boost than your morning coffee. I think.
Bigger boost than the shining sun, man. Like I am wide awake. That was an incredible set. And listen, I want to see Artify back 120% in LCQ. This cannot be the end of his road. He is an amazing player who, again, lost by the slimmest of margins. Just an incredible, incredible set. Big congratulations to Tempest for moving forward through the loser's bracket. Unfortunately, Artify's road for this tournament ends here. But remember, LCQ is in November, and I'm praying that Artify comes back because I need to see him compete more and more and more. Like, what an amazing player who just, unfortunately, by the whims of fate, was not able to make it today.
Yeah, I mean, Artify, top player from other card games, is definitely not someone that's new to competition. You know, we already had him featured in the Qualifier 3, where he lost Alejandro in, what was a very close match. But Artify, had a crazy run throughout the tournament himself. But I really do want to see him back. But right now, for Tempest, the one and only Singaporean player in the entire bracket, gets to continue running through that loser's bracket and gonna move on to loser's semifinals, playing against the winner of Cloudy and EMT Psy, which is our next game.
That is going to be an intense one. I cannot believe that was the first set, Chris. I feel like I've been here for 10,000 years because that was so intense. My sense of time has been distorted. Next up, like you said, it is going to be Cloudy versus EMT Psy. Two very strong players as well. Cloudy, no stranger to competition. I believe coming from a competitive game, a different genre of game, but now taking his talents to card games here. And again, to remind the players at home, we are not going to be going over the full deck list because we went over that during day one, but we will remind you on what these players are playing here. Cloudy is the only loot sword left, as well as a spell boost rune. Meanwhile, Psy is playing Cresthaven, the only Cresthaven left, with a spell boost rune as well. So two different lineups here as we go into it. The players are currently getting seated. I am super excited to see who wins this. Both players also playing out of their gourds these past few, especially during the qualifiers that they qualified into this for as well. Psy, I think, hungrier than anybody. He top-8'd twice during the qualifier series and is now trying to claw through loser's bracket. Really interested to to see how far he goes. But, you know, Cloudy, not an easy opponent either.
100% Cloudy. As you said earlier, not new to competition whatsoever. And this is definitely going to be another very close match. Again, if you're curious about their decks, Cloudy is the only player bringing Loot Swordcraft into this tournament with Spell Boost as a second deck of choice. And Sai is what you would kind of expect the most traditional pick to be with the Spell Boost and the Crest Haven. And, you know, we watched the Crest Haven mirror yesterday, and that was a very...
That was intense.
That was a crazy way to finish the day as well. So if you haven't watched the day one stream, check out the VOD. The archive is on the official Shadowverse channel. And of course, now we get to see who of these two players gets to face Tempest and loser semis, and which of the two of them has to end their tournament run
Super
in
excited.
the 5th place tie.
Super excited for the set, Chris. Cloudy yesterday basically gave a textbook example of how to play Loot Sword the cleanest way possible. Every time I see Cloudy play Loot, it's an absolute treat. It's like watching a very beautifully composed melody. It's like everything falls into place when Cloudy finds the line. So very excited to see. Also, just because he is the last Loot and Sai is the last Crest, I want to see like which deck ends up being the one that is has the better performance today. I mentioned this before, but like even though we're so late into the Heirs of the Omen meta, almost coming up on this next set, Skybound Dragons, even to this very day, there's meta adjustments happening. Like you saw it in the previous tournaments, you saw it on day one, you even saw it on tournaments from the other regions as well, like in STO as well as Rage. People are still making adjustments and trying to figure out what the best call is for this meta, and I think that's super exciting to have had a set that is so open to exploration and really shows the skill expression of the player, what lineup they bring, what decks they favor. So really, really, really interested to see how this one pans out.
Yeah, it's also going to be interesting just to see, of course, you know, the entire run going up, you know, for people just tuning in, you know, you just got to see some cool Abyss lists, you know, and a bunch of spell boosts and whatnot. This entire lower bracket is full of spell boosts. All 4 of the remaining spell boosts are all in the losers bracket, which is crazy to say. But the winner side that we will be featuring later down the line today is the very spicy one, as we have Barrick with Izudia Forest and Puppet Portal, and then of course Alejandro going up against him with the Motobiz and the Roach Forest, the only Roach in the tournament. So it's going to be very interesting to see, of course, which of the two of them gets to lock in that world spot as well, and then which of the two of them is going to have to try to make the run back from losers finals. So if you're new to double elimination tournaments, the way it works is that winners finals isn't, you know, a true finals, and grand finals sometimes is not the true finals if you have a reset. Because the way it works is that whoever climbs up from the losers bracket into the grand finals, if they win the grand finals, it is treated as a bracket reset because they come from the loser's side. So they would have to win 2 best-of-3 sets back-to-back, whereas the person that's coming in from the winner's side only has to win 1 set of a best-of-3. So it's going to be a tough ask for anyone that's coming in from the loser's side, and we're going to have to see who from the losers bracket quarterfinals will make it out to the semis here between Cloudy and Sai.
I love double elimination, Chris. The amount of storytelling you get from just seeing how players perform through double elim is unmatched, and as we said, it is going to be a Crest versus Spell Boost matchup right here, right now. What do you think about this matchup in general?
I mean, we kind of talk about it in previous casts as well, how it is very much sort of a race, especially for the Haven side. Haven wins from long games. It wins from, you know, dragging things out and doing constant damage every single turn, thanks to the effect of the Morrowind that gives you the crest, which says at the end of the turn, if you didn't attack this turn, for every crest you have, you deal damage to your opponent, starting with the followers and then the face. So if they don't have anything on the board, you're doing damage to the face all the time.
That's right.
So it wants to play slow. It wants to like burst down bit by bit, where Spell Boost, of course, has the potential to just end the game in a flash with either a crazy Kuon combo with a bunch of calls, or Kuon into Kuon off of a Dimension Climb, or, of course, the Ruler of Cocytus, which gives you the Cocytus deck that you then Dimension Climb into and draw from. And if you draw into the Astaroth, that sets your opponent's defense to 1, Super Evolve, and crash into something to deal that 1 damage and win the game. But Sai's deck has the tools to also prevent that with that Temple of Repos, which can give your leader the barrier to survive that. So it's going to be a tough matchup, I think, for both of the players, because a lot of things that make Spell Boost a bit more advantageous in this matchup, Sai is trying to cover for that with a deck building choice.
Yeah, true. Oh, this is a little unfortunate with Witch's New Brew. The Stormy Blast is not boosted at all, meaning it can't cleanly deal with Grimnir, meaning you might have to trade Melvi into it. This is why some lists run the Foresight in alongside. In fact, Cloudy does run Foresight, but only at a 1-of. If he saw that Foresight in this early game, that Stormy Blast would have been able to deal with this cleanly. Unfortunately, now the Melvi might have to trade in. I also say, Chris, as you mentioned, Cresthaven likes to deal that damage over and over and over again with Marwyn. I feel like in this matchup, if you don't get your Marwyn early, you kind of give the Rune all the time in the world to end up finding that lethal with the Kikaitis. So I'm really hoping that Sai is able to either find a Marwyn or a Congregant very early here.
Yeah, that being missing in action is definitely gonna hurt very, very soon, as we basically do want to optimally play it on turn 4, and so far we're just seeing Supplicants back to back to back. And you're still going to play it down because it gives you a very good crest effect. That gives you 1 heal per turn as long as you didn't attack, which won't proc here, but when you're at full defense, you don't really mind that either.
Yeah, but I want to see, like, Sai does not have the mid-game, you know what I'm saying? Like, without Congregant, without Marwyn, he has no line towards his actual win condition. He only has controlling tools here, and if you, like I said, if you give Spell Boost Rune the time they need, they can just win off the top on a turn 10. So I'm actually pretty concerned about Sai's hand quality right now, unless he's able to find a Congregant or a Marwyn. But even if he does find the Congregant, he's not going to be able to evolve it next turn because he already spent the extra play point getting that Grimnir out.
Exactly. So we're probably going to be looking for like either another Supplicant or Temple, because you're going to use it anyway. You might as well just commit it on a turn where it's not as impactful. So because usually turn 4 from Spell Boost isn't that crazy either. So if you're predicting that, then you could technically take a turn just to put down the Temple, swing with whatever followers remain from this turn, and then move along, basically.
Yeah. Stormy Blast, just to take out. Leaving the Grimnir up is interesting. That is technically more damage that you're taking, but...
Well, that's another good amulet to put down on a turn like this. I feel like it is going to be an amulet play just because you don't really have anything better. The only issue is that there's no... You're cutting the draw power from this list that Sai is bringing in order to make space for the Rodeo and all the other amulets that help you, cover for certain matchups like this. So because of that, you kind of want to see your tablet, or you're going to want to see your Rodeo on turn 7 to put the tablet onto the board, as it summons 3 different 3-cost or lower amulets onto that board.
That's
and
true.
then, of course, that is usually going to be the Tablet of Tribulations, which gives you an extra card draw every turn. Dose of Holiness, which gives you heal and damage onto one of your enemy followers. And then, of course, we already talked about Temple of Repos, that Sai actually brings 3 of.
Yeah.
Specifically for this matchup. We're going to see it hit the board here as well.
Well, it's also because, like, if you're playing Rodeo, you can't afford to play Serene Sanctuary because your Rodeo might miss and pull the Sanctuary instead, and that would be really, really bad.
Exactly.
So. And honestly, very nice play from Cloudy on that last turn to pick out the Supplicant instead, because now the Burgeon Onion can just take out the 2-1 essentially for free. So nice heads up 2-turn line there from Cloudy. And Sai still not finding the Congregant, still not finding the Marwyn, basically is doing nothing this mid-game.
Pain.
And can't even take out the 6/6. Unless you evolve the Gilnelis to heal for 0.
That's no bueno, man. That's no bueno.
That's what I've been saying, yeah.
We're actually just going to let it chill. We're going to pick up that Dimension Climb too. Cloudy's going to be happy about that, especially now that the only issue is that this Norman is not doing too much because you don't have board space to summon any of your barriers. So a bit of a heads up. You could technically punish with Gilnelis to buff the Burgeons, make this into a 9 damage or potentially 11 damage turn, but then you're also kind of just playing into their Benizons and Gilnelises. But again, having an aggressive start, and also the fact that if you force out healing from the Haven side, then you're not letting them play something like a Wilbert next turn.
Yeah,
or you're not letting play the Congregant next turn without using the extra play point. That could be a trade-off that's actually kind of worth.
11 damage Gilnelis is incredibly spicy. It's something that I would do for sure to see it happen, but I think it does unfortunately get hard answered by Blinding Faith, so that's also a consideration that Cloudy is probably going to not go into it with. Although I guess you could half and half it. Gilnelis the Burgeon to 8/4. Make it out of Blinding Faith range. Maybe evolve the Onion instead.
Getting rid of the Onion.
Oh!
Completely different play. So going for a bit more of a conservative play. Still pushing 7 damage, so regardless is quite strong. But this way you are... What are you preventing? Because next turn, the Onion patch is going to come out anyway.
Yeah. This is not Crest Haven, Chris. This is Rest Haven because they're not doing anything every turn. So I don't know what to do about this with no Congregant, no Marwyn. There's really no line for Sai here. Can't even prop the Disenchantment to help clear this Burgent. It's probably going to be forced to evolve a Gilnelis just to take it out.
At least now you're healing.
At least you're healing, yeah, but you're going back up to potentially, yeah, 17.
You can go to 18 if you cash in the Super Evolve, I guess.
Yeah, or you can go to 18 if you... Yeah, you could also cash in the repos, but you probably don't want to be doing that. You want to save that for a bigger turn, like when they Coolone or something.
Yeah.
This is pretty rough.
I do think Gilnelis is going to be the play, especially because you have 3, so if you're holding them on for like when both players are in 10 for your closing power, you still have to. So you're not exactly starved for them in that sense. And I do think there's going to be a heal 5 off of this Drain coming in. Oh, it's going to be heal 4. Never mind. We're going to go up to 17 and then just pass. Ooh, I mean, if you're Cloudy, you're got to be happy about this, right? Because that basically means that your opponent has not played the 2 strongest cards, arguably the 2 strongest cards in the deck with, of course, the Engine of Marwyn and Wilbert that adds a lot of extra pressure to the deck too. But then the Rodeo is something that we want to see picked up for Sai pretty soon, because that would definitely help with at least turning on the draw power. It's kind of crazy. We've only seen 10 cards from the deck for Sai so far.
Yeah, pretty nuts, right? It's not often that you see that scenario happen, especially since Crest Haven usually has so much draw power, either with Serene Sanctuary or the Tablet or the Congregant in particular.
Just Congregant, yeah, like that usually gives you all your pieces.
All right, we're going to go ahead and Norman for draw, drawing into another Coolone and the Climbs as well. Do you just evolve Gilnelis to do some damage to the Dome here is what I'm considering.
Looking at how the last turn was played, I think we're probably going to keep it quite conservative, because if you're going to go ham last turn, you had some very ham options. So I think
ham options.
I think we're gonna keep it vegetarian here.
There's the Tablet. Might be able to draw him into the Marwyn, but is it too little, too late? I'm afraid.
You're also having your deck as you do that.
That's true. No, not really. Look, yeah, he runs a lot of 2-ups, so he does cut a lot. But yeah, it is not quite half, and it draws into another temple, which is not useful. Oh boy. And even if he pops the Disenchant, no, he can't even pop the Disenchantment here. He's only at 1 crest, so he'd have to play Supplicant. Supplicant pop Disenchantment doesn't even deal with the Norman.
It's not what you want to see. You could technically turn on the barrier as well to prevent either the Kuan damage or the Norman damage, but then Kuan can just... I mean, if you don't... No, please. You have to put down the Supplicant, so you give them a trade target to pop the barrier with the Super Evolve.
You can Gilnelis normal evolve, board lock them this turn, and then try to draw into your Marwyn next turn.
Aha.
You just run into the Norman, let them spawn another Onion, just sit. I think that's the only line.
Rest Haven.
Cloudy has to evolve Gil. He cannot just be sitting here doing nothing with the Onions, bro.
These Onions got to put in work. It's not all about the Tanoshi.
This board lock angle is only possible because he doesn't have Marwyn. So really, it's bad for everyone. Nobody's having a good time.
No. We're just vibing, chilling. And I think Cloudy...
Oh, he can kill his own Onion. So that gives him space to play a bigger body. Probably a Norman. Or just call the call out just to get your hand empty.
Yeah, you don't want to be overdrawing here either, so... Ooh, homework time is going to be at looking smart. Next turn, the barrier is set up. Another Benison is drawn.
Congregant and Marwyn bottom 12 at the moment. We got to see what's off of that tablet. Let me take a look at the tablet.
Pop the tablet.
That is not it. It does clear, but does that matter?
Now. I don't think now is the time for that.
This is pretty tragic, man.
Man, Sai is just like, man, truly being given the hardest battles. We're just going to keep board locking, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Cloudy can do anything this turn, I guess, but you're board locking to what end, though, when you're not getting your own win condition off, right?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, once you do see the Marwyn, things do immediately kind of just go online. And the other thing is that the Disenchantment will pop here, and the first Onion will eat that, and then the Gilnelis will go down to 2. And then if you do see the Marwyn, you can kind of just like trade.
Are we going to see a super to bait out the Vessel pop, or not
Oh, that could be interesting as well. That does put them down to 9. Because they don't have any crest, that also kind of means that their Benisons are punishing them eventually. Ha.
Super puts them down to 9, and then they heal back up to 13. So I guess it's not that impactful.
13 is not a bad place to be, but because the spell boosts have been quite slow because it's all just onions doing work this whole time. Oh, we're not super evolving. We're just passing. We're fine with the overdraw, not also generating any extra earth sigils. Finding the second tablet.
All right.
Of all things, this tablet finds...
That's not Marwyn.
Where are followers? What happened?
Play the tablet again. Let me see another one.
Who took all the followers? This tablet could draw Marwyn.
Goes for disenchant. Double disenchant.
Board lock again.
Board lock again.
Oh my god.
Chris, this is a strange one to start the set, I'm not going to lie.
I mean, you got to deal with what you're dealt, right? It's like if you...
You got to deal with what you're dealt.
It's
you're
just
so true, bro.
vocabulary 100.
You're so right, man. I hate to say it, but he's right. Once again.
Unfortunately, there's just nothing you can really do. It's... You used up your Gilnilly's Evo. There was a world where you could have held on to that a little bit longer to like... Because like imagine here you pop the onion and then boom, Cocytus. Answer this.
Yeah, that would have been nice, right?
Yeah, just another turn. But down to 10, this also basically means that if you're not healing, Kuon will just end the game.
Nope. Marwyn bottom 7.
Mr. Grimnir, we have already activated your crest. You are no longer requested at these premises. You may exit the loser's bracket.
You're going to have to play... I mean, what do you do, man? Honestly. Because you're starting to get to the point where you can't just leave this board alone. Because he can just super and kill you with onions next turn if you leave this board up. So, do you have to Benison?
Gilnilly's heal up and just keep doing the same thing again. You can technically... Oh no, this time you can't because the Gilnilly's will...
Oh, the Gilnilly's doesn't have attack though, so it does board lock him.
It's barely. You're staring at 8 damage to face here no matter what. It feels like if Cloudy can just be patient.
I'm not having Tanoshi, man.
Nah, this is... it's quite the opposite of Tanoshi, man. But I think... It's crazy because Cloudy just essentially has to be patient, keep doing chip damage. Because you have 2 Super Evolves left, you can technically cash in one of them. And then you put them in a state of having to double Benison, I guess.
No, but the disenchantments also heal though, so...
Yeah.
So this will put him down to a nice even 2.
That is nice. And even. But I'm afraid everything else is a little bit... Okay, we're just board locking each other.
Again at this stage in the game with 6 cards left in deck.
We still have targets. We still have targets. There's Devotee.
Sai doesn't run the Cocytus either, so if he's out of cards, he's out of cards.
Yeah. We can pull, dude. This can find us the Marwyn. Not like this.
It's about time. I think you have to pop the disenchantments to not die. So
first and foremost.
Yeah. If you super the Gilnilly's go face and then pop the Vessel, and then the disenchantments can actually go face after that as well once you play the Supplicant. That would let you deal 5 + 4 + 4. Oh, he's going to go for a Benison and then double disenchantment. Go face, play Sweetness.
Go down to 2.
Putting Cloudy down to 2.
This is a very big comeback potential, but do we cash in the Sweetness? We still have 8 play points. You could also, draw first gamers down to 5.
I guess you just land Supplicant, and then next turn, if you draw Marwyn, you evolve Marwyn plus Sweetness, win the game.
Pops the Temple. Does not set up yet, though. Oh my god. It's not game yet. Not even close. You can actually get your climb down to 0.
You can Kuon if you climb, but this is a big hand to climb away.
And the deck is still 18 cards. Like, we've not been drawing anything this entire game, so...
Yeah. I think the only thing we've been seeing is onions. So.
It's crazy that Sai potentially has this.
Yeah, if the Marwyn comes off the top. It's a 1 in... No, it's a 2 in 5.
Norman can heal out here, though, so... But the problem is that then you lose your last Super Evolve if you do commit the full way. So that puts you up to 15.
That's probably fine to put you up to 15 because you have Cocytus in hand and the climb.
You might just win through deck out.
Yeah, that's true.
There is a world. There is a world where that does happen.
That's true. He does not have the Cocytus, or Sai, I mean, doesn't have the Cocytus to save him from that.
Or, I mean, you have to calculate that. Even if they find the Marwyn, they have to cash in the Evolve on that. And then they would be doing 4 plus 5 damage next turn at most. So, I guess they could draw their one of Devotee to make it 10 damage. So even then you're still safe, but it looks like we are going to commit the Super Evolve. The only reason I was thinking about keeping the Super Evolve is that
you have Kuon in hand.
Eventually the Man-Eating Benison will do 10 damage to the leader. So that gives you the Kuon.
Bottom 4 Marwyn.
Bro, just look at Sai's reactions. His deck is playing games with him.
Bottom 3 Marwyn.
Sai is playing a 2v1 right now. His
Sai
opponent is Cloudy and his own deck.
Sai just looked straight at the camera like it's a sitcom. I love that. That's so good.
We gotta change the music for comedic timing.
Oh man, no Marwyn means he can't delay the Benison this turn either.
You're so right.
Yeah.
You can pop the barrier.
Yeah, but
because you're out of Super Evolve, so that the barrier can't get popped.
Yeah. You can pop it with the Norman, and then the 10 still deals. So I mean, you're not dying, but it's still pretty bad.
Yeah. No, you can pop the barrier and then use the Congregant to destroy the Norman.
Ah, yes. Congregant is in hand, correct.
She's been chilling.
She been chilling, dude.
She has not.
Unfortunately, been chilling.
Instead of fighting Marwyn, she's been speaking Chinese. Unfortunate. Congregant, we need you to come back from the language lessons and find Marwyn.
Wah! Yeah, it's time.
Playing down.
Land the big Chungus, and let's see what we get off the top.
All right, here it comes.
Is it Marwyn? It is not Marwyn. Marwyn bottom 2.
Okay, Gabin, find me Marwyn.
You cannot use that tablet, or else you will... I mean, you could. You could use the tablet.
This is crazy. Down to 2 cards in deck, and one of them is a Marwyn. The other one is Wilbert, isn't it?
The other one is Wilbert.
How?
That is crazy.
Man, God gives his toughest battles. This is insane.
Marwyn bottom 1!
Marwyn's effect can resolve a maximum of 1 times this game.
What?
How do we go from that insane close first
And he
game?
is just gonna go ahead and concede. Honestly, Sai, I don't blame you.
That 2v1 was successful for the 2.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Team Cloudy and Team Sai's deck managed to take it over Sai himself.
Oh, I love 15 turns of onions and into doing nothing. It is the best. That was a crazy game 1 for this set, Chris. But now, let's take a breather and actually see Cloudy execute on what I think was one of his strongest decks, Loot Swordcraft. He piloted this so well in day 1, to the point where it was almost masterful. Let's see if he can bring it back and do the same thing here as he's fighting for his life in the loser's bracket.
Pretty good opener layer just to put that down and let it chill, and then you got the Octus effect to already get the crest up very early. Ooh, the one of Zirconia picked up as well.
No, turn 2 is kind of rough, but that's okay because you don't have to worry that much about it. You know, Crest is not doing much in the early game anyway. And then once you get the Octus up on 3, then you can start already going for the Crest countdown on your end. I will say no Sincero, no returning slash picked up is a little unfortunate. It means Cloudy doesn't really have, you know, gas or endgame in his hand currently, but hopefully can pick that up quite soon.
Yeah, that is the hope that we don't see a repeat of last game where Marwyn is just too shy to show up for the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Congregant, no Marwyn in his hand right now.
I'm saying.
Are we worried about it?
I'm a little worried.
I'm a little worried.
There is room for concern. Do you even put down the devotee here?
Nah. Oh, he's going to go for it. That's interesting. I probably wouldn't have. But, you know, maybe he's covering for aggressive options, like if there's a, you know, a quick blader or what have you, that at least the ward is able to put a wall in the way. And, you know, it covers for Octress too in a way. Because if you play Octress here, the 0-4 would be blocking your path. And then you wouldn't be able to land the 3 face, even if the Octress isn't, like, directly cleared. So, honestly, the 0-4, you know, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I like it. Cloud is thinking, do you sync the tablet now? That would only leave you down to 1 Sin 0. But is that enough? With 1 Sin 0, you have the Tentacles, you have the Centaur Centurion. So
yeah, I think overall your options are pretty good. You play some of these cards at one-ofs, like the Samurai and the Gilneys.
yeah, so
Quick Blader.
Might be worth it to tablet already.
Yeah, I think just thin out the deck, but no, we're going to go for the Octress here. And just let her chill. 3-3 is still 3-3, that's good stats. Next turn you can, if you top deck Sin 0, Congregant Fuse would get the job done, but not anymore.
Not
Octress is cleared off. Ooh, Quick Blader for next turn with the Zirconia is pretty good.
Honestly, pretty awkward turn for Cloudy. I think this might be the tablet turn.
Especially now that you've seen your 1 Quick Blader, that means that you can still leave 1 in the deck and draw into that down the line too.
That's right. Gets the Tentacles. It's pretty late. I don't know. You're just going to have to leave the devotee up this turn, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst. Like right now what you're expecting is, you know, I mean, one of the ways to counterplay Haven is to give them enough threats that they can't answer.
Especially during the Marwyn Evolve turn, right?
Yeah. But if we don't see Marwyn off the top, I don't think you play the Quick Blader here because
that 100%
doesn't do anything. Let's see. Next turn is going to be either Congregant of Usurpation or the Zirconia.
Although, if you Quick Blader here, put it down to 0-3, Congregant then has the potential to answer it without using an Evolve point. That might be a consideration, but I think, honestly, the better play next turn is just to play Zirconia plus Quick Blader and then take out the 0-4, have a full board and 2-face is probably the right way.
Oh, Congregant picked up at a very important time. This could be the extra play point just to evolve and start searching
for the Marwyn.
Even if you don't get Destruction. You don't get Destruction. If you care about that, then maybe you want to hold off for a turn. But I think right now you don't want a repeat of last game.
You need it, dude. If I fought that game, man, I would have closed the app for that day.
I think that would give me trauma for the rest of my life playing Shadowverse.
I would have been like, you know what? I'll play tomorrow.
I think we're good.
All right. Oh. No, it's okay. He still got 3 whole more turns to try and pull it. But the Zirconia is coming out here, a very nice turn, being able to take out the 2-6 very cleanly and run the 2-2 into the 0-2, meaning that with the Sin 0 picked up as well, the Congregant is going to be able to pretty much clear whatever. Yeah, and very nice. They're going to fuse 1 of the loots already to start getting that countdown on the Octress down. Very important to try and count down the Octress as soon as possible because he has the second one in hand. If he can get 2 Octress spells in hand, then the line to lethal is very easy, even through all of Haven's protections.
The one downside here, though, the blinding does not clear.
Unless you evolve the repos. And if you evolve the repos, then you are not drawing Marwyn. So you're leaving a 6-4 up.
Oh, it looks like that's what we're doing.
Oh, boy. Oh, wait. The repos doesn't have stats because the crest of the repos gave it -2
Ate
attack.
it twice. It ate it twice. Oh, no.
That was that's a blunder. I mean, even I totally forgot that it technically minuses attack down past 0.
Yeah,
so
doesn't matter.
In theory, this repose is at -4 attack, evolving into a -2 attack. So that's why it stayed at 0 there, in case you were wondering at home.
That is unfortunate.
That is a blunder.
That's an easy one to forget, too.
Yeah.
Man, Sai's just been having one of the most tragic runs possible right now. And I mean, the search also didn't find the Marwyn either, and you would have loved to see it for turn 6 because then you get to evolve, trade, banish, everything can come out, but...
And now with a 6-1 left on board, it's pretty trivial for the Usurpation Congregant to clear this, and then the 6 to just go straight to the Dome. Can even use the Gilded Boots to buff the Zirconia damage even more as well.
Depends on how you are going to find the loot tokens down the line. Goblet is going to get fused. It's the one that's not doing anything right now. And then, as you said, this could be an angle.
I think probably maybe it's worth it. Oh, just playing another Octress for bodies?
I think because you have another one in hand, right? So
yeah,
you can still reset the crest.
And there's no
Marwyn!
He does get it, but this Torrent of Despair has only really one good target.
Well, we're one play point off for being able to do blinding Marwyn. That's also quite unfortunate. I don't see any other way around
I
this.
guess you have to attack with the Marwyn, and then the Torrent would have to either take the 6-1 down or the...
I think you have to swing into the 5-5 or
yeah,
the
you
6.
cannot leave the Congregant up. Like,
Yeah.
that's just literally
5-5 100% has to go.
Yeah.
And then you throw the 50-50, roll the dice, and pray that it hits the Zirconia.
But if it doesn't hit the Zirconia, next turn is just Sincero lethal already.
It's all right.
Well, almost.
Yeah.
6, going down to 7. Zirconia, oh sorry, Sincero on 3 fuses is 6 damage, putting him down to 1, I believe. No! Down to 0, because he'd have the Ultra spell. So yeah, it would.
Aha.
Yeah. So next turn, if it doesn't hit the 6-1, it's lethal. So maybe you have to heal with Gilnelis.
Yeah, that is the other option.
Is that the only option here? You can't even afford to play the Marwyn here.
Man.
And this leaves the 5-5 up. Oh, that's tough.
No, the 5-5
Oh,
does get
wait.
the trade.
Yeah. Sorry.
Blinding Faith does get
it
the
is
full
super.
clear.
It is indeed the super.
Yeah,
Yep,
you had no
yep.
choice.
Yeah, okay.
I think that is the safest line. It's not the best line, but you still have time to play the Marwyn. Now that you have the Marwyn, the only unfortunate thing is that now your evolve points are dedicated to Marwyn and nothing else.
Tops the Odin is actually a pretty great draw for Cloudy. Because if he Odin faces, even in the face of a Marwyn Torrent that's already 7 damage to Sai, Sai would be down to 11, and then you fuse Sincero, that's 6 damage plus 1, it's 10. So he'd be down to 1 health, right? But then you have the Albert off the back.
The token also comes out next turn. You have to be careful with the hand, though, because you don't want to have the token. Or you need to make the token, basically, this turn.
Okay, I
so
get
it doesn't get burned.
2 Alberts, so use the Albert now.
Yeah.
And then next turn you have Odin in case Wilbert comes out. And yeah, this is probably the safest play.
Yep. This way you're not overdrawing either. Ooh, interesting find, but I think you don't have a choice but to start setting up this Marwyn.
It's so unfortunate, though. No permanent crest other than the Marwyn. No Grimnir found, and no evolve point for Wilbert either, so...
Grimnir took what I said last game seriously.
Yeah.
He left. They got him.
Send his ass to Sing Sing. But now, what do we do here? Like, yeah, it has to be the Marwyn Torrent, right?
Yeah, I think it's... A Torrent, I think, is a question mark. You can trade and set up the Supplicant, so at least you have a ward.
Ah, yeah, that's true.
And a 3rd crest for the time being. Soon to become 2. Ho ho! Mr. Centaur. This feels like it's going to be just a Sincero, isn't it? Draws into the Gilnelis. That is another option down the line. But, I mean, this way, you have Albert for next turn at full power. You can do Sincero board clear plus the Octress spell on top of everything else. How many fuse do we have on the Sincero again? I think it's 3, right?
It is 3. So that would be 10 damage.
Yeah, you get the 10 damage.
Oh, 11 with the super trade.
Let's make it even your life.
Yep. Gonna be 1 off.
4 defense left, meaning that an Albert super is super curtains, even through repose.
Not the super curtains.
That's right.
So Odin wins the game. Albert wins the game. Tentacles wins the game. Centaur wins the game.
Well, let's see if there's an out.
Benison is an out.
Benison picked up off the top! That's pretty huge.
Still not over, though. But, I mean, Albert on its own is pretty good this turn. You can also just Centaur, Quick Blader for 8 damage first.
I think this... It's tough to find opportunities to play Centaur, so it might...
This is it.
Yeah,
this is it.
This is the one place where you probably have the time. And
because
then save your super for Albert, right?
Or save it for Odin next turn. Because that also means that now they're down to 7. You can just get rid of a ward and then go face.
And you can even boost your Odin up to 9 attack with Gildan Lease too.
True. True, you are at 10 next turn. This is a tough situation for Sai. Setting up the barrier from the rodeo could be what you need.
My weapons bestow fair judgment.
Here we go.
Goodness gracious.
Heal 4, Devotee, set up the 4th crest. We're starting to finally do some damage to this barrier.
Just trying to live. I mean, that's why the rodeo is so useful in this list, to find that repose, pinpoint searching for it in situations where you need it like this.
Ooh, unfortunately, if we had the blade, that could have popped the barrier, but unfortunately we do not. The quick blader also. Oh my god, if you had kept the quick blader, this could have been. Oh no, never mind.
No, because you wouldn't be able to get through the ward.
Yeah,
right? You know.
unfortunate. Still in a commanding position here for Cloudy, but
You could still Odin the rodeo returning slash, use the blade from the returning slash to take out the damage barrier. Deal 4 face, putting Sai down to 7. And you have 2 play points. No, 1 play point remaining. Yeah, but then you're kind of low on health too, which is kind of the concern. Especially going into Sai's next turn, Gildan Lee's Sweetness of Veracity becomes an option that he can top deck.
Yep. And also, I think Odin, when you know your opponent doesn't have duplicates anymore, and they haven't played Wilbert yet, and they're down to 8 cards in deck,
Exactly.
you're kind of in the mindset to keep that Odin for now.
The safest play is to Tentacles the rodeo, and then returning slash to take out the barrier with the blade. Yep.
Or just keep it for next turn, that's also fine.
Oh, that way, in case he gets a second repose, he'd be...
Yeah.
And now he can Gilded Blade plus Albert next turn, and it should be fine, except if Sai plays Odin, then, again, no longer lethal out. Sorry, Sai plays Wilbert.
Yeah. Gildan, you did mention this earlier, that is going to be an option for closing out the game later.
Yeah, but the Tentacles puts Cloudy well out of range now, so... That's tough.
Wilbert is fairly good here.
Okay, no, he has to play Marwyn to delay the Venison Crest, though.
Yeah, otherwise...
And probably Shining. Yep.
Probably gotta use that.
Very nice. Honestly, very well played turn there by Sai.
Another 4 damage coming in now.
Cloudy suddenly on the ropes.
We might be going to a game 3 somehow, Sai. After all those unfortunate games.
You know, you gotta get all of the bad luck out right away, and then, you know, the rest of your run is peaches and cream. So
True.
That's how it works, right?
Gildan. This does get to...
Gildan would heal you back to 15, I suppose. You can even buff it up even more if you want. That does take out the line for Albert 12 damage, but might be worth just to not die to a potential Gildan off the crackback.
Yeah, looks like that's what we're going for.
Yep. I think it kind of has to be done. It's too risky otherwise. And then you can, Sweetness.
Ooh, I like this.
And you probably just save the blade as well.
For another temple, potentially. Yeah, this way, your closing lines are starting to get a little bit thinner, but you do have the output in terms of damage. The only thing is that everything eats up a lot of play points. So
yeah.
Cloudy's lines are starting to get a little bit slimmer. Both players on low cards in deck, too.
Do you choose Boots out of the lair so that you can do an 8 damage Albert? Probably. Yep.
You got it. 8 damage Albert, but 8 damage is not cleaning up 11. And I think at this point, you're hoping that... So the interesting thing is that the Benison will proc no matter what eventually.
Yeah.
And if it's next turn, even if you put down the barrier here, you know that Cloudy has the blade.
Yeah. That's public knowledge because he played the slash. So
yeah.
Sai knows. Sai knows that there's a blade in hand.
So therefore, when you know that information, what can you do? So basically you have to think that you're basically on 1 defense right now. So if you're in 1 defense...
I think you have to use the Shining Disenchantment this turn.
Shining puts you to 5. Temple gives you another 2.
It's not really a choice, yeah. Just gotta do it.
The tribulations continue.
Just keep on healing, set up that barrier. But the thing is that even if you set up barrier and you go up to 17 or even 18 is not enough. You have to go up to 19. because otherwise they do Blade pop the barrier. Albert, oh no, you're one play point short. Never mind.
Yeah, Albert wouldn't be able to.
That would be enough.
So Wilbert is, this covers for preventing Albert being played, kind of forces an Odin here.
Yeah, Odin goes in for 4. Shoes.
Shoes and Blade. That's
And
lethal.
that's game.
That's game.
There we go. This
Not
is it.
the
Boots.
shoes.
Not the shoes. He got the J's on. The Blade pierces the one last defense, and just like that, Cloudy wins the set 2-0. But you got to give it up to Sai. That first game was not the most favorable one to win, given how that deck arranged itself.
I think this set was really interesting to watch, and I think it does not reflect on Sai's skill as a player at all. I think
No.
Sai is still incredibly talented at this game, and once again, even though he's out of this tournament, I would love to see him next month for LCQ, because I really don't want his story to end here. And honestly, congratulations to Cloudy for making it through the tournament, and Cloudy is now going to... Do we have the bracket? Let's take a look at the losers bracket and see where we ended up after those 2 matches. So unfortunately, like I said, because it's double elim, we had to say goodbye to both Artify and Sai, who in their own right are amazing and strong players, but going into that losers finals, it's going to be Tempest, Dawnbreaker versus Cloudy. Only one of them can move forward. So pretty impactful here. And honestly, all 4 of the players that we just saw over the past 2 sets were all incredibly skilled, and it was a privilege to see them play. And I'm really curious to see who's going to end up getting through into the grands at the end of the day from the lower side. But guys, we're going to be having a short break after this. Next up, we're going to be doing our winners finals, which I think has the 2 most interesting lineups of today with Barrick and Alejandro. I won't spoil it. You're going to have to come back here in just a few minutes. See you then.
Yudi presents Gameplay Etiquette 101. Greetings, it's me, Yudi, your mentor. Do keep these etiquette guidelines in mind while you're enjoying Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. First and foremost, follow the golden rule. Always consider how other people may feel about your actions, and do your best to leave a good impression. Second, do not share any personal information. And if someone is being persistent or making you uncomfortable, don't hesitate to block them. Third, it's important to keep the competition friendly. If you enjoyed a match, send your opponent a friend request. You might gain a good rival or even a friend. Fourth, be courteous when leaving comments on social media or live streams. Keep in mind that there's always someone else on the other side of the screen. Finally, don't forget to take breaks, even if you're on a win streak. Remember to rest your eyes and hydrate, because as your mentor, I value your health. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy yourselves to the fullest.
An azure cradle of all existence. The skies are at once fragile and ephemeral. And it is we, the wedges, who rise to anchor it. Nature incarnate, unsullied by any force. Unwavering in our resolve. Unbound to convention. Forever evolving. We are sentinels, with the power of the world itself. So come what may. Be it a cunning evil seeking to taint the skies, or a crushing despair hoping to sow chaos. Skyfarer, fear not what lies ahead. For the 6 dragons shall forever stand at your side. Shadowverse, Worlds Beyond. Skybound dragons. We are the foundation of the skies.
Humanity sought out glory. Humanity prayed for prosperity. Wish granted, you shall face the trials. You chumps will soon learn that resistance is futile. We are the inheritors of their will. The weavers of your pathetic destinies. Yes. Bow before us. The true harbingers of weal and woe. We are the heirs of the Omen's 10. Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. Heirs of the Omen. You thought the trials were over?
Yudi presents Gameplay Etiquette 101. Greetings, it's me, Yudi, your mentor. Do keep these etiquette guidelines in mind while you're enjoying Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. First and foremost, follow the golden rule. Always consider how other people may feel about your actions, and do your best to leave a good impression. Second, do not share any personal information. And if someone is being persistent or making you uncomfortable, don't hesitate to block them. Third, it's important to keep the competition friendly. If you enjoyed a match, send your opponent a friend request. You might gain a good rival or even a friend. Fourth, be courteous when leaving comments on social media or live streams. Keep in mind that there's always someone else on the other side of the screen. Finally, don't forget to take breaks, even if you're on a win streak. Remember to rest your eyes and hydrate, because as your mentor, I value your health. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy yourselves to the fullest.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Shadowverse Open 2025 Grand Finals. Chris, as we know, it is day 2 of competition, and unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to 2 of our competitors.
Down to 4.
Down to 4 people.
The top 4.
And only 2 of them will qualify to World Grand Prix at the end of the year for a chance to compete for 100 million yen. And one of them is in this upcoming set. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we've been and where we're going, in case you're all just tuning in. We are next going to look at the winners finals between Barrick and Alejandro, running some of the most interesting lineups, I would say. If you're curious about the deck list in exact, you can check out the VOD of day 1 where we went over the list. But just as a reminder, Barrick is playing Izuria Forest and Puppet Portal, and Alejandro is playing Mode Abyss and the only Roach in the tournament as well. And one of these lucky players will be making it all the way to Grand Finals and making it into World Grand Prix as a result.
Exactly. So the way it works is that whoever wins this goes to Grand Finals, whoever loses goes to Losers Finals, and they will play against the winner between Tempest and Cloudy that we just watched earlier at the beginning of this broadcast. But our 2 players, as you can see here, this is what the losers bracket looks like, and of course, whoever loses from the winners will go down at the very bottom side there. But it looks like our 2 players are already ready here. They've been waiting the entire morning just watching the losers bracket play out before finally being able to see and decide which of the 2 of them gets to make it to WGP. One of these 2 is confirmed no matter what, but which one is it going to be? Yeah,
will it be the Izuria Puppet lineup or the Mode Roach lineup? Now, you know, Roach Forest Craft made a huge resurgence recently in the last Rage, so I think Alejandro made a pretty sensible pivot into this tournament, but will it pay off? Let's take a look. Portal Craft, the only portal in the whole tournament, by the way, is Barrick queuing up right now against that Mode Abyss. Now, Alejandro's mode is a little bit weird in terms of its technology, running a Cultivator of Malice in the list for a little bit more early game.
Yep, and you also have the Mukan as well as another tech that you don't often see, but I think a lot of people are curious about Barrick's list too. I mean, this Puppet list has been doing very good. If I'm not mistaken, yesterday, Barrick was... he did drop 1 game to Cloudy. So he went 2-0 in his first winner's quarters game, then 2-1 into Cloudy. Whereas Alejandro had to go up against Jan yesterday with a 2-1 victory, and then beat Artify with a 2-1 victory as well. So both players got quite a lot of warming up yesterday. How are we feeling about this matchup, though? I feel like the Puppets do give you a pretty good edge into most of these, you know, board-based decks because you can trade everything away very smoothly.
The problem is, Mode has a lot of sustain in the end game with both Cerberus and, of course, Ginsetsu Yuzuki, which can heal off a lot of the chip you do as Puppet. You know, Orcus turns are powerful, but they're never an OTK. It's like maximum 12 damage. But in that case, maybe Barrick has to pivot to the Mirabane game plan.
That might be the case indeed. You know, Mirabane is usually there just for the Haven matchup, just to, you know, because it's hard to win just off of raw damage when you're playing against something that can heal 10 at will. So in that sense, Mirabane just giving the ultimate win con of winning from decking yourself out is one of the options that you can pivot into. So we're going to see if Barrick chooses to do that here. But overall, the hand's not too bad. We are missing the Octress. Oh, not the Octress, sorry, the Orcus. Very similarly sounding cards. But that is the top end that you do want to find down the line. We don't have Evolve yet. We do have ways to clear this board, especially with the Bane being, active.
That's right. You can just use a regular puppet to take out the Bellringer Angel. With Puppet Theater, should be an easy clear.
There you go, and then you can get to trade both of them away. You get 2 damage into the face, and then of course the last card will be the Puppet Lancer. That gives you some good stats, both on board and in hand.
The Puppet being on board is also pretty annoying. It might be able to tank a Supplicant Ping, which would be really bad for Alejandro.
Likely going to be the Devotee instead.
That's
though,
what
no?
I'm thinking, yeah. Instead, you just play the Devotee. Oh, actually, because if the first damage hits on either Puppet Lancer or the medical grade, you can use the second evolve. It hits the Puppet.
Ooh.
I was gonna say you can use the second evolve for healing instead, but yeah, unfortunately.
Ooh, extra play point to get the Ghost out, and then you can still heal.
I think he's gonna go for heal. Yeah, he needs to keep himself topped up in case of the 1-2-3 punch of Zvi into Noah into Orcus, right? So got to keep yourself topped up.
Speaking of Zvi, she's going to hit the board now, presenting a lot of different stats together with both of Victoria, and also, of course, just giving the ward to any puppets that are played. So, full board awards makes this a little bit hard to take out, but luckily, the Devotee was kept for this exact reason.
Devotee plus Ghost will be able to do it, yeah, but does have to sync the Ghost as well, right?
Yeah, those 2 Ghosts that usually you would use quite aggressively, being used defensively, which, I mean, that is one of the strengths of Abyss, is that you can pivot between these 2 game plans.
The only issue is it's a free board for just a Noah to come out.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, Alejandro has nothing on board to contest.
Yeah, and the only issue is that your hand is quite full right now, so it's hard to play this Noah for max value. Although you do get the buff on what is in hand right now.
With Alejandro staying at 20, I don't think Barrick is going to be able to win through damage trades because of the Ginyuzu endgame.
True.
I'm like highly considering if Mierabane is the optimal way and just try to win through deck out.
This is where we pivot?
Maybe. Now that there's no board in front of you, you get to keep the Great Testimony as well, in case they end up playing a huge body.
That is true. This could be the turn where you pivot. Also, not seeing the Orcus does let you just engage into that mode entirely, but
Decides to just go for the Noah. It is kind of sad throwing away an Odin, I suppose, and you do have a little bit of time whether or not you want to pivot, right?
that being said, every turn you don't,
It gets harder to win through the deck out.
because then the Mirabane draw is random, so whether you draw into ways to clear boards or ways to sustain yourself will all depend on the whims of fate.
It is going to be Ulanai Valneric, and even an evolve on the body to present a huge board of
evolve
threats.
too.
Yeah, this huge board of threats now makes it, like, if you wanted to pivot into Mirabane, a little more awkward, but you do at least have the puppets to be able to deal with these. And this also means that you cover for Odin this way. So Odin can't even clear 2 bodies unless it sinks and evolve, and then if it doesn't do that, you don't go face. You do have puppets to help carry you through that, but pretty slow turn if you're just using your puppets to clear here, especially with no Orcus and no Liam in hand. I worry about Barrick's potential endgame.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is a little bit awkward, as you said. You do have clear thanks to just puppets being puppets and having 4 play points here, but you do lose a lot of your gas, and the reason why you've been buffing is, to have a bigger damage output once you get to land the Orcus. So I wonder what is the play here. Mirabane, well, it doesn't take out everything. It does give you... I mean, you'd have to pivot into the other game plan, so I feel like that's not what you want to be doing just yet. Super Evolve, Puppet
Super
Cat.
Evolve on Yuri and setting up a Puppet Cat in advance so that if you top deck the Orcus off the top, you can instantly do 12 damage.
Big damage.
The only problem is, actually having to use it to trade.
That does it too.
The only problem with this line is that Puppet is quite evolve greedy because Liam and Orcus both require evolves to be used to their full potential, and if you also use up your evolves, you can never pivot into Mirabane if you need to. So you have to be careful with these last 2, I think.
Yeah, this is going to be definitely the game of resources, especially with 2 turns later having the Gintetsu and Yuzuki coming down. Next turn we have, of course, Cerberus come down too. She's going to be, putting on pressure of her own.
Mirabane again.
Ooh, not the closers that we want to be seeing here.
You just play it to get the Great Testimony in your hand, so you have a 1 play point hard removal in case they Gin Yuzu later down the line.
Could even do it twice.
If you do it twice, you're not giving yourself the opportunity to pivot unless you evolve. He does go for it!
Oh.
The pivot is here now with 2 Great Testimonies in hand. You mentioned earlier Mirabane draws a random, but now he at least has 2 1-cost hard removals in any tough situation if the hand he draws off of the Mirabane does not get him the option.
Ryo, though.
Ryo is pretty amazing.
Ready for next turn.
Yeah, but yeah, it's cool because Ryo ideally would hit the Greatness Awakened or the Galmu spell here and not the Great Testimonies off of its effect, because you'd want to keep the Great Testimonies in your hand, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll just have to see what the Ryo hits. Yeah, if you guys are unaware, Ryo comes down and reduces the cost of your followers, I believe, by 3. And then also changes a random spell in your hand into an Ursat's Elimination, which can clear the board. So might be a big pickup. Getting Ryo early means that the rest of your Mirabane deck is super easy to play out too.
Exactly. That's the main big advantage there. No more puppets now to be giving Bane, though.
Just slam him down, man.
I think it's going into the
BigBoy.com.
Ryo. Let's see what this hits. BigBoy.com indeed.
It doesn't hit the Great Testimony, meaning that he's still going to have 2 1-cost hard removals going into the next few Mirabane hand turns. And now that Ryo has reduced the cost of the followers by 3, now in a lot of situations you would just have to toss stuff away because you're not able to play with the amount of play points. Now you can play out almost your entire hand every single turn.
Yeah, this is going to be very huge. You have the Congregate in hand. The first hand, in terms of followers, not the craziest.
But Tablet is a good
drawn.
pickup.
Yeah.
Tablet's a good pickup.
And now we have the double mode available for Alejandro. That is going to be very big right before the Gensetsu Yuzuki comes down, because now you get the full board and also the 4 destruction, 4 heal for that entire way to answer boards and present threats of your own.
This is quite good. You just tablet into a draw, then you can use the Wasteland of Destruction for a draw as well, and the Congregant for hard removal, so you even save your Great Testimonies and your Evolutions.
Mm-hmm. The 1 single evolution remaining. Deck is at 61. Again, if you're not aware how the Mirabane deck works, you basically toss your hand, everything except for the token spell the Mirabane gives you, and then you draw a fresh hand every turn, and then you keep doing that until you hit the last card of your deck, and instead of losing from hitting it, you win the game thanks to the Mirabane Crest.
Okay, I think we are going to see the Wasteland hit the 1-3 here.
I was so close.
Very nice.
2-cost Galmu.
That's a 2-cost Galmu picked up. I think totally worth it to land for the crest.
That is a good crest to have. We're going to immediately add the token to hand, too.
Not that it matters, it'll get tossed, I guess. But
yeah, it's going to get tossed.
But it's nice to have a crest in case you pick up Marwyn from the deck.
Ooh, the
6-cost Congregant is insane.
That is big. Axia at 0 as well. Ooh, this is going to be a big turn coming up for Barrick. It's been a while since we've seen Mirabane taking dubs in the SVO. I think it was from the very beginning of this expansion, actually.
I think having 2 Great Testimonies is so good, too. Because a lot of the times the way you lose with Mirabane is getting a dud hand. And making sure you have the 2 hard removals means that you're never in that position.
Exactly. So let's see. Gensetsu Yuzuki looks like that's going to be the answer here to this first board. Gives you the healing, gives you the board state. Makes it a little bit harder to answer, or so you would think.
Yeah, with the 2 Great Testimonies, you do have ways to get around this. You also have the Congregant, but the Congregant only summoning 3 is a little unfortunate here.
You want some form of destruction.
Would have been nice to get Azurifrit.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been insane. Like Azurifrit, and then...
There's still a chance to get it, right? Hamlet can draw 2.
Yeah. The other thing is you can also... Ooh, Octris. There is also a world where you can still draw your Marwyn to get that crest on top of... You know, you already have 2 permanent crests in your crest area.
I see. Using the Axia here to clear your own board, as well as deal as 4 damage to the dome, plus the 1 from the super, and it also pops your Wasteland.
And now you can do the unkilling on top of that.
That's right.
To potentially make a full board.
But it still doesn't take out the Gin Yuzu unless you use the Great Testimony.
That is true. I guess,
Oh, you could use Screaming and Loathing for the 4 damage.
That would be an option. Congregant comes down. It almost feels like it's, you know, whether Barrick's playing Portal or Forest, this Congregant seems to show his face every time. Yeah.
His best friend. I think you just land a Great Testimony. The only sad part is that you weren't able to either play the Screaming and Loathing. You didn't run out of time. to play the Scream and Loathing or the Hamlet for draw.
That would have helped,
Which
yeah.
would have progressed your win con there. So just ran out of time there, but you know, it is tough. When you're playing with the Mirabane deck, you're playing with a deck full of one-ofs, and often with cards you've never seen in your life. So you really have to think through every turn, and the amount of possibilities, especially after a Ryo reducing your cost, it's a lot of decision-making trees in your brain, so often you can end up decking out, or sorry, timing out, so.
Yeah.
But still, pretty great position regardless.
Now both players at 10 play points total. Yonelise does have her full effect. But looking at how to answer this board for Alejandro, you have to keep in mind that the Axia does not get destroyed by effect. So if this hits her...
It does hit her!
And therefore she sticks. She lives. She shoots. She scores, unfortunately.
That's right. Come on and slam. Welcome to the jam. We're going to see a Wired Assault being able to take out this Gin Yuzu with no problem whatsoever. And then the Puppets is going to go ahead and clean up alongside an Ocean Rider being able to easily clean this up with the 2 Mega Lorcas. Now Congregate can also hit the field, and Velharia probably as well to draw a card. Again, progressing your win condition a little bit more here. I think you probably want to play the Congregant. I think it's probably your best play here to get the 2 wards up.
All right, returning Slash first, just to max out the play points and the damage that you can do this turn.
That's
and then
right.
Congregant for 2 wards, I do think is the play here, down to 12.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough for Alejandro. Izudia picked up Barrick's buddy card.
His avatar. Ooh, Sincero actually also overshadowed there. Shamnach, I'm actually wondering how many modes we're at. I don't think Shamnacha's there yet.
No, it wouldn't. You don't have.
Oh, you don't have the crest.
You don't have the faith. The faith is only. The faith is only in your crest zone if it starts in your deck.
That's right.
Yeah. But that Izudia is a big pickup. That's a free clear on that 5/5 with no problems whatsoever.
That's big.
The buddy, the avatar.
He himself is here. Don't have the evolve, unfortunately, but
you could just trade the Velharia, fuse the boots into Sincero, and play it.
You're so right.
That's honestly kind of hype. You also have the Temple of Repose that you can use. Oh, okay, this works too.
Looks like Temple is going to be the choice instead, just because of the fact
cover
that you can give
all
yourself
options.
The barrier.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 crests for some reason.
Yeah.
Make that 5.
Crest portal. That's crazy.
It really is Crest Portal. Ooh, we finally drew a slower hand, it seems like.
Still not bad, though. The Devotee of Truth can heal in case he takes any damage. He's got the Devotee of Entwining to be able to help clear. The Congregant, I think, is the best pickup from this hand, though. Being able to clear any board without spending an Evolve as well. Basically.
This hand's entire cost is like, what, 7?
Yeah.
To play everything?
That's the power of Ryo, baby. And Barrett getting that Ryo off his first hand is incredibly fortunate as well, because that you cannot guarantee that.
Yeah, 100%. All right.
Leaving an Izudia up! Any damage would do it!
The Institute of Truth, inspirational one. I think we are... I don't think the Conga gives you the dagger or the boots, does it?
No, it gives you necklace and goblet, I think.
The 2 you don't want.
Yeah.
Although you could get the crest from Octris. Right?
Yeah, but you'd have to clear board that way too. Or Institute can draw, right? Institute.
True. But I think let's take a look. Castle. That also gives you a card draw.
Oh, it might hit the Izudia.
Oh, there's a 50-50. It hits it. The Izudia gets to land the 50-50. Barrick wins with Izudia, not using Izudia.
I was just going to say, Chris, it doesn't matter what deck he's on, whether it's Izudia or Portal, he's going to win with Izudia. Truly an anime moment of all time.
I can't believe it. This man was born to play this deck, and he knows it. His deck knows it. That's crazy. And now we get to see the actual man in action. It's time for Izudia Forest versus Alejandro's Mode Abyss.
And honestly, if the mode takes it too slow, it doesn't have the aggression that mid-range does. So if the mode is too slow here, the Izudia just might pop in for that OTK. I think Barrick's got, honestly, pretty fair odds.
Man, that's crazy. Barrick has a chance to do an insane run here. Already quite a few pieces in this early hand. Carbuncle, Izudia, Cruel, Hamlet of Unkilling. Cruel and Hamlet will give you some of that early game draw power, as well as just being able to control the board a little bit.
Already 2 pieces of the combo too, with the baby Carbuncle and the Izudia. Only needs the second Izudia picked up, and then also the connective tissue to get there.
Well, speaking of connective tissue, Garden's Allure is also found here in that opening hand. not really having a good fuse target, though.
Yeah, all of these you kind of want to keep. The Cruel is super important in case Alejandro goes wide, which he is wont to do. And the Hamlet obviously is a super important card as well. Honestly, you might just bestial swipe to make sure you're not getting aggressed down in the early game. Seems a bit of a waste since it's 4 damage on a 1-cost guy, but you know, every damage you take is tough because the healing in Izudia is limited. Cruel only heals you 1 by 1. Otherwise, you have to either sync your evolves on Gilnelise, which is tough when you have to evolve Izudia for the spell, or you have to wait until turn 8 and land a Deepwood Fairy Beast, which is also a big investment, right?
Yeah.
So chooses to play the Baby Carbuncle, which I think is also a fair play. He does run 2, I believe, so he does have the chance to draw it as well for the combo, or just try to stem the aggression by having a body and then not needing to use the Carbuncle in the first place, and just being able to win with the Izudia naturally.
He's treated advantageously here as well.
No Cruel. All right, get out of there. Gets the Gilnelise, which is really important. Like I said, other than Cruel, Gilnelise is your only source of healing in the mid-game until you play Fairy Beast. So to not get aggressed down by enemy boards, having the Gilnelise in hand is actually quite key when you're playing Izudia in particular.
Yeah, and here, if you don't use the Ghost, you actually are going to leave the Carbuncle up on the board. Will Alejandro actually commit it? You want to keep the extra play point for next turn because you have 2 Congregants.
Yeah. Is it even worth it to kill the Carbuncle? Izudia's going to kill you at 20 anyway. What's 2 damage?
That is true. Ooh, extra play point.
Chaos Cyclone? If you're going to do that, why not just draw off the castle, I think.
That's true, huh?
Yeah, and then you can save the extra play point for Congregant on turn 4. Yeah.
Looks like that is going to be the play. Devotee is a good pickup.
Not bad, not bad.
Very Convocation. We're starting to find some pieces in general just for the early turns.
Great because you get to fuse Guardian Door into it, so. Alright.
See what this draws.
Oh, all combo pieces picked up other than the Carbuncle. With 2 Izudias, he's guaranteed an OTK even if 1 Izudia is taken out. All he has to do is find the opportunity. The weakness of Izudia is making a super wide board into their turn 8. In Barrick's list, we saw yesterday, one way to mitigate that weakness is by having Grimnir in your deck.
Yeah, that's true. Grimnir definitely doing a lot of work. But still 2 copies in the deck. Not finding it just yet. And also, I mean, this entire next turn is also a little bit...
Divine Thunder, I guess?
Yeah, it really does feel like it. You know, what's the best way to answer something with infinite stats?
Yeah, otherwise you'd have to... You could Fairy, Bestial Swipe, which would draw you 1. That's another way to do it.
Yeah, that's one way, but if you're already using that many resources for 1 card, you might as well just answer it with 1 card instead, right? Especially now you can do Divine Thunder plus a Fairy.
Plus a Fairy to full clear, yeah. Honestly, not bad. Not bad. Oh, actually, the thing is...
They traded.
No, your hand is too... your hand is too heavy for Bestial Swap to be able to activate combo in the next few turns. So I think Barrick is going to cash in the 1 draw here. And then he has Divine Thunder still in the back in case of Genyuzu, which I think is actually more important.
True. Grimnir picked up as well. We saw that that was very key in past games.
Let me do it again.
Yep.
Bigboy.com.
Yeah, that's for sure. 7-7 is pretty big.
And 1 turn off of using Aaron, unfortunately. Even though you want to save the Divine Thunder for the Genyuzu, you might not have a choice here.
Yeah, and I think next turn for Alejandro likely will be the one where we go a little bit wider here. Could even be like an extra play point,
I think
Rulanai, or just Congregant.
I think I like Grimnir, Gilnelise, trade, pop, Hamlet. So now you have the Grimnir crest up for a turn 7. Izudia, which means that they can't pincer you by forcing you to either Izudia or answer board. You can do both. So I do like the fact that he picked up that Grimnir there. Kind of a timely pickup, making Barrick's turn 8 feel a lot smoother here.
That's for sure. Now it comes down to Alejandro. What is going to be the play? Knowing that the Grimnir crest is now active, that might restrict some of your choices, but it's still going to be the Congregant, I think.
Congregant for all wards? Oh, for Rush. Saving the supers.
Are we buffing or are we drawing? We're buffing. I guess we're saving the supers, as you said.
Interesting. I think you save Supplicant for Genyuzu. So this might be an Aaron regular evolve.
Yeah, it does feel like you have Pinpoint Destruction, and then you can still trade. You do go down to just your last 2 Super Evolves, and you know we've been talking about this, but the Evolve points in this deck in Izudia are very precious.
Yeah, but I think obviously one super is going to go into Izudia pretty much no matter what.
Yeah.
And then the last super is either for a potential carbuncle pickup or for your supplicant there. So I think it is worth spending the one regular.
There we go.
And you are left with an 8-6 on board, which doesn't get even traded by one Rulanai. So, but
Shamnaha, and now the Congregant can get both effects up.
that's a lot of guys.
Big bodies, and then Super Evolve to make even more
And
with the buff.
This is exactly what I was talking about. Trying to pincer Barrick so that his Izudia turn on turn 8 is as uncomfortable as possible. I think now Barrick might have no choice but to Supplicant to clear this board, meaning
right.
that he has to delay his Izudia by one turn, meaning that now his maximum win con is on turn 11. No, turn 12, because he no longer has an Evolve point available to even Carbuncle, even if he got it. So his maximum now is turn 13. Turn 13 lethal with Izudia.
Yeah, slowing that down is very, very big here. So Alejandro showing that just by being able to play through with the mode game plan, you are able to put on enough pressure to completely deny the Izudia. And now this is going to be a pretty big turn where Super Evolve.
I agree with this. Make the Izudia turn uncomfortable yet again. Because Izudia only gives -6. So that 8-8 is going to just be able to stick unless he can Izudia super, take out a 5-5, but that leaves a 5-5 on board, which then you are very vulnerable to getting killed off the back.
Yeah, I mean, Cerberus basically will just do it.
Yeah.
Oh no, you don't have a Super Evolve.
Yeah, but it's still pretty bad.
Yeah.
Especially since once you're out of supers, your Deepwood Fairy Beast turns become extremely low tempo because you just spend 8 play points for a 4-4 to heal, but then you're not able to react to the enemy's board, so then you will die on the crackback anyway.
That's true, yeah.
So it's, I think Alejandro navigated this very cleanly here, making boards as uncomfortable for Barrick to Izudia as possible, and that's the weakness of Izudia. 20 damage OTK sounds like a clean way to end the game, but your turns are very predictable and can be countered.
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, Barrick's made it this far so far with this lineup. And now that the Izudia has been committed, I'm curious to see how far it's going to go. The Super Evolve has also been committed as well, up to a 9-9 in stats. There is the Annihilating Onslaught. And we survive with a 5-3. Another Rulanai is picked up. That would only be 10 damage. However, we have Gilnelis that can be played to buff. We are 1
12
off.
damage. You have 12 damage in hand while clearing the Izudia, and I don't think Barrick has a response. Yeah, and even if he is able to pick up a Deepwood Fairy Beast that is not clearing the board, I think this is GG. Alejandro played this incredibly well to make Barrick's plays not ideal. You can clear with Cruel plus... No, Divine Thunder is a 50-50.
Oh, yeah, you're so right.
Yeah.
If you hit the 5-3, then it is actually going to be curtains. Ooh. Yeah, this does look like Barrick's been cornered, right?
Yeah, it's basically a checkmate. Even if he full clears, if he doesn't heal, he dies to Gilnelis Sweetness of Veracity next turn.
Yeah, that is quite the checkmate from Alejandro, managing to claw it back in this game too. Congregant of Unkilling a little bit slow.
Wins the 50-50, but it's just not enough. Going up to only 4 defense means that Sweetness of Veracity is going to cinch this game, and we are going to go into a Game 3 here, and it's going to be a matchup that I don't think anybody saw coming for SVO Grand Finals. Izudia versus Roach to decide the fate of who goes to World Grand Prix.
This is going to be...
Can you believe it?
Battle of the Forests, and that battle will give us the first entrant from this SVO season, from all of these 4 qualifiers that the players had to spend months to play through and qualify, fly all the way to Singapore, compete against 8 of the best players in the entire region, and now the winner of this one match gets to represent SVO in Japan.
That is incredible. I don't think anybody saw this matchup coming on their prediction sheet. You know, if you're playing a bingo, good luck.
doing your pick'ems. Doing your pick'ems.
Yeah, and Barrick has a pretty okay hand here into a forest board because he can contest with the fairies that come out of Fairy Fencer. If they go wide with Convocation, he has a 1-card clear with Cruel, and the Hamlet can also help him draw through. The thing is, Alejandro has 3 Godwood staves, but none of the connective tissue to actually use the combo for it.
Carbuncle picked up. That is going to help out a little bit.
I think you have to Hamlet because you just have no play in the mid game.
Yeah, that does give you some board control as well.
Does get the convocation. Yeah. Does get the convocation. That is exactly what you wanted to see.
Everything solved. Quite literally.
All right, out comes Fairy Fencer. Fairy trying to present a little bit of aggression on the board so that Alejandro's only Godwood pass is a little punished here and picks up the Grimnir off the top.
That's big.
Huge pickup, meaning that even if Alejandro picks up a Evolve, he's not going to be able to clear the board, especially since he already used the extra play point, so a Glade off the top wouldn't have even saved him there.
All right, there comes the Fairies, the Lambent. Kane is also going to get the Deepwood Bounty now. First zero-cost card has been secured. And you can also control your hand size thanks to the Garden's Allure in order to make sure you don't overdraw from all these effects too. But the question is, how are we taking out any of this board?
Yeah, that Grimnir pickup was so massive. Like just being able to block Alejandro from clearing either the Fairy Fencer or the two Fairies. Ooh. He just passes. This is going to be a super aggressive turn from Barrick, I imagine. He can either play the Cruel or the Hamlet here. I think Cruel might be the play. It gets you an ambush follower for the next turn, so even if Alejandro is able to clear, he can always evolve Cruel aggressively next turn.
This is big. Are we going to see an aggressive evolve, though? This Grimnir's been posing a threat. Nope. Oh,
we are
on the Fairy.
That's right. I think this is just to... it's a factor of Glade, but...
Spread the stats a little bit?
Yeah, but if Glade is at 9, it wouldn't have mattered.
That's true, that's true.
But it means the Cruel is 100% safe, meaning that Cruel can evolve on the crackback with the ambush being unanswered, so...
Garden's Allure double fuse just to make sure the hand quality is also controlled, and now we're going to play the Fairy. Evolve it!
That's pretty tragic. That is not what you want to be spending your mid-game on, just to take out one Grimnir that was played 2 turns ago.
Fairy, now Ambush from above is active. Fairy Convocation, you do have some trade targets, but only 2 play points left. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, this...
Lambent can indeed actually buff here, so you can trade the 2-2 and the 1-1.
But it's still not a guaranteed clear. It might hit the Cruel in the back.
Ooh.
That is not what you want to see.
And now... This is a 6 damage turn coming in, potentially from Barrick, down to 4.
Yeah, 100% you Supplicant here, aggressive evolve the Cruel Go Face. And you're giving Alejandro no room at all to assemble the time to find his combo pieces. He's just in survival mode now.
Barrick is trying to make that run and trying to get that ticket to WGP as fast as possible. May is going to answer. The first of the followers, Baby Carbuncle, has to be used defensively just to bounce the May and be able to reuse that damaging effect. Eradicating Arrow is also going to be one of the tools you have, but the play points are starting to run low with only 2 remaining.
Slight miss sequence there, could have done 1 damage. It doesn't really matter though, since I think it's almost curtains. That being said, Barrick does not have the last piece to actually secure the lethal, so it might just be an Aaron take out the Carbuncle pass and force Alejandro to potentially have to use his Bales just to clear.
Yeah, looks like that is going to be the play. But now it's like all your pieces that would normally go towards your Roach combo are all being used just to survive, and even then you're at 4 defense. Barrick has been pivoting into this aggressive playstyle so well, just abandoning what the deck would normally do just because the luck of the draw has been working out so well.
That being said, there is no Storm in the list at all, so...
Everything is tempo.
Everything is just towards the Azudia game plan. It just happened that it worked out this way.
However,
he gets the Azudia on time!
That in itself is huge. The other thing is this list does run the Gilnelis, so if the game reaches 2 more turns, essentially, or 3 more turns on Barrick's side, then you do get the option, as long as, you know, Alejandro doesn't heal beyond 5.
That's right.
That is also a way to close out the game as well. And I think, is it going to be just the Azudia Slam here? It feels like it is the best thing on an empty board.
Azudia Slam on empty board, forcing out potentially Bales just to clear it, because if he doesn't clear it, it's an instant win next turn.
That is GG's. I think that might be the angle here. Azudia, and then you have Congregant to follow it up next turn, and then you go back to that tempo game plan.
That's right.
And it also, I mean, it's also tough for Roach to answer a board like that.
And if they already spent their Bales on an Azudia, what are they going to do about 5 ward guys?
Yeah.
Another option is to either Grimnir and Glade to draw through, trying to find Gilnelise faster. Another consideration.
Oh, looks like that's what we're
Trying
going
to
for.
draw into the Gilnelise. He's trying to find that last damage. No Gil.
Hamlets will help. Hamlets will help.
Chooses to super the Grimnir just so that it's not a free clear into a zero-cost Bale.
Yeah, we're going to make Alejandro work for this clear. Trying to still find a way to tempo through the game. I think Congregant is still very good into next turn, and then you technically can spend the turn after that trying to find your Gilnelise.
Yeah, he's got 3 Hamlets to dig for Gilnelise next turn.
That's a lot.
But he has to wait for Alejandro to get to 10. So
that means you can Congregant this coming turn and then do the triple Hamlet the turn after.
that's true. And then it forces Alejandro to have an answer for 5 ward board
And
after already spending a zero-cost Bale.
And if everything on the board is relatively small, the Hamlets can actually take care of them too. So everything kind of works out. Beast will swipe, but Congregant is going to hit the board here. Time to get a full board of 4 attack followers in decreasing stats. And the best part is they all survive.
Yeah, that's right. You know,
This
back
is
in Shadowverse Classic, this is where you'd like to see Arya's Whirlwind, but
Oh,
that doesn't
yes.
exist in Worlds Beyond. So
That is true. Just go back 1 year, and you got plays like that. But right now, Barrick is banking on one of these to stick to win the entire game. All it takes is for 1 to survive. I think if Alejandro really tries, it is possible to answer the board, but the problem is that then you run out of resources and evolve points and everything to actually win the game.
he's trying to find something off that Garden's Allure. That is not going to do it.
Lily,
What's your best play? Just play out a bunch of stuff and then hope Eradicating Arrow is able to take out the rest? You can, like, play Deepwood Bale. Bale takes out the 4/4. Lily can bring down the health of a...
Can do 1.
Yep.
Run down to 1, and she evolves. That means you're also out of evolves for the Carbuncle for the combo.
Convocation is a great pickup, though.
Oh, this is actually going to give you the clear. You don't even have to use the Eradicating Arrow, I
Yep,
think.
that is exactly what you needed to see. And can
Fairy.
That's right, you can even play the last Cairn. Heal up to 6 if you think you need to.
All right, now
Gilnelise picked up, but for the wrong side. Is it
Izudia.
Izudia?
All right, we're going to play it down now.
It's a little late, though. But Barrick, I think, is a little confident seeing
All the evolve points gone.
Evolve points gone and both Bales sunken in. So he knows exactly that Alejandro only has 2 0 costs.
Roach finally shows his face.
That's not enough, I don't think.
There is a way to answer it just because you do have Gilnelise spell into buff a fairy and Gilnelise debuff to get rid of the Izudia.
Yeah.
So that can get cleared, but that's all you're doing, and that's only 5 damage in hand for next turn. But there is a world where if you can preserve these deep woods, we're going to just use them.
Is he going to try going for a Roach combo here? He has to kill the Izudia. That's non-negotiable. But maybe he can use it. Is there enough? Roach, bounce, Roach, plus Fairy, plus Baby Carbuncle.
Eradicating Arrow. Carbuncle. Fairy.
Is Roach bounce Roach enough? No, it's 7 plus 8.
Oh, that was the wrong one. No, so he was going for the buff to have the Gilnelise buff with the Roach and then be able to play that off again, but that was a missed sequence.
Yeah.
Luckily, that's not the end of the tournament life yet for Alejandro. That was the winners finals, and with that, Barrick locks in the ticket
He won
into
with
World
Izudia
Grand Prix.
twice. That's
He won with Izudia twice. That is crazy.
I will say incredible deep run from Barrick, especially using such a unconventional lineup, going undefeated in this double limb all the way to the grand finals, meaning that we have our first qualification to World Grand Prix, like you said.
That's right.
Barrick is going to be able to go all the way to Japan at the end of the year to compete for a 100 million yen grand prize at the Shadowverse World Grand Prix this December. And he did it with a lineup of Izudia and Puppet. We got to get this trending so that everybody sees this and goes crazy, and they know to tune into SVO for that secret sauce, man. Huge congratulations to Barrick, but again, like you said, it is not the end for Alejandro.
It's not the end. It's unfortunate how that ended. I think that will definitely be the wake-up call to, make sure that the rest of this bracket will be a clean run and try to get the revenge against Barrick in the grand finals. But, man, that is unfortunate because that was actually Yeah, if you had buffed first,
And then
you can make it to 3 defense, Gilnelise for the buff for extra 2, and then bounce play again.
the next turn.
The next turn, yeah.
No, but then he wouldn't.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He
You don't
wouldn't
have the
cleared
play points for
Azudia.
the thing. Yeah,
he
so
wouldn't have
it
cleared
was cooked
Azudia.
anyway, yeah.
So then he would have lost to the spell on
True.
the next turn after anyway. So honestly, that game was very unconventional. The reason why Azudia was able to pivot to such an aggressive start was because he had exactly Fairy Fencers into Cruels, into aggressive evolves. And that really broke, I think, the pattern recognition of like how that matchup usually goes, and taking advantage of that unconventional play line, Azudia was able to catch everybody off guard. So very, very cool to see Barrick take that one. But
exactly.
yeah.
All right, so up next we have the losers semifinals. First things first, you can see here that Barrick has made it to the grand finals here. There is a 0 next to his name, but that is because he's waiting on his opponent to join him in the winner's side, climbing up from the losers bracket. And now we do see Alejandro falls down all the way to losers finals, and we will see who will be his opponent between, of course, Tempest, coming from Team Dawnbreakers, or Cloudy, someone that's already very experienced in competitive esports gaming.
It's a very interesting matchup in terms of lineups too. If you want to see the full deck list, once again, make sure to check out the Day 1 VOD where we cover each of the deck lists in excruciating detail, I'm sure. But just as a reminder for what each of these players are playing, Cloudy is playing that only Loot Swordcraft in the tournament, as well as Spell Boost Rune, whereas Tempest is playing Spell Boost Rune and Mode Abyss. So
that's right. So the current standings, we have 1 Azudia, 1 Puppet, 2 Modes, 1 Roach, 2 Spell Boosts, and 1 Loot remaining in the tournament.
Yeah, kind of insane to think. No crests.
No crests. All the crests did not make it beyond the top 6, essentially.
Pretty
5th
incredible.
and 6th place tie. And I mean, only one of them made it that far. And then now we will actually say farewell to one of our Spell Boost players as well.
That's right.
Leaving it, we're actually going to be going down from 6 Spell Boost players to 1 in our top 3. That's kind of crazy.
SVO, man. Nowhere but here. That's why you got to tune in every single time.
That's right.
Now, the players are seated. Once again, huge shout-outs. We are in lovely, sunny Singapore for these grand finals. The players are all here. Me and Chris are here. I swear he's not a hologram. I'm actually touching him
I'm
in
moving.
person.
I'm physical.
So it's pretty awesome to have an offline event like this. Tempest and Cloudy are currently in the room next over, seated and getting ready for this next match. Honestly, whoever wins this, I'll be pretty satisfied. Both players are incredibly skilled. Tempest, of course, competing all the way since Shadowverse Classic, and Cloudy, new to Shadowverse IP with Worlds Beyond, but like you said, coming from another competitive game. So both of these guys are cool as a cucumber, not letting the nerves get to them. But once again, stakes are high, so whoever loses this is out.
Yeah.
And, neither of them want it to be them. So let's get into it. The players, as you can see, are ready to go, putting on their headsets. Chat, go ahead and cheer for who you are rooting for. Is it going to be DB Tempest or Cloudy, the difference maker? They're both running Spell Boost Rune, but again, the difference maker is that Tempest is running Mode and Cloudy is running Loot. So 4 very, very strong decks here. Curious to see what they lead with.
Yeah, I'm also thinking, who do you think has the best chance to actually stand against Barrick in grand finals?
I think you need to go aggressive if you're gonna fight Azudia.
Yeah.
So I think Loot maybe has it. But because if you give Azudia infinite time with that mode, that Azudia might just take advantage of that. So, but we'll see.
The first goal is to make it to grand finals.
Yeah,
so
by
you
taking
gotta,
out Alejandro too,
Yep.
right? You
So
can't cover for
that's-
everything.
Yeah, that's going to be a tall task, but I do think that both players are well equipped. They've made it to the top 4, and now they're going to be fighting for who gets to make it to losers finals and who is going to bow out at 4th. Opening hands.
Gracious.
Going first on Tempest side with that Mode Abyss. And then Cloudy starting off with Spell Boost for this first game.
The declimbs are already in hand, so he at least has his end game in sight as long as he can draw the Kakaitis or the Kumon. Meanwhile, Tempest, not a whole lot of modes in hand that he can play in the mid game. In fact, not even a turn 2 that seems viable. Just the Rage of Serpents only, and you do not want to be spending that. Not when Rune has access to not only Sage Light Teachings, but Norman. It is just going to be a pass on 2.
Ooh, a pass on 2 is not the greatest thing in a deck that is capable of going relatively aggressive. At least for your turn 3s, you have things
Gotta
like
be well
Wella.
up. Yeah.
Screaming and Loathing technically also an option if you're not worried about the 2 damage being hit here.
Screaming and Loathing just for double draws, you think?
Yeah, but looks like it is going to be the well in the end.
The Vola is able to answer the next turn threat as well, so I understand that, especially since usually they have to save their extra play point for their turn 5 power play, so this way the Vola can take out both the Melvi and whatever comes out this turn, and then he has a free board in order to do Screaming and Loathing for full value.
What you return from this apprentice is really tough. It's like everything is good in this
Probably
hand.
Divine Thunder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get out of here.
Good card. Ooh, picks
not
up
a
an even
bad
better
pickup.
card.
Pretty good pickup.
We take those.
I think it's Screaming and Loathing for double draw. You want to start digging through your deck. You also want to... Oh, are you going to go Screaming and Loathing for...
She is indeed going.
Yeah, okay. It's going Screaming and Loathing for a 3-cost spell and damage then. Yep.
All right, well, that gives you the loop of Screaming and Loathing. Third Anangrea picked up. That's going to be a pretty good sink of this extra play point, I think, because you don't really have anything else to do this turn otherwise. You know, being very realistic here.
Darn, Chris, they got the whole classroom in here, man. It's a field trip.
Yeah. Get in the bus. We got the next one and also lined up. You don't really need to commit the evolve point either.
Yeah, not necessary. This also means that the next Screaming and Loathing is a 50-50, which is not a position that Tempest wants to be in.
Yeah, it's times like this when we like Aragavi.
Yeah, I miss that guy.
He's not. you talk about him like they got him. He was a good guy.
They sent him to Sing Sing, bro. All right, we gotta see if the Screaming and Loathing can take out the 4-4, or another option, more safe option, is to lose the Congregant, but that's also a huge sink of resources just to take out a Summoning and an Ann. That's pretty tough.
There's also a world where you Screaming and Loathing, and then see where that hits, and then you have to refund the play point to then go into the Devotee.
Yeah, but that means that you're not digging, especially when you don't have that many modes in your hand or a Shamnaha. That seems a little disadvantageous too. You can see Tempest is really thinking through it because this turn will lead him into the mid-late game, which is where you want to be activating your modes in the first place. And right now on turn 5, he has had an activation count of 1, so that is not looking great.
Not at all. This is, again, you have options, but what you leave up will greatly determine how the rest of the game goes here.
You could Rage of Serpents the Summoning, guaranteeing a Screaming and Loathing, killing the 4-4. That feels pretty bad too, though.
Okay, we're just going defensive, setting up the double ward, but
This gets answered by second and.
yep, that's something you were banking on and got a little bit punished. It does force them to evolve the End that was played, though, so they don't get to evolve the, I guess not Storm, but the
existing one.
existing one, yeah.
It's over.
Yeah, I think that's the better ending. Ooh, Shamnaha picked up as well. That is definitely a sigh of relief on Tempest's side.
And pretty easy to clear this too with Devotee, right? So you can use Devotee to clear as well as use the Screaming and Loathing for full value just to draw.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty good.
We like that. We like that a lot. Give the 1 damage to everything, and then you have the clear. You also have a lot of deck thin, which will also now get you to 5 modes. It's not exactly where you'd want to be on turn 6, but it is a start, as long as you're not losing.
Yeah, I think you need to find Castle to get that mode count up. I think Supplicant would also be a great pickup. Oh, goes Devotee stats.
Are we just playing the other Devotee here?
Might be,
for the
yeah.
1 AoE? Might be the angle. Especially because the boards the Devotee can answer do become quite limited the longer the game goes in this
Yeah,
matchup.
it's not doing anything against Kuon, right? Oh. Double draw, leaving a 6-1. There's no shot, so go ahead and do that instead. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I think because limited modes, he wants to save the second Devotee, so he has 2 activations with an evolve point. So
True,
yeah,
true,
that
true,
makes
true.
sense to me.
That way you get to 7, 8, and then we'll just need some other form of mode.
I think you just
to get the
Anangria
last
again.
2.
Whatever. Oh, you can Kuon here. Kuon here is pretty good too.
That is true. Extra play on Kuon gives you 5 boosts. You have 2 climbs in hand.
That's right.
So it actually takes you quite far.
And you have a regular evolve point for your next Anangria too, so you don't have to worry about running only evolves for that sense. Yeah, I think extra play on Kuon is a great play here. Puts Tempest down to 11 defense too.
I think that might be the angle. I mean, being more aggressive in this matchup where, you know, Abyss does have a fair bit of sustain, but...
Especially knowing they have a slow start, right?
Mm-hmm. They had a slow start. They'd have to dedicate evolve points in order to heal back up from something like a Gilnelis. And they're goal right now is just to use their play points to mode. So this could be the angle, but time is running low. The
It is
decision has to
indeed
be
going to do
made.
it.
Kuon hits the board. Super evolve.
Got to make sure that the timer, can he make the attacks in time? Cloudy, start moving that gaming mouse.
There we
Yay!
go.
Made it.
Close call. Still got it.
Got the castle as well on Tempest's side, though, so he is able to draw through a little bit. No Rulenai Valneric here really limits his options on how to clear this. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, that is true. I guess the devotee gets you somewhere.
But only clears the paper and the Celestial that way. Then you're still left with 9 attack on board that you have to deal with. And then you can use Screaming and Loathing to take out another one, hoping it hits the 6/6.
Yeah, and then that puts you to 6 play points used.
Or you can use Refund and then use Rage on the whatever's remaining. But
True.
then you're down to 9. That is not a position to be in.
No, that means they just need to make it to turn 10.
Yeah.
Lust is beneath me.
Okay, we're starting off with taking out the paper. What's next?
Gilnelise maybe to heal, but then you're only left with 1 play point. Ugh. It's a little ugly. I think you're going to have to go Recover plus 4 damage.
See where that hits. Hits the cool. Ooh. That does mean AoE
Yeah,
does
AoE
it, and Castle can buff. You do leave the 3/2 up. I don't need the castle buff, my bad. Oh, it's super, never mind. You would have needed the castle buff with a regular evolve.
Draw a card.
Interesting. Death Slash a little late, but good to have for next turn.
He can stabilize, though. He's got Cerberus super next turn into a Ginyuzu, but and that'll also put him at 10 mode on turn 10. It's not ideal, but something.
Interesting, but using the super evolve there does limit the plays for later, especially with multiple Cerberuses. So now we're just going Ending Grade number 3. Both climbs are at 4. I think we're going to try to get these both down to 0.
You can just use the less boosted Blast here to boost it a little further and then just hit face with the Celestial. I think that's a great play.
I do think so. Puts them down to 8, which is, I mean, at this point, you're getting very, very far in terms of what you can do with just closing the game, right? Because at this point, you're the one going second, so your Gilnelise is also, you know, going to be dealing 5 very, very soon. There's a world where...
You evolved that?
Nah, it's
a little all-in.
Yeah, it's not this world.
It's a little all-in, yeah. I think he has to stabilize with Coco off of Cerberus now. Or Gilnelise? Can Gilnelise answer this? Yeah, with Death Slash?
With Death Slash, yeah, you do get... Pop the Shikigami from the debuff. Reaper for Anangrea. Yeah, it feels like you do want to save the... And that way you have the play point to actually get your last mode up.
Yeah,
And then you can get your Shamnaha down as well.
And then that means you have a double activation Ginyuzu for turn 9. I think this is the right one, the right line. Yep.
Buff.
100%, 100%.
And this is actually
Full clear.
going to be very, very
Use the second.
clean.
Use the second. Oh, just do this. You even have to use the second instead. Oh, no, Gilnelise. Pretty good. Not a bad line from Tempest. Trying to stabilize here with all his heart. And he is going to have the Ginyuzu next turn, too.
Yeah, full effect.
Full effect, yeah.
Lined up before turn 10
is
is
going to
very
prevent
important.
a coup on OTK.
Virgin now with only 2 evolve points remaining. Dimension Climb out with 2. Let's see what this draws. The hand was still quite full.
Cocytus.
We want to be drawing into one of those climbs that we just sent back.
Just go ahead and use that Looking Smart.
Yeah, I feel like Looking Smart to draw and then attack, I guess.
Oh, no, he
this is
wants
still a
to
draw
trade
anyway.
both onions in. That's the problem. So
Yeah.
That's why he
Second Gokaitas, that's not it.
Yeah, that's tough. He's going to have to Looking Smart now.
All right, let's see it.
Climb!
Oh, okay, just live another turn. You can get it to 0 as well.
It's the boosted one, too.
Yep, that's the big part. Oh, are we just gonna... I don't think you even need the Burgeon Crest anymore.
The thing is, if you Burgeon Crest, that does give you an out to, even if you don't draw any of the good cards like Silent Rider or Demon of Purgatory, you can Super Evolve Onion into Astaroths potentially.
Yeah.
But I guess you also don't want to risk board lock here.
Yeah, that's gonna undo everything because you still have to stick around for one more turn. So 2 turns of onions That being said, I don't think Tempest is in the range to be able to afford
A board
to
lock?
board lock.
Yeah, probably not.
If it was 20 defense, it'd be a different story, but currently at almost half of that.
The math checks out. He's so right.
He's so right.
Do you think it's just Cerberus here to get Coco, try to stabilize a little bit?
Looks like it is.
Mimi for damage!
Okay, we don't care about the healing because it's basically
Yeah, you died to OTK anyway, so whatever.
if you're losing to Kuon and you are healing 2 from this, so that means you're going to 13. So their line of winning from Kuon is call into Kuon anyway. This turn you're safe because they can't do enough damage anyway. So I do think this is a relatively good angle, and you can't afford to climb here. So these Stormy Blasts are going to be doing a lot of work. So because of all of that considered, you can actually swing in the Onions, and then the lower boosted Stormy Blast can now get up to 9 in order to take out the Cerberus.
Or do you think it's the Snowman army? I think it's actually worth.
Oh, that could be also.
Like, take up a board slot, right? Oh, it goes for the Stormy Blast instead? Okay, fair enough.
Might want to empty the hand just to make sure that there's like the hit rate
Yes,
off the Cocytus is
true.
like as good as possible.
True, true, true. The only unfortunate part, Chris, is that Cocytus is in the Cocytus if you do that.
Unfortunate.
You get a
Can't be
dead
helped.
draw. You get a dead draw.
We're just going to have to reduce the dead draws as much as possible.
Run the Onions then, I guess.
I guess the Onions don't matter too much, as long as one of them goes away, because then this way you don't get board locked no matter what. Down to 10 defense, though, is a little bit of a dangerous spot, but because Cloudy doesn't have 10 play points yet, the Gilneas is not active, and then that means that the spell is also slower by 1 turn. Otherwise, there was a world where we could have had Gilneas add the spell, and then next turn you have Rulinai Valneric for 5 damage as well.
Simply has to be Genyuzu to prevent Silent Rider.
All right,
Here we
Cocytus
go.
into the climb.
Use the Snowman on the Genyuzu probably, right? Yep.
Yep. Get her down, and here we go. Let's see if we see that Astaroth for the first time in the entire SVO. We
Oh my
do
goodness.
not.
Wait, no, seeing the Sage Light is actually really good here.
Yeah, she
because
came
now,
in clutch.
Now you can Sage Light clear the Foxes, clear the whole board. Silent Rider's Servant. That's really
Oh,
strong.
Yeah. And then you still have damage after that for the next turn.
Or do you want to save the Sage Light for heal? What are you afraid of in turn 10 from mode? I don't think they have a way to kill you from 10. With
yeah,
no
because
supers.
the Gilneas is not in the hand yet,
Yeah.
so... And there's no supers. Rulinai Valneric is
It
only
is
doing
indeed.
10.
The fact that he drew Sage Light right before the climb and then picked it up off his climb for this play
Yeah,
to be
right.
possible is kind of incredible. Now you can even play the Cocytus, why not? The Servant, the 13-13. Make it harder for him to deal with this whole board.
Still keeping that super evolve as well. This is pretty big.
And even if he full clears, if there's a single follower left on board, he can die to Onion, Super Evolve plus Astaroth.
Yep, exactly. And that is actually going to do it as well. Gilneas has to come through and
What's the
draw
draw?
a card.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
Ooh, Cerberus, if she hadn't evolved, would have been appreciated, but Cloudy is looking to take this first game of the losers semifinals here as we open up this board, and Demon of Purgatory is going to destroy everything in its path, including the defense of Tempest in this first game.
That's an intimidating board in hand there over on Cloudy's side. That's not Runecraft anymore, brother. That's Warlock is what I'm saying after looking at that sinister deeds. But now we're going into what's potentially the final game if Cloudy takes it with this Loot Swordcraft. And, you know, Cloudy's been putting on a clinic with Sword recently, only just now dropping to losers earlier today. So, just now progressing through losers, right? Like, so the fact that he's been able to hold on this far as being the only Sword, right?
Yeah.
In the whole tournament. I want to see if he's able to cinch this against the mode, or if Tempest is going to be able to make a comeback and force us to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Tempest put in a lot of time with his deck, practicing and preparing for this tournament. And I mean, cards like Devotee do give you a pretty good edge into matchups like this.
It's a really good curve for Cloudy. He has the Octris on 3, as well as being able to behind gates the Sincero, as well as being able to dig through the deck using the Returning Slash with a Fuse as well. So honestly, a great hand for Cloudy, at least on the outset here.
Playing the Supplicant does give you the full pair of both loot tokens as well.
Yeah, I don't know about this. You know, playing the Supplicant probably is better because this gets hard answered by Devotee very easily.
So that is going to get taken out.
That being said, this does give you a Boots and a Goblet that is pretty free to fuse into Returning Slash because you're not using the same name for Sincero. So
Yeah.
I guess that's fine, but you just play the 3/3 here 100% of the time. This does get answered though by Supplicant of Entwining.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. They don't even need to evolve it. You can just play it for the 4/4 stats, which is also a threat in its own right. That might just be the play here.
I think it's the right one, yeah. Go ahead and take the initiative. 1 to the Dome. Now the Returning Slash. Ooh, that's the one of Zirconia as well.
I feel like I've seen it every single game.
I know, right? How does he do it?
Just built different. The true sword main in this room.
It's not a bad play, too, because you take out the Supplicant, and that makes you have a board full of 2 defense guys, meaning that evolving the Devotee that's already on board wouldn't clear either.
You are eating 7 damage, which is one concern.
Only 5, right? Because he already used 1 for
True.
clear.
It is 5.
Yeah.
And then technically the Reapers can follow that up as well, but
I don't think Tempest has a choice. I think he has to Supplicant for
Yeah.
double ping.
yeah, it's the double ping. You don't need to heal anyway, so you just kind of hope that you hit the 1 and 3 in order to hit the Zirconia here.
It's a 1 in 3, and then it's a 50%er if you miss the first time. It's very likely for you to hit the Zirconia. Knock on wood.
This table is not made of wood.
This table is unfortunately not made of wood. I have cursed us all, okay? Curse of Ra.
Tempest, I know you can't hear us, but don't do it.
Oh man, he's really considering it though. Is there a safer out? Like, do you Vuela into the 6/2 and then... no, it's gotta be. It's gotta be. It's so likely.
I mean, worst case
Worst case,
scenario,
you're still
you
clear.
lose the Supplicant.
Yeah, it's like not even that bad, even in the worst case.
Or you can just like, you don't want to use Reapers for that. That's the only thing I'd like to hold on to here.
Yeah.
Time is running out though.
gotta do it.
Here we go, 1 and 3, and he hits, he shoots, he scores.
I wasn't worried actually from the beginning. I wasn't worried at all. So.
All right. Igni Blessing, the Igni difference.
All right, going into turn 6 though, what's Tempest play? Do you just like run the Congregant, or maybe double Screaming and Loathing just to get the mode count up?
True. That would give you 6. And then next turn you can go up to, well, with this current hand, you can go up to 8.
I think you're Returning Slash first on Cloudy's side, just see what you draw, right?
Yeah.
Satiation.
Nice, nice draw. Not bad. Do you save that for 6 to try and line up a lethal line where it's Vols pre-evolve into Sincero Super Octress?
Also, this Boots hasn't been used yet, right?
Yeah.
Like the Boots got fused, but this is the spare one, if I'm not mistaken. So you can technically play the Supplicant, put shoes on her, and then run her into the 6/2.
That's true, yeah. Supplicant shoes into the 6/2. Leave the 1/1 alone if you want to.
You can also just use the Blade, too.
Cool.
You have exactly enough play points.
Was Blade already fused to Sincero? I don't believe so. Sincero, I think, has Goblet and Boots right now. So I think he might need it. He might need to eat that Blade, dude. Goblet up.
Have to take a look.
Supplicant
Supplicant comes
well,
down.
Supplicant also gives you resources, to be fair, so like, that's fine.
Looks like we're going for it.
Yeah, because this gives you Blade anyway.
Yeah.
It's all good, it's all good.
And thus it comes back, and you also get the token from Octress already next turn.
That's right. So this might be a next turn Vols pre-evolve into Sincero Super, which is 12 damage. If you pre-evolve Vols with a Super, that's 7 plus 12, 19.
Silence.
Just a little bit off. Odin to close it out.
Please,
Yeah.
use me as you see fit.
Ooh, that's a
That's weak.
very passive turn.
This is Vols pre-evolve 100% of the time. I
Yep.
know.
I do think so. Ooh, but that one off, you have the extra play point you could keep for... Oh, but we haven't fused the Blade yet.
No, we haven't.
Never mind.
Or Odin now.
You have 2
Next-
Odins in hand.
You can go for a more straightforward play, right?
Yeah,
Odin,
I don't...
Odin now, they can't heal with Giln because Odin only has 2 defense unless they play something. and then you play Vaults on the turn after, then line up for a turn 8 lethal.
Worst case, it's like 2 Odins back to back.
Yeah, I think you don't evolve. Yep.
Yeah.
Because now this forces him to debuff his own guy for Giln if he wants to heal.
Yeah, good spot on the Gilnelys there, and she's not in the hand.
But it's a consideration, right?
Yeah. That's why you're playing around in order to try to win this. I mean, Cloudy is 1 game away from making it to losers finals and having that 1 shot at getting the invite to World Grand Prix. On the other hand, for Tempest, it's back against the wall. Has to win 2 games in a row to try and keep this tournament run alive. Otherwise, he will end his run at 4th.
It's just really tough to fight Cloudy on loot. I feel like he's one of the better loot players I've seen. Like, every time I see him pilot it, it's like always these clean lines.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's been really just putting on a show. Textbook example of how to play the deck, and I think no matter what you're piloting, even if it's a favored matchup, it is a little tough.
Yeah, and Cloudy's already seen 2 supplicants too. So Vaults is pretty safe if you pre-evolve, because not even Screaming and Loathing would take it out.
Yeah, this is going to be Screaming and Loathing. Congregant.
For 12 million wards. I think it might be the only line.
Yeah. That is indeed the case.
And by 12 million, I mean 3. Little off there.
Just slightly. Walktress. The reset is not going to really matter as much here.
Nah, it's too late.
There's also a Sin-Zero angle, because then...
yeah, because this forces no Vaults, because if he Vaults, he dies. So he has to Sin-Zero now.
Yeah. Sin-Zero, I mean, you are doing 12 damage this turn, potentially, and then that can be met with an Odin after that.
Or Albert.
Or, no, Albert is 1 turn off, no?
Yeah, but you
Or
can still just hit him.
You can just hit it.
Pretty
you
good.
can indeed just push the Storm button.
Pretty good. Ooh, does get the Gilnelys, though. Does that affect the calculus?
Goes down to 9.
You can do Screaming and Loathing for recover play point plus 4 damage. Gilnelys plus Vuela, you would heal back 7, bringing you back up to 11.
Yeah, then they have to stall another turn until Albert, basically.
Yeah.
And the Gilnelys would survive if she supers.
Yeah, and if you super alongside Vuela, you heal quite a bit.
Yeah. So that is the combo. And I think it's likely going to be the case, too. Otherwise, you can Vuela with, like, trade in the Vuela as well.
Yeah, oh, actually, Screaming and Loathing for a cover play point draw, because Vuela plus Gilnelys would already be enough.
Yeah.
It would already be 7.
Mm-hmm.
And if you debuff the Sincere, that would be enough already. So you'd go recover. Oh, going for damage. Maybe not spending the Vuela this turn?
Ooh, never mind. She is coming down. Super Evolve is going to be paid. That is the last one.
Wasn't there a more efficient usage of that? Because your Vuela would already be at 7 attack, so you just debuff the Sincero. It goes down to 7. So you could have used the Screaming and Loathing for draw.
I do agree.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, this is when your tournament life is on the line and you're playing, in the room with your opponent next to you. You've got nobody else but you two.
That's clean. That's really clean. Although this does get answered by Ginyuzu now.
That is true. The mode is at 9, so we'll have to choose which of the modes you are gonna commit to here. But
Well, I mean, it has to be Kill Balls.
It's gonna be Destroy and Heal 4, and that Heal 4 is gonna get a little bit annoying.
Because it has to be Kill Balls, because if he does Foxes, Albert just wins. So yeah, it has to be Kill Balls. Yep. Tempest is still in this.
Mode 10 now active as well.
This is the problem. If you let Mode get into the late game, they start stabilizing real hard.
Yeah, and it's like you could Odin, swing, get them down to 11 and pray there's no more recovery, and then win off of the Albert, but you're leaving up 4-4 on the board. And
you got to 8 that way, and then you died to Ulanai, Valneric plus Rage.
Yep. There's no more Super Evolves to buff, but it is still gonna be a lot of damage.
Is this turn Albert Super, run the Quick Blader into the Vuela, run Albert into Ginyuzu, and then 6-face? It puts him down to 8? No, that's a little awkward still. I don't know. I think you might have to trade this Odin.
Oh, he's going face.
Whoa! This is super risky. Dice to Rage.
Does not find the rage. Trying to just line up an Albert Lethal here. The Super Evolve.
But we know there's a Ginyuzu in hand.
Yep. The Super being kept does basically tell Tempest that the Albert is at the ready. And we're just waiting for Tempest to go down to 12 or less. I think Cloudy's just praying.
Ginyuzu covers everything. He wouldn't even win if Albert had boots. It would only be 14. So Ginyuzu heal here covers for all options.
Has to commit to it though. I'm afraid there's no choice. You can't be thinking about Reapers. It has to be the Ginset, so you need the heal.
It has to be heal.
Fitting dream. A careful
Even if you think it's a bluff, I'm afraid it's not.
This might go to a game 3. Tempest able to stabilize from the brink of defeat here. The Congregant comes out, is probably able to full clear. But you're already at 8 at any moment if Tempest draws Rage.
Tablet comes down, gonna try to see what the draw is. Ooh, second Sincero is unfortunately a little late. We would have liked to see that earlier, but this is gonna be just an attempt. Quick Blader does take this out. We do get to, even with a 3, you are basically 2 damage off. You'd have to commit the Super Evolve to take out the Ginsetsu. And you have to take out the Ginsetsu because otherwise
You die to Rulanai Valneric.
Rule 9 Valneric to Gilnelis.
Rage of Serpents.
Rage of Serpents, so many things.
Got no choice.
Even if you do take her out, you still lose to Rule 9 Valneric plus Rage.
Yeah, you do. You don't only buy.
If you goblet, you don't.
No, you don't. Yeah, you do. Because you, Tempest still has the evolve.
Oh, you're so right. You're so right. Exactly enough.
Boy, you're slow.
Yep, there's a trade.
Thing is,
There's the goblet.
Tempest only runs 1 Rage, right? Pretty unlikely.
closing time.
Ooh.
Okay. I kept it quiet just in case.
Shamnaha into Cerberus puts him back up to 16, puts Cloudy down to 8, and leaves a 6/6 and a 2/2 on board, and activates the double mode for their Rulanai Valneric later.
The other thing is that Sincero now doesn't have gas.
Shamnaha Rulanai Valneric, keep Wings of Desire, next turn double wings, 10 damage.
Oh, that's right. Reaper's Death Slash will be used here. Still sustain the 5/5 on board, but
This is really good. Really good line from Tempest here.
checkmate situation.
Checkmate.
Draw first.
It wasn't enough. If Cloudy had boots, he would have been able to win with Albert here. Oh no, he doesn't have the super anymore. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
It's cooked. I think Tempest was able to stabilize. An incredible showing, using every resource at his disposal to be able to claw back.
Val's is still going to come down.
But it's not enough.
Supplicant hits the board as well, but that is a necklace, not the goblet.
And it doesn't matter even if you use the necklace because Scream Diffusion is going to take it out. So Rulanai Valneric, Scream Diffusion, Double Wings is GG.
That's right, double wings. Even if you heal 2, the evolve is still there.
That's right.
So one of them can evolve and become 12 damage on the dot.
It's checkmate. If you have necklace, you still lose. If you have goblet, you still lose. There's no out.
Yeah, this is, wow, first blood on Cloudy Sword, I think? If I'm not mistaken.
Pretty crazy, right?
The one to do it is Tempest.
If
The
there
one
was
to
going to be
take it.
somebody, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, just adds the ward and passes, and the Reaper's Death Slash picked up
This is lethal.
just to make it a little worse. But yeah, Scream Diffusion.
It's ambush, doesn't even have ward. So you can
yeah,
just,
true.
Yeah, you can just go for Wings of Desire double here.
He's so right. There we go. Double Wings of Desire in order to give you 2 options of Storm. And with that,
I will not
Tempest from Team Dawnbreakers manages to take us to a Game 3 in Losers semifinals.
How has every set been like this?
I know, right?
It's like my heart rate is pumping, man. It feels like we're only halfway for today.
Yep. Tempest. Even the camera was taking a second to find. But now we have the Spell Boost versus the Loot Sword. Spell Boost again. Just to remind everyone, these are the last 2 remaining Spell Boost players in the entire tournament now. Ooh, going second Zirconia in the mulligan. That, dude, every game.
How does he do it?
How does he do it?
Although his hand, in terms of loot generation, not great unless he picks up a Supplicant or Devotee off the top here. That's not it.
That is indeed not it.
All right, we're just going to see an Apprentice for sure here.
All I can do is
Let's
ease
take a
up
look.
them.
Anangrea picked up. No climb, though, from Tempest's hand.
Returning slash. I mean, you can play it just for the non-fuse effect.
I think that's fine. You generate the blade for the second one, I guess.
Yeah.
Or you can just tablet.
All right. Going into the tablet, getting the draw power.
Octris secured
Ooh.
for turn 3. Pretty good.
Okay, that's going to help to really just make sure the game plan is going to be nice and smooth here. Cloudy again. The sword has lost once, but the run back is happening. And he's not been losing these games with loot so far.
That being said, Tempest rune is one of my favorite rune lists. Super teched out, but with all useful cards, right? He has the one of Odin, I believe. He's the one that runs that, as well as the one of Divine Thunder, which is a pretty interesting little technology that might end up being relevant. Like a Divine Thunder taking out a Sincero as a one card investment is pretty nice.
Yeah, that's true.
You know.
Lets you stabilize immediately, but we'll see now. Not cashing in the extra draw here on Cloudy's side. All right, does it now. Octris Crest is not active yet, so that could be the choice, but choosing not to. Instead, gonna answer the board with a returning slash.
Yeah, just draw through and try and find... Oh, doesn't use the fuse!
Oh, and also fusing here as well.
Yeah, making sure he just has enough names, right? Because you want to get rid of Blade, because the returning slash generates a Blade, I suppose.
Important thing is the Octris Crest is not active yet, so the count is not going down. Next turn, you're likely going to do Zirconia, so I feel like if you're not using the slash yet, it's okay to hold on to not fusing, but
Yeah, right. No, you do overdraw, I guess.
yeah, if you don't, if you assume that you're going to get your follower destroyed, but okay, we're actually going to go for...
Layer here for sure, and then draw with the tablet.
Do we draw with the tablet? 10 cards left in deck.
Probably, because next turn you're going to Zirconia pretty much no matter what, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can find your one of Quick Blader.
Yeah, and then you can use the Blade to get it out of your hand while also dealing 1 damage, because you have their second returning slash anyway, so...
True.
You can just Zirconia plus Blade, and that way you also don't overdraw next turn.
Looking good so far for Cloudy. Good start. On the other hand, Tempest does have the Anangrea, which is also the optimal turn 5 play here. Next turn, we are looking at a few options here, with Sagelight being able to answer some wide boards.
Yeah, probably the best answer for Zirconia this turn, right?
Yep. So Sagelight, Stormy Blast will take care of it. Demonic Call is also an option. Second Sagelight is there as well in case you need to pivot into healing or more Earth Sigils. But I think this is going to be a no questions asked. You can technically returning slash fuse if you want to again. Just to get, you know, because you always have the one blade. And then that way you could draw from the tablet first and then...
Make a decision? I think you could also Zirconia evolve first and then returning slash and hope it hits the 5-2. Oh, you're just going to do what you're doing, I think. What you recommended.
Let's see. Debating on it.
Okay.
Use the second blade. Zirconia, she's coming down no matter what. Pops the lair.
Boots for one of the knights, I suppose, to take out the 5-2, and then the Zirconia can trade the 4-4.
Yeah. Okay, that'll do it. Returning slash is random, so you do have to play it a little safe.
Yeah, it's too risky. It's too risky.
All right, still good on cards in hand. That being said, Sincero is missing in action.
Sincero missing for Cloudy. I think Tempest has to try and draw and try and find Climb or Norman. Okay. And then we're yeah, gonna see probably Stormy Blast Call here to clear the rest.
Yeah, I think the issue is that no Koa, no Climb does mean that the gas is going to run out eventually at this rate. It's might be one of those just play Cocytus and pray games.
Norman's also weaker in this matchup because of Sincero's double attack, or like double effect, I mean.
Yeah.
So might need to spend Norman either for clutch healing or for barrier, not for barrier, for draw, depending on how weak your hand is. If Cloudy pre-evolves, it doesn't get answered by Sagelight.
There's nothing that can answer it outside of the Divine Thunder, I guess.
That's right. Tempest has Divine Thunder for perhaps this.
It is a one-of, but...
But
it is a one-of, but...
crazier things have happened.
Right? That one of Zirconia has been there every single game.
Real and true. And based.
That's right. That's what Zirconia is. She keeps it real for everyone. Ooh, she's using the goblet in
Just
here.
to count down the... Oh, does get the Sincero. Should have drawn first! Cloudy is beating
You can
himself
see
up
he's
over
not
that.
happy.
Yeah, he should have drawn first in case he got Sincero. That fuse, I think, was a missequence.
Yeah, you could see he was not very happy about that. But that is also the reality of the tournament life. Sometimes it's these very small decisions that, you know, you lock in a bit too hard on one train of thought.
Yeah, tunnel vision's real, man. I mean, I experience tunnel vision when I'm just playing on ladder. Can you believe it? So
Right.
imagine doing it at a tournament level.
All right, Norman here. I mean, what he really would have liked, I guess Noman double barrier is an option, but
Because you haven't seen Sincero fuse yet.
Yeah,
So
you can
maybe-
bet on that.
Maybe Tempest is, yeah, might go for that. Go for that line. Just betting on Sincero not having enough fuses to be able to clear everything.
I think you might.
I don't think
I
there's
don't see.
anything- yeah,
better-
nothing better to
play.
do.
Yeah. Sorry, we're both like trying to say the same thing at the same time.
Humana. Yeah, but I think it is correct.
Yeah, the Sincero sequencing was a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, because that reduces the amount of damage that he has from Sincero by 1, and I don't think he has an easy way to generate that loot again, because Returning Slash only gets him Blade. He does have the Devotee, but yeah, you don't have the infinite time to get your loot generators up if you're facing down a Norman with a double barrier guy. Even if you have a Vault on board.
Yeah. All right, there we go. Big board set up for Tempest. The Sincero, as you said, might not have a choice. Also, 5 cards remaining in deck. Another thing to keep in mind here. If you get the Blade, you'd get 2. That's so annoying that you don't have 3 things fused, because that would... If it's only 2, you don't actually get the clear
You
on
have
the...
0 right now.
Yeah, right.
That's the problem.
But right now in this hand, there's only 2 different types that can be generated. Or if you use a slash, you have 2 different types. Oh, is Devotee gonna have to be played just for that?
And he's hovering over the tentacles. If he just tentacles... pass, that's pretty silly. That might be the line. Oh, slash to try and take out a barrier. Okay, that's the
lands.
best outcome.
Sincero double fuse. That also gives you the token next turn as well.
That's right. That was the best outcome, and I don't think you die here, no matter what.
Quick Blader is also a 1 play point option to pop the last barrier. Another slash picked up.
Does this set up for lethal next? It does. I think it does.
Limitless.
Oh wait, no. Tempest can heal to 19.
Yep. The Sage Light does not care about followers on board. The line does not concern itself with board space.
He can even heal to 20 if he's really scared, to be honest.
This looks to be... I mean, the best part is for Tempest is that you just got a free turn of just throwing damage at your opponent.
It doesn't
And-
matter if Cloudy wins, though, right? So you
That's
have to,
true.
You have to calculate what his maximum output is. So Sincero fused 2 just now. Probably can get to 3 at least with the Devotee. That would be 8 play points. Then he has the extra for the Octress spell. So that would be 6, trade 1, 7 plus 7 plus 6 is... yeah, 13, 13 plus 4, 17 total. You have to heal at 19, I think.
Or he's going to get rid of...
Oh, get rid of the balls! That's another way to do it!
That is another way to do it. Burns the Odin. That doesn't really matter too much at this stage. We're already so far in. At this point, it really is a question of this Sincero. I feel like evolving the barrier one is also relatively heads up.
Yeah,
That being said, Quick Blader does take out the barrier.
but if Quick Blader takes out the barrier and then he has to...
Down to 1 card in the
he
deck.
has to use Devotee to get a 3rd fuse. That would put Tempest down to 9-8 defense, right?
Yeah. It's like, regardless, Cloudy only has one more turn because of deck size.
Yeah. So this is, I think the maximum Tempest can do is bring Cloudy, oh sorry, the maximum Cloudy can do is bring Tempest down to 8 here.
Yeah.
You chumps.
Yeah, there's going to be AoE 2, another AoE 2.
Oh, unless he uses the, yeah, if it's AoE 2, AoE 2, and uses the spell.
You also could use the slash, but actually you trade, no, the slash doesn't really matter.
It's random.
It's a 50-50, and we don't like those, but the time is running out. I think you are going to, oh my god, you're going to hit it. That is crazy. He actually manages to land the hit.
It doesn't matter. Odin off the top from Tempest is going to secure him this game. What a heads-up tech, by the way. Meaning that Tempest is the one who's going to make it to Losers Finals up against Alejandro. And unfortunately for Cloudy, that is it for his tournament run. His extremely well-piloted sword deck, unfortunately, goes up against Tempest, who has all the options and knows how to play around it. So huge congratulations.
You can see the relief on Tempest's face, man.
Stuff, man. And you know, he's been competing since Shadowverse Classic, so he wants to get to World Grand Prix more than anybody, I feel like. So
that's for sure.
Amazing.
Oh, I can't see it on camera right now, but they're hugging it out off camera.
That was a really well played set. Like honestly, cannot ask for a better set.
Honestly.
That was amazing.
It was a great loser semis. Cloudy played out of his mind as well. It was like the first time we really saw him crack, I guess, with a little bit of missequencing. It was a little bit rare to see that. But at the same time, I do think Cloudy played very well. A great run, finishing 4th, you know, brand new to Shadowverse, and getting 4th in the entire region on your first competitive season, I think is very insane. Again, we say this after every single player gets knocked out, but we want to see him back in that LCQ.
Yeah, in just a couple of weeks from now, really. So you got to sign up, and we'll have more information about that later today as well. So stay tuned. But guys, that was an incredible Losers Semis. Chris, man, we only have a few games left to conclude this amazing day of Shadowverse.
That's right. Losers Finals and Grand Finals are all that remain, and now we know that Tempest will be the one to face Alejandro in Losers Finals, and the winner gets a ticket to WGP. The loser ends in 3rd, and the winner also gets a chance to try to get the double set run against Barrick for the first place finish as well. But before that, we are going to go for a short break before we go into Losers Finals, and of course, get to find out who is our second player we're sending to WGP until at the end of this year. So don't go anywhere, we'll be back right after this break.
yeah, 13 plus 4, 17 total. You have to kill a 19, I think.
Or he's gonna get rid of.
Get rid of the balls! That's another way to do it!
That is another way to do it.
Cure him this game. What a heads-up tech, by the way. Meaning that Tempest is the one who's going to make it to losers finals up against Alejandro. And unfortunately for Cloudy, that is it for his tournament run. His extremely well.
After that absolutely crazy losers semis, we are now at losers finals of the SVO Grand Finals here for the 2025 season, first year of Worlds Beyond. And today, we're also going to crown the first ever SVO champion of Worlds Beyond as well, Igni.
I know, and the sets that we've seen today have truly been on a different caliber. You know, honestly, a privilege to be here in person to see it live. And yeah, the winner of this losers finals is not only going to be, going to Grands, but also is going to be the second confirmed slot from this tournament to make it to World Grand Prix at the end of the year, where they get to compete for a grand prize of 100 million yen in Japan. So. Yes. This is a big one. This is a big one. And the competitors for this next one are certainly very, very skilled. Guys, let's take a look at the bracket real quick to see where we're going. Of course, this next match is going to be Dawnbreaker's Tempest versus Alejandro. Dawnbreaker's Tempest is a very storied player who's played since Shadowverse Classic and is part of, as I said, the competitive team. Dawnbreakers up against Alejandro, who's relatively new to the Shadowverse scene, but bringing a very interesting lineup where he's the only Roach Forest player in this entire top 8. And, they both have that mode abyss, so they both believed in that. But, it's kind of amazing to see at the end of the day, there's only really one spell boost left in Tempest. Can he make it all the way to Grands, or will Alejandro take that spot? And whoever wins this is, of course, going to go up against Barrick in Grands. Who could have thunk that Barrick would have made it all the way with a super deep run, not even dropping to losers this entire time, with a lineup of Puppet, Portal, and Izudia? Kind of incredible, and truly the kind of story you only get on Shadowverse Open. And I'm so hyped to see who is going to end up going to Japan and who's going to end up being the champion today. We only have 2 to 3 more sets left, depending on if there is a bracket reset. And yeah, this is the big one, Chris. This is the big one. This is the one for all the marbles, basically, between Tempest and Alejandro. Who's going to go to Japan?
Yep, this will be the deciding match, I think, for both players. I mean, I think Tempest has had the most excruciating experience having to go through this entire losers bracket this entire day. I mean, started off the morning, was the first game of the day as well against Artify, and then having to just beat Cloudy, and now having to beat Alejandro. And then if he wins against Alejandro, he has to beat Barrick twice in a row.
Yeah,
so
has to beat Barrick twice.
He's playing the most amount of Shadowverse out of anyone in this entire tournament, and Alejandro is there to try and stop him.
But if anybody can do it, I think it is Tempest. That being said, this is a young man's game now. Out of this top 8, 6 of them just started Shadowverse with Worlds Beyond. So the talent is fierce, and they are popping up left, right, and center. So who will win, the storied name of Tempest or the new blood Alejandro? I guess we'll find out very soon. The players are already seated in the next room over. As you can see, they are getting ready to put on their headsets. Once again, it is Alejandro on Roach Forest and Mode Abyss versus Tempest on Mode Abyss and Spell Boost Rune. Who is going to be the one to make it?
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. Roach, we've seen, kind of find itself lacking some of its pieces here and there in some of these games, and then in others it has a very smooth journey, especially in day 1. I feel like Alejandro's games were very, very smooth, and for Tempest, it's going to be the challenge of bringing that Abyss, the Mode Abyss, into this Roach Forest game.
Well, Roach should have a really favorable matchup against Spell Boost, so I think Alejandro was hoping to snipe it right away, but I think Tempest predicted that he would probably queue Roach, hoping to snipe his Spell Boost, which is why he queued the mode. So the mind games, Chris, they're important when you're doing lineup strategies. I'll tell you that much.
Sure. That's for sure. Let's see here. Opening hand looks pretty good for Alejandro, though. Some early tempo from the Fairy Convocation, potentially. And then you also get the Fairies Maid. You have your Maid to answer any early threats as well.
Only missing Godwood, really. Oh, no, okay.
You were saying? You were saying?
Why do I say anything?
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
Oh, man. Meanwhile, Tempest's hand kind of low on the modes. Got 2 Velas and only 1 Screaming and Loathing. Of course, the Screaming and Loathing can draw you another Screaming and Loathing, but you'd really like to see Castle. You'd really like to see Supplicant or Devotee here in order to get those, at least, for sure, the dual activations on your Evolve turns.
Yeah, this is going to be... Ooh, tempoing out the Vuela here.
Interesting. I think this means that he wants to punish a Godwood,
Yeah.
so that does make sense.
The stat line is also a little bit annoying because you can't answer it with just a Mei. You'd have to like throw a Fairy and a Mei into it in order to take out the 4 defense follower.
I think you might just play another Well Up. Yep, that's really good. Because this way, even if you Fairy Convoke, Fairy Mei, you still got a 2-4 on the board that's ready to evolve next turn aggressively.
I like it. That is the way to approach this matchup. Just try to take advantage of them while they're gathering their pieces.
Oh, wait. Eradicating Arrow would have cleared there, but he chooses not to use it, I believe. Interesting. I think seeing that the 2-4 is probably not super worth, you know, investing all of your resources into.
Yep. And now we're going to see the Screaming and Loathing going to get committed to.
I think draw 3 cost is 100% the way, but what's the second mode that you go for?
You don't really have
Oh,
anything
really? Follower.
Okay. Shamnaha's going to come on down just for board presence. Interesting. So
Tempo Shamnaha, not often that you see that line, especially with no second Shamnaha in hand, right?
you have to keep in mind that, you know, Tempest had the longest preparation period from the players remaining because he qualified the earliest, which means that especially against the most conventional decks that you normally have a lot of time to practice against, you should have a lot of practice into the Roach matchup. So if you see things like this, you know, the Tempo Shamnaha that you normally wouldn't, that likely is because he knows that how this would struggle, especially because the Mei hit the board and didn't leave it. That means that they have to either draw into the second one to take her out or commit, you know, a Fairy or the Eradicating Arrow or even the Buggler, which is the last thing you'd want to do because that's your precious bounce.
Yeah, I think the only thing that this gets punished by is Lily, but didn't have it, so turned out okay.
Has to use the Lambent here to buff and answer the board, but that isn't important.
Oh, now draw to Lily. A little late there.
A little late. Lambent being used is big because that means you also now don't get to bounce it anymore to keep generating the zero costs. Yeah.
Yep, 100%.
I think that is a really good approach from Tempest. You know, it looks like he doesn't have a board, doesn't have anything, but managed to ask Alejandro to use some very important resources.
Yeah, it would have backfired if the Lily was drawn earlier, but hey, it's all good. Especially since, you know, that's still a very specific out, right? So.
Right, we're just going for the double Screaming and Loathing. This should be the last
double draw
one
for sure.
Also.
Oh no, sorry, it's the last one. So.
Silence.
Hey.
Yeah,
still goes for double draw.
follower.
Not that it gets anything, but you know, why not?
Supplicant is also decent. Passes on nothing, but you know, you do have to advance your mode counts one way or another. Next turn, you do have Supplicant ready. You can also play point boost into Rulanai, but I think you want to keep that play point boost for the Cerberus down the line instead.
Probably, or for the Ginyuzu to ward up for the Roach turn, especially if you see a Bale committed. So it's gonna have to see how the next few turns run out. But if you see a Bale committed, then you're feeling pretty safe to run the Ginyuzu for wards.
Yes, I think that's going to be what dictates it. The Bale's currently at 4. Lambent Cane drawn in is a blessing for Alejandro because otherwise that is a very important card that's losing its value. Lambent Cane now going to give you the first Deepwood Bounty. 8 cards in hand, just right to not overdraw.
Second Shamnaha picked up.
Ooh, that's
pretty nice.
Ooh, Rulanai.
Rulanai Val for Scream Diffusion.
Oh,
I think he's asking for a Bale commit.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the one. Only somewhat concerning point is your next turn play is basically just Supplicant.
I don't think you're forced to commit Bale too, because you have Convoke, Fairy, and Lily, so you can take out 2 bodies here pretty easily using a super, but still, or using a Fairy. I think this is totally fine. And then if the Lily can draw into Eradicating Arrow, then this play from Tempest is pretty punished.
Let's see then.
Oh, Mei is also big.
Good.
That's big. That's big.
Yeah, Mei will get this done with a Fairy to support her. And that's going to be another card draw, of course, off the staff.
No Bales committed. That's really big.
No Bales committed. There's still all 3 of them in the hand. That is going to be 3 potential zero costs. Ooh. And you also
get
draw into the Glade. Yeah.
Great turn from Alejandro, honestly. Tempest asked the question, and Alejandro had the answer.
That's what we like to see. Supplicant here is good, but the problem is that if it hits the Lily and then doesn't hit the Lily, you're kind of in an awkward position.
That feels really
You have to use the Reapers, and that's not what you want to do.
Could also commit a Medusa here, but that's a little early for this. And also, just using Medusa for a 1-1 feels really bad. So.
Right.
It does hit the Lily.
Come on, where's the second one gonna go?
It's honestly unlikely to hit the Lily again. It's 33%. So
Does Tempest like those odds?
the odds are not in his
Tempest
favor
likes
here.
those odds. We're going for a Super Revolve too. And he gets it.
What?
Reapers will also be able to clear the whole board.
Well, he did play around it. With Super and Reapers, it didn't really matter what it hit
yeah.
there.
Ooh.
Shamnaha for tempo into the Cerberus turn.
Okay, so basically telling him, okay, we're going to need to see. Oh my god, Tempest already knows. This is it. Combo 2, Lambit Cairn.
With a Cairn and
We go up to 7 here.
Roach bounce Roach with 1 from Super. I think that's enough.
Yeah, deep it to 4, then you have double bail still.
Double bail
or
and a
you can't-
fairy.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. Yeah, you have the fairy, you have the bounce, this should be it.
Fairy, double bail. I think you have to use Lambent not on your Roach though. So
Does that mean you don't have enough board space? I think, let's see it. Bail comes down first.
I think you have to Lambent on something that's not Roach. Okay.
Ambushing.
Oh, yeah. Do this and then use the Lambent on the Roach. Okay, this is fine.
All right.
Bail. You can bail now. You can, yeah.
No, that's still,
That's
that's
not
actually not enough. So it goes for the 8, and then
That is not enough. Yeah. Wait. Was there a different sequencing that if you sacrifice the Lambent, get another Veil out first, you would have had 2 more damage off the Roach. I think it would have been 1 off. Yeah, +2 would have been 1 off, right?
yeah. This is a big sigh of relief for Tempest. Another thing is that the 3rd Shamnaha has been picked up as well. This girl loves Tempest.
Oh yeah. Gosh darn. He did get it.
This is also, you can now loop the heals. Alejandro used so much gas for the Roach turn that this should almost be a safe commit. Just to heal back up with these two. You get a full board clear. You also have the Gin Yuzu for next turn. She was only going to have one of her effects, but that is going to be able to do it.
Yeah, that does heal you out of range, probably, unless this next top off of
Yeah, that's not it. Glade,
Glade's
what you
gonna have
got?
to pull something. Does pull. Oh, that's not it, though. I think you need to bounce back the Cairn or maybe play the Godwood here. No, Godwood is a pretty tough one. You have to play Fairy out or May. Yep.
May gets the job done. You
Gotta
still-
draw into Roach. That is not Roach, but the Garden's Allure can maybe pull it for next turn.
Still kick in just because Mo does not have the craziest of damage. So you are going to still be alive for a little bit longer, but...
Is Tempest out of supers? He is, right?
Yeah.
So he can't go for full ward board with Congregant here. Ooh.
The fact he drew the 3rd Shamnaha is crazy. Still not over that.
He's not even close to activation yet, though, honestly.
This could be a Medusa turn as well, I feel like. It doesn't feel like the best, but... I guess you can also do Congregant plus Supplicant.
I feel like if you Medusa here, you super die to Roach top deck or from Garden's Lure, so I think you have to heal at least a little bit. But what's the play?
Supplicant it is. I mean, if you evolve this, you have a... Okay, it hits what you
Heal,
want.
heal, heal, heal.
Yeah. You can heal and then you can set up wards. That's your last evolve point, though. So
That
that's
is the
something
best
to keep
line.
in mind. And this way, double wards. And this way, I mean, the Bales do have their targets
Yeah.
locked on, but
To entwine.
even
Tempest is
then.
just hoping for no double bail or no Roach this turn. Carbuncle out. You don't have the super for it anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
Unless you want to use the Carbuncle to bounce Cairn for another Zero Cost, but
Yeah, that's the only angle, right? Garden's Allure gets the fuse, gets the double draw.
no Roach!
That's not it. Do we keep on trying? But at this point, it's, I mean, you got... In order to do double Roach, this has to be the Roach off the top, and it's not.
It's not.
Gillily's also technically could heal. She can also take out the 6-1 while healing.
And then you have to invest 1. No, you can use Eradicating, right? So you take out everything.
Yeah. And 14 should be safe as well. Wouldn't it be crazy if Alejandro survives long enough to just draw the second Roach?
Yeah, but he's at 14 cards left in deck, and if Tempest goes for Ginyuzu and stabilizes, I don't think he can get through 4 wards.
Especially if the Bales get committed here.
And he's already seen 2 Mays.
Yeah. Baby Carbuncle to bounce. This looks like it might be a regular evolve on the Baby Carbuncle to trade one of them away.
And then eradicating.
Yep. There we go. That is the board taken care of. Godwood draws Godwood. Not what you want to see.
Bottom 13.
Alejandro, you can see he looks at the camera. He's not happy. Devotee gets you to 10. But I think right now the goal is to do the Ginyu and that get you to 10 while also healing you up. But let's take a look.
Goal is survive, I think.
Mm-hmm. Tempest. Very heavy first game here.
Is Fox better? Saw 2 Maze out, 1 Bale.
The cry of the fox
True.
lights the lanterns.
Yeah, I like it.
We got up to 10 as well here. Baby Carbuncle is not going to be enough. Gilnelis is also only 5 damage.
Not a guarantee to kill on the Ginyu. If this sweetness doesn't hit Ginyu, he can't even kill it with Bale.
Oh my god. Still blessed. Still alive.
Oh, and he can bounce
Oh,
the...
that's good.
Yo. Okay, Alejandro is finding a line. Now you just have to commit 1 Bale to kill Ginyu, and I think you're safe.
Yeah, you definitely cannot let her chill. 1 Bale has to be committed. You did get a Deepwood, so you do have your 0 cost.
Shame.
But you don't have Godwood to keep drawing. That is the unfortunate point.
Yeah, and you know, another another Gilnelis here is only 5 damage, and Tempest is not at 5 defense, so...
Mm-hmm. That being said, we don't have any healing in this situation. Maybe draw from the castle?
Shamnaha first, or draw from the castle first, you think? What's the out?
I suppose Shamnaha first, because you can just pop the castle afterwards. Okay, we're just going to go for the draw anyway. Oh, that is healing.
Supplicate heals you to 8.
But if they draw the Roach, Bale takes out 1. Fairy plus Gilnelis debuff takes out another 1. And then Cairn Fairy double Cairn also takes out another
That's
one.
pretty big. That means you're at 8 plus 5, 13. You're 1 off.
Mm,
Well, for next turn. I
Yeah,
mean.
yeah, yeah.
You don't have it for this turn. But yeah.
Man, this is tough.
Maybe you just Medusa, 6 face.
That does put you in a very favorable position. Shamnaha's going to come down.
You could do this plus Supplicant, trade 1 Fox. I almost called it a wolf. Not correct.
All right, that is going to be the most...
No Roach.
Ooh. That was the best case scenario, but unfortunately not for Alejandro. Gilnelis.
This has to hit the 4/4.
Oh my god, how does he do it? He also drew into another eradicating arrow, so he has ways to take care of the foxes, but committing the Bale here does mean that you are
Bounce
running out of 0
against Gilnelis
costs.
again. That's incredible.
Oh my god, she's
That's
been
incredible.
doing so much work.
That's incredible.
She's been hitting the best targets while putting in the most work, and now next game she has lethal if we don't see a heal from Tempest.
She got aimbot.
Somebody check her specs. This is a heal, but it's only a heal 2.
Yeah, heal 2 is not enough.
Tempest. Oh my god, dude. Forget Roach. This is Gilnelis Forest.
Roach is just a supporting player here. The Carbuncle Gilnelis duo.
They are really doing the most right here.
It's always the babies in the card games that are somehow the most terrifying cards.
Yeah.
You know, it's
historically.
It's not Gorlock the Destroyer or whatever. It's baby Carbuncle. That's the most intimidating card.
It all adds up. Yeah, this is not gonna be enough, though. I can't believe Alejandro is looking to take this game. That is crazy.
With a Gilnelis that he bounced twice.
Triple
Absolutely
Gilnelis.
incredible. And the fact that it hit the right target every time, too.
Then,
If that didn't hit the Ginyu, Tempest won on the spot.
yes, that was a series of very fortunate events for Alejandro. It's actually
Unreal.
insane to think
Unreal.
about.
Unreal.
Bro's taking never punished to the extreme.
And now we get the Abyss Showdown. They're both on mode, so this should be a 50-50. That being said, Alejandro's is slightly more aggressive with the Cultivator of Malice. Can he use that to his advantage, or will Tempest's more grindy version be the one to take the victory just by out-resourcing Alejandro?
This is the first mode mirror we see, I think.
Yeah.
Pretty sure yesterday we did not.
We did not see a mirror. Nope.
Yeah, they were on
We saw
opposite
mode
sides of
versus-
the bracket.
We saw mode versus mid, but we didn't see a mode mirror.
Yeah. All right, well, let's see. Which mode will prove to be superior? Man, that's crazy. Still, Alejandro being able to claw back that game gives me hope that he might have the power to claw it back against Barrick.
Oh, if he does make it through all the way. That would mean get a Forest Finals. But, you know, Tempest is not out of the game yet.
Not at all. Still has a chance back against the wall, but this is not a new position for Tempest, right?
No.
Loser semis was a, you know, a similar story.
I mean, he dropped to losers at the start of day one, and he made it all the way to losers finals, so,
It's all right.
yeah.
Yeah, Tempest had, you know, that matchup against. Wait, yeah, Tempest played against Cloudy
Yep.
in day one and just had
Winners
the
quarters.
rematch as
Yep,
well. So
yep.
he's actually farming off of a revenge right now.
Yeah.
He's buffed from the revenge against Cloudy, and now trying to get the deep run all the way to grand finals. Let's see if he can do it. Screaming and Loathing.
Yep. Last two modes for sure for this one.
Find them.
Yep. I agree with draw. You have to out-resource your opponent in this. In this matchup, it's going to be very grindy. I hope you're settled in, Chris.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be a 7-7, by the way.
Yep. Love to see it unpunished, of course, with
We found a right.
the 0 attack from the Bell Ringer. Keep this at the 7-7 stat line. And what do we see in response? 7-7.
Recover 1, deal 4, probably? Oh.
Draw, and then make your own 7-7.
Yeah, that works. I think you're trying to turbo your faith, honestly, right?
Yeah, whoever gets there first, right? And that's already 6 for Alejandro with the Shamnah in hand. Hand is crazy huge for Alejandro compared to Tempest,
but
too.
Tempest picks up the castle. That's a lot of count.
Whoa, that's good. Good start.
And an entwining. Supplicant.
Supplicant.
They're all called entwining.
All right, 6-6.
Pretty good.
Ooh, that's another 2 for Alejandro. Can just make a 7-7 again.
Yeah, make a 7-7 again and then go for full draw off of the
Screaming
and Loathing.
If you go full draw here,
Oh, interesting.
goes with damage instead.
The power of a spiderling.
All right, I guess this way you don't have to worry about overdraw. Is there a world where you just pass on this?
No. You want to get it active. Because that means next turn you can Congregant Shamnaha and then Super Evolve the Congregant and activate 2.
Yeah, this is the fastest you can do it. Turn 7 is the optimal line. And so now we don't have any more 7-7s to battle with. It's going to be the Supplicant that can try to take it back. It's going to have to be 1 3 damage ping, 1 2
Heal.
damage heal, well, 2 heal.
Yep.
And then you'll have to trade in, unfortunately. But
Slightly slower here for Tempest in terms of the faith count. Oh, goes for damage. Extra play point deal noise.
ooh, okay, we're maximizing the stats on the board here.
Was that worth it? Because Congregant Action is going to clear this with basically no investment anyway, because you're going to super it anyway with the Shamnaha.
I guess in this matchup, whereas in other matchups you would keep the extra play point for Genyuzu, in this matchup it's so hard to put down Genyuzu because of the fact that you can steal each other's Gensetsus, and that complicates everything by a lot.
I think this is really hard though. If he goes for Ward +2/+2, yeah. That's tough. That's a full clear without any commitment really, because we're going to do this anyway.
Yeah. Quite crazy. Only one super evolve point remaining for Alejandro, but this likely will be another one used by Tempest.
And how does Tempest clear this?
Yeah. You don't have as much leeway because you were just one mode choice behind.
This is a tough scenario.
Yeah, very heads up here for Alejandro. Going first and finding all the pieces, showing to be advantageous.
Ooh, how do you... there's no way. There's no efficient clear. With no Death Slash in hand either.
Yeah. Yeah, and he is the one playing the 3 Death Slashes too.
If Shamnaha steals the 9/9, he can then go for
The entwining.
rushes. It's still not a full clear. you leave a 6/6 up that can go ahead and super evolve again or get buffed by Cerberus.
We don't like that.
What if you go double ward? Is that anything? No, you can't. You already used your super on Shamnaha, so it has to be rush. Yeah. That is so tough.
Take out the Shamnaha and then see what happens, basically.
That is so tough. This is the easiest Cerberus I've ever seen. It's so good, right?
Yeah. The Cerberus herself, I mean, I guess it's the question of if you want to keep going wider if you're seeing that Tempest is struggling to answer your boards, but especially because, you know, he used the extra play point, so he can't play the Gilneys next turn. So going wide actually is...
The Genyuzi, you mean?
Yeah. Genyuzi can't be used next turn for Tempest.
Or,
that means going wide is actually harder to punish.
Really strong. You can also just do this, get an even bigger stat boost from the +2/+2, and then Cerberus.
13 damage.
That's 15 with the Mimi. I think this might be the end of Tempest's run.
Yeah, Alejandro looking unstoppable right now in this mode mirror.
No way to even use the Gensetsu Yuzuki. There's no shot you can ever clear this.
Yeah, this is where keeping that extra play point for the Genyuzi can be good, even at the fear of having it stolen or having it be answered by another Genyuzi from the opponent. But right now, Alejandro is showing how much tempo gain you get if you get to complete the quest by turn 7 and get the full effect of the Congregant here.
That's really what it comes down to in this mirror, I think, because it's all about resources, and if you can always choose an additional mode over your opponent, I don't think they can outvalue you.
This could be the turn that determines if Alejandro will be the one joining Barrick at World Grand Prix, or if Tempest can somehow make a miracle happen, but I am not seeing it. Even with things like Gilneys and healing, there's just too much going on right now. Congregant for 3 rushes. Shamnaha now. Yeah, but you don't have any more play points to do any other plays. All he can do is Super Evolve Steel. This does technically answer. Doesn't even answer everything.
It doesn't answer the. It's a Coco lethal.
It is a Coco lethal, I'm afraid.
Or the Cerberus stays up, and yeah, it looks like that's it. Alejandro is going to eliminate Dawnbreaker's Tempest in losers finals, and that means that Alejandro is the second player in this tournament who locks in his slot in Shadowverse World Grand Prix. Honestly, incredibly well played for both players. A massively stressful set for both of them. And honestly, heartbreaking. Tempest, who's been competing for so long, just misses his slot. But remember, guys, there is still a shot at the LCQ. Speaking of, I want to say before we move on to Grand Finals, we do have a couple of announcements and slides that we want to share with you all in terms of upcoming events. While this is the culmination of the Shadowverse Open Qualifier Series, it is far from the final chance to qualify for World Grand Prix. As a reminder, World Grand Prix is the tournament at the end of the year in Japan where you can compete for 100 million yen grand prize. So the biggest Shadowverse tournament of all. Let's take a look at our announcement, shall we? Of course, as we kept mentioning throughout the day, there is the LCQ, otherwise known as the Last Chance Qualifier. So while in this tournament, the players had to go through a qualifier series just to get to this finals, and then this finals to get to World Grand Prix, the LCQ, if you win the whole thing, you go straight to World Grand Prix. That being said, it's going to be a tough competition. There are 2 preliminary slots, each one with a 512 player cap, and each player can only register for 1. So please pick the one that has the more favorable time zone for you.
Yeah, so preliminary 1 starts at 2 a.m. UTC, and preliminary 2 will start at 6 p.m. UTC. So
on different days,
if you're curious what time that is, then please do make sure to just use a time zone converter and figure out which time is most suitable for you in terms of which preliminary you want to sign up for as well. And then the playoffs and finals will be the following weekend at 2 a.m. UTC. So that'll be the same time as preliminary 1. And of course, this is the last chance to qualify for the World Grand Prix 2025, as the prize for the champion is that direct slot into World Grand Prix. But
at least it's the last slot from the SVO circuit. But there are actually other routes to World Grand Prix, including, let's take a look at the next slide, I believe we have it. Oh, I think we also have the information on when the registration closes. I think that's even more important. So for LCQ, the registration opens at November 2nd at 2 a.m. UTC. So in just a short few days from now.
Exactly a week.
And I want to see everybody who dropped in this tournament being able to sign up for that. And I want to see all of you guys at home signing up for that as well. If you're watching this tournament at home and you're thinking, oh, I could do that, prove it. Go to svo.gg for all of the information. And again, registration opens on November 2nd at 2 a.m. UTC for the Shadowverse Open Last Chance Qualifier. Now, I did foreshadow it. There is another way to qualify for World Grand Prix, though.
Exactly. As you mentioned, Igni, while this is the last chance from the SVO circuit, there is one more qualifier that you can sign up for, which is the Shadowverse Online Championship 2025 November. So, of course, you can see in the visual, all these tournaments will be in the brand new expansion, of course, as we are getting a whole new meta shakeup next Wednesday. But this is going to be a Cygames hosted fully online tournament, and the registration for this has already started. This is the Shadowverse Online Championship 2025 November, and all overseas players can participate, and there will be 2 slots for both the winner and the runner-up of the tournament to qualify as well. So the preliminaries for this are on the 8th of November or the 9th of November JST, and you'll be able to know which day you'll be able to participate through the lottery. So you do have to sign up for a lottery to get into this tournament because it's a very, very popular one. You know, it has a very coveted prizing, and at the same time, also the fact that anyone can join it is a very big one as well. And the registration is until the 4th of November at 11:59 p.m. JST. So right before the clock turns into November 5th over in Japan through the Shadowverse Worlds Beyond Tournament Navigator app. So it is a different form of signups than you would normally do for SVO. So make sure that you download the Shadowverse Worlds Beyond Tournament Navigator app and you sign up through there. The tournament, however, only supports Japanese or English. So if you are coming from overseas and you need foreign language support, it's going to have to be English. So either Japanese or English, please do keep that in mind. And you can also read the official Worlds Beyond news or the tournament website for more info about this tournament, as it will be your actual very last possible chance to make it into World Grand Prix.
That's 100% correct. And we've been talking this and that, World Grand Prix this, World Grand Prix that. What is the World Grand Prix? Well, for anybody who is unaware, let's take a look at it. The key visual was just revealed very recently. A beautiful art of Draitsen and Kaori facing it off. And again, Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2025 is the biggest Shadowverse tournament of the year. And one of the biggest card game tournaments ever, considering the amount of players as well as the prize pool and, you know, what the players had to go through to get there. Let's take a look at the information that we have for you. The day one will be on the 26th of December in a studio in Tokyo. Still information TBA on that one. And there's going to be 32 players who all will gather there. The players who qualified through SVO, through Japan, through Taiwan, through NetEase, through Korea. So people from all over the world. Then, the Grand Finals itself will be on the 28th in Pacifico, Yokohama, and Kanagawa, Japan. But there's also in between Day 1 and Grand Finals
a last chance qualifier. So this one's quite interesting, where you can actually win a slot into the Grand Finals, which is quite crazy. So this is going to be the last chance qualifier is an open tournament for the last 1 slot for Grand Finals. So you can watch everyone, you know, be putting in all these crazy hours, working hard to get this qualification throughout the regular tournaments, and then you can just pull up to Pacifico Yokohama on the 27th of December and try to snipe a slot into the Grand Finals directly on December 28th. So this will be an offline tournament in Japan, but overseas players are also welcome to join, and there will be more info about this tournament specifically coming soon in November, so you don't want to miss it.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. And guys, both me and Chris will be casting this on both days, so do not miss it. The biggest Shadowverse tournament of the year. And as you can see, the format is there on the slide. A very interesting format, as day 1 is going to be BO3 sets in Swiss, and 7 players from day 1 will move on to Grand Finals, and then the last 8th player will be from last chance qualifiers. But then in Grand Finals, we're actually having best of 5 sets.
The first ever best of 5 in Worlds Beyond.
Kind of amazing and a really, really intense level of competition. Once again, The 100 million yen prize is the grand prize. That's not the prize pool. That's the grand prize. So the amount of things that you can win by qualifying to this World Grand Prix, and you're rewarded for being one of the best Shadowverse players in the world. That's exactly what we love to see. So guys, make sure to mark this on your calendar. All these 3 events we just mentioned earlier, the LCQ for SVO, the online tournament for November, and as well, of course, the World Grand Prix. Now, Chris, we are here in the potential last set of the SVO 2025 Grand Finals. Thing is, it might not be the last, because if Alejandro wins, he will be able to reset the bracket. But that means he has to win against Barrick 2 times in a row. Kind of insane.
Yeah, you have to basically go 4-0, or 4-2 technically.
Yeah.
But those 2s have to be split into 2 different sets in order to win it. So Alejandro has the heaviest duty right now, and it is, we saw how it went in the winners finals. Barrick won 2-0 over Alejandro.
That was tough.
We haven't had a lot of 2-0s this tournament. Most of our games have ended in 2-1. And for that to have been our winners finals, I think Barrick is looking very favored going into this grand finals to be the champion.
For sure, Alejandro has an uphill battle. Not only did he already fall to Barrick earlier in the tournament, like you said, but having to win 2 sets in a row against Barrick, who's piloting his decks very expertly, and with a lineup that maybe a lot of players weren't exactly prepared for. Very unusual lineup, and that gives Barrick the he has the advantage of surprise, whereas Alejandro has a more conventional lineup that Barrick has surely prepared against.
Yeah, 100%. So I'm excited to see how it's going to go down. Again, we just saw Alejandro beat Tempest, and what was, especially that first game, was absolutely incredible. But, he's definitely got the experience. He's been competing very well. Being able to take off, a veteran such as Tempest in the losers finals, and, Tempest does end in 3rd now. But now between these 2 players, one of them will finish 1st, the other one will finish 2nd. Both of them are going to Japan at the end of this year, though.
That's right.
To compete at the World Grand Prix. But which one will be the champion?
Yeah, and this champion, even though they're both already locked in for Japan, this championship is still a massive stakes tournament in terms of money. I believe the winner walks away with 3,500 USD, so there's a lot on the line. Let's jump right into it. So as a reminder for people who are just maybe perhaps only tuning in for the grand finals, Barrick is on the lineup of Puppet Portal and Izudia, while Alejandro is on Moat Abyss and Roach Forest. So 2 forests in finals, no spell boost, no crests.
That is right. The 2 decks that everyone expected to perform the best managed to not make it beyond, well, I guess 3rd for spell boost, and then 6th or 5th place tie for our Haven players.
And I will say, earlier in the previous Barrick versus Alejandro set, he was able to pivot exactly on time with the Mierabane to win against the Moat Abyss. Are we going to see a repeat of that situation, or has Alejandro adjusted his mental strategy? Let's find out.
Yeah, right. Last time around we saw this Puppet. It didn't look like Puppet when he was winning, so going to be curious to see again. We see the Mierabane in the opening hand with the absence of the Orcus, but I'm curious to see if things will change as the turns go on here. 2nd Zwei, or 3rd Zwei rather, gets to enter the hand here, and Alejandro, the modes are not as aggressive as they were in that previous game. That was something else.
Yeah, that was crazy, how fast he turboed his faith, for sure. I wonder if Barrick is going to pivot into the Mierabane strategy earlier this time. Of course, Zwei is really good for handling mid-game threats, especially if Alejandro chooses a Congregant on time. But if there's an empty board and Barrick has the opportunity, I think Mierabane is the more likely way that you win this matchup as Puppet.
Yep, that is indeed the reality. Medical Grade Assassin is a nice pickup, as that can put down some pressure with those Banes being distributed all the time. And so we'll see if it's going to be the Puppet Theater or the Medical Grade that hits the board this turn. You don't have too many other choices, but Enhanced Puppet is a clean way to take out the Gillies so she doesn't get out of hand.
The interesting thing about laying down Puppet Theater here is that even if he Mierbanes and cycles his hand and changes his deck,
gets puppets.
He'll still have Puppets, which gives him a little bit of certainty and not be entirely at the whims of the RNG draws.
Exactly. Now, Alejandro pushes the extra play points before it expires for the Congregant. Oh, are we evolving? Just for the stats. Zwei still doesn't really struggle too much, though, because you can back it up with the Puppets to take out whatever else hits the boards. I don't know if this evolve would be that good.
I think if he evolves for stats, it prevents Barrick from Mierbaning Puppet without investing Great Testimony. But I think it is going to be the Zwei this turn anyway. Zwei is just such a great, powerful mid-game play. And if Alejandro can't answer, there's just so much damage going to the face. So Zwei is honestly probably one of the better plays. I wonder if you even evolve the Zwei here just to get the enhanced for ward. Because that would also tank potentially a Supplicant ping.
That is true. You can also play the extra puppet because you're getting one from the theater. And then that gives them even more distractions.
Loses to... No, yeah, no. Even if you get the enhance, it doesn't even lose to Devotee. Yeah,
True.
I think this is good.
Do we commit the last? No, we don't. Holding on to it. No more wards. So this is going to be a Supplicant 33% roll.
Where's it hitting?
Oh, not where you want
Oh
it
wait,
to.
still can get it.
50-50?
It's a 50-50.
We've seen a lot of these today.
Alejandro, show it to me.
Is he the pro? He is! That's why pro's in his name.
That's right.
Oh, Orcus. Okay,
Orcus
that
picked
changes
up.
everything.
That does change everything. That means he doesn't have to commit to the Mierbane game plan. He has a lot of damage potential into the super evolved turns now. What he's hoping probably to pick up after this is potentially a Liam to follow up.
There's no Noah either. Noah would be quite nice just to push the damage you can do from the Orcus turn. But yeah, Liam would also be very much optimal, especially if you can preserve the evolve point here.
Preserve the evolve point and just lay down Puppet for wards. This loses to Devotee, but I think you're fine having them spend their turn on Devotee. It gives you a free 7 slot, basically. Which you can use with Indomitable Fighter, medical grade Puppet to clear anything, basically. Okay, he is going to spend the evolve. I mean, to be fair, Barrick saw how hard it was for Alejandro to clear the last one, right?
True, yeah.
Having to invest in a 50-50, that could have gone really haywire.
Yeah, it all protects its Zwei, basically, and then even if you have, like, Rulanai with the extra play point here.
Shamnacha can steal the Zwei.
Yeah, more than anything, it's just there to destroy it, but I guess, you know, she's not a bad body to have.
Yeah, you get the
does-
Victoria.
Yeah, summon the Victoria no matter what class you're playing.
That's,
Well, it comes down for extra stats.
that's
I like
pretty
it.
hype, actually.
Okay. Interesting. So she's going to be at 7 attack here, thanks to Vuela, and Vuela gets some big stats too.
That's actually pretty hype.
Okay. I like what I see. Still one turn away from the Orcus.
Is it the third Zwei?
It might just be.
Oh, but to clear with the third Zwei, I think you'd have to invest super.
Or if you're going to... pivoting to Mierbane here feels a bit odd because you do have the Orcus, but...
And if you're pivoting to Mierbane here, you only are left with a 6-6 on board into their Rudenai Valnarek turn, which is a little scary.
Yeah. I do think this is Mierbane just to get the... no, that doesn't feel worth either.
It's just so tough, because to clear this efficiently, you're going to have to evolve the Zwei, and if you evolve the Zwei, then your last evolve has to be split between Mierbane or Orcus. So you really have to make a decision right here, right now. What direction do you think you can win this game from? And going into the later turns, turn 7, turn 8, turn 9, where Alejandro has access to Gensetsu Yuzuki, I don't see a future where he can win with Orcus. So I think he has to pivot to Mierbane now.
Oh, we're doing it. The evolve happens. Alejandro looks a little happy. Or he's clapping. Alejandro's clapping. This is going to be the clear. And now it's time. We see a Galmu.
Ooh, that's a pretty...
tablet.
Tablet's okay, but remember, it's not having anything in the deck, so it's an additional draw, which is all right.
It is good.
Yeah, but if Alejandro has a really high value turn here, like with a Rudenai Valnarek, oh wait, he has Valharia Super Evolve to fully clear any Rudenai Valnareks.
Ooh,
That's
okay.
a little fun.
You know, Valharia, for being on the home screen every day, don't get to see her too often in, in the competitive scene.
But the Super Evolve is actually relevant in this matchup because not only does it clear Rudenai Valnarek, it also can take out Congregant.
You want to remind the viewers what she does?
So Valharia's Evolve effect is to banish an enemy follower, and she has Draw and Fanfare. But Valharia's Super Evolve effect is to banish an enemy follower and all enemy followers with the same name.
Yeah.
So it can actually take out this entire board single-handedly, but it does require that super commit.
Yeah, and that is the last one. I
Oh,
wonder.
Supplicant does AoE 3, so maybe you don't need to do it. So
And then you just do the pinpoint removal instead.
yeah, but then you'd have to spend your testimony, which is a little tough. That's tough. That is tough. Velharia Super plus Tablet would get you 2 draws and you preserve Testimony, which might be better.
You don't preserve the Super Evolve, so it's
Yeah, right?
which one is more important?
Getting Super Evolve for Supplicant is pretty important for a Congregant turn too. So, sorry, for Supplicant of Unkilling for a Congregant of Entwining turn. I gotta specify.
They're all here. The whole squad is here now.
I have to specify. Devastating Soprano off the top. Interesting.
Supplicant gonna come on down.
If he Supplicants and if he Super Evolves this, it's kind of a waste. I think he just has to leave the 5-2 up. Azure Ifrit, a pretty good pickup into the turn 9 though. Ryo even better. Ryo even better. But Ryo has the chance to convert the Great Testimony by accident. So it's a pretty low odds though.
There's a bunch of spells in the hand now.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. It's low odds.
I feel like last time around when we like whiffed hitting the Testimony, there was only one other option.
Yeah.
So right now,
Barrick's pretty confident, you think?
I mean, looking at how the winners finals went, I think it's pretty safe to say that he should be able to hit it.
Let's find out. Knock on wood.
Ryo being able to AoE clear everything is also insane because no matter how
Big the
wide
Congregant.
Alahan Pro goes,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
crazy.
So true. I mean, that's the thing. Mirabane seems like it's pretty random, but it's actually not. You can kind of control the RNG a lot in many different factors. You can hold on to the Great Testimony as long as possible, and also the amount of cards in the set for the Heirs of the Omen set are mostly all controlling cards. So honestly, it fits. It honestly just like it all kind of fits together. And this is gonna get cleared by Ryo.
This commits so many resources
Off
just
rip.
to see Ryo.
Does it hit the Testimony?
Look at Alahan Pro.
It does not.
He knows that all that effort.
It does not hit Testimony.
Dude, the Super Evolve got cleared out. You got to 8 mode, and I mean, you know, the good part is that you have a lot of hard hitters still in this hand. The Mukon also is doing a lot of work. The Zwei can come back to bite, but you are out of Evolves. That's the most important thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, you have to just save the Mukon here. I think you have to Congregant for Ward. Yep.
That is now 9 modes.
Does Eric have the clear for this? He does with
Lair
Rare
with
plus
Sincero.
Sincero. Huh?
Wow. We actually got the pair.
Izunia!
Oh my god.
Arise, my avatar.
Can he resist?
This summons Gamma. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, it does summon Gamma.
Oh my god.
So he doesn't even have to commit the super. He layers, fuses into Sincero, and he doesn't even have to commit the super.
Oh, that's so crazy.
And he can even heal with the goblet.
He's doing it.
Summoning Gamma off of that bronze, you never see that really being a factor, except when Mirabane is in play.
Here comes Goblet for the heal. Axia's gonna come on down just for the ward and indestructible body. Oh my god, I didn't think that this is where we would see Artifact show its head in the grand finals.
And Axia, like you said, indestructible, not gonna get cleared by the Gin Yuzu.
Uh-oh, this is looking like a very good start here for Barrick so far.
Interesting. Congregant can also heal. So can Supplicant of Entwining and Congregant of Usurpation, I should say.
There
Yep.
comes the Usurpation
This
one.
is a free clear, and you can even put the boots on the Axia for some damage.
There we go, and then just play one more time for the
Castle
heal.
of Entwining for draw as well.
Oh,
Drawing you closer and closer.
You can clear this out, and now
And play. No, but
you're one play point off.
your play point. Yeah, you can't.
But you can buff her. You can buff the Axia with the Gilnelys if you want to.
Is that better than playing the Winged Lion statue though? Because the Winged Lion statue can get you the lions, right?
That's true. Goodbye, Gilnelys. This is the one game where you're not going to be doing anything.
Sorry, the tigers. Why is it the Winged Lion statue if it gives you tigers? I just realized that.
Pixar games on speed dial.
And Barrick draws his best friend, Congregant of Unkilling, as well for the next turn.
That is indeed the BFF, the true avatar potentially.
Yeah,
Gilnelys,
he's
double
got a double
Gilnelys.
Gilnelys. This sets him up for a 5 damage swing next turn, but is that going to be enough? 5 is not equal to 17.
Here we go. We've got the indestructible Axia. No loot. We have 1 loot generator in this hand. Not quite enough.
Although the loot generator it gets is boots, so you can just use it to rush as well.
Oh,
Yeah. Not bad.
Alright, unfortunately, You do kind of
Oh, the
my
greatness!
god.
The greatness is crazy!
He just goes for the Axia, seeing that at this point you might as well just commit the full, and you got the lethal already just from destroying the statue and getting the bird for the damage. Barrick already 1 game in on Grand Finals, and he's not the one that needs the reset.
What is happening, bro? SVO thinks anything can happen in SVO. It's magical. It's a magical time here in sunny Singapore. The last real massive culmination of the qualifier series. And is Barrick gonna be the one to take it all with, against all odds, Izudia Forest? Let's take a look.
Yeah, this is the craziest run back for Barrick. He has not dropped. His entire tournament run has been crazy. He went 2-0 in his winner's quarters match. He went 2-1 in his winner's semis, and then basically just been chilling. Went 2-0 in winner's finals, and now he's trying to go 2-0 again in grand finals.
Yeah, and if he doesn't even allow Alejandro to do the bracket reset, and remember, if Alejandro somehow reverse sweeps this, it's not even over. Alejandro has to do it again.
Yep, exactly. You got to go through that the Mirabane Wild Ride one more time.
Yeah, I want off Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. I don't know how to deal with this. All right, and I think, honestly, Chris, in this matchup, Mode, I think, might be too slow to prevent Izudia OTK, depending on how wide they build their boards early and how uncomfortable they make the turn 8 Izudia play.
Yeah, looking at that opening hand as well, I mean, we do have some of the 3 costs
Toss
that
Supplicant, I think.
do give you... Ooh, okay.
Interesting. No, that's true. You need Supplicant to get rid of Congregant, I suppose. Oh, but double Izudia off the nature.
Speaking of true, get this man a true.
Get this
Izudia.
man a true.
The Cruel as well. Hamlet to help draw more cards.
I think you just get rid of the Cruel.
Yeah, she's not going to be doing as much.
It's just not as relevant, right? Because the boards that Mode makes are too big for Cruel anyway. Like the Congregants, so. Oh, you get another
she's
one.
back.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
She
She has a little lap around the Hamlet.
The long way. All right. Up next, turn 4. I mean, right now, it's interesting that he fused the Carbuncle early, because I feel like now that you have the 2 Zudias, is there a word where you would have liked to have kept that instead?
You know, to be fair, Mode doesn't really end you by turn 11, turn 12 if you're playing super defensively anyway. He gets the Carbuncle back anyway. Don't even worry about it.
Everyone comes back.
But also, I was just going to say, it's not super relevant in this matchup as much as it is against like other combo decks. Like if you're up against Runecraft, for example, you really want the Carbuncle so you can make sure to kill them before they can get super value off of Kakaitis, for example. But in this matchup, Mode doesn't really have a one-turn kill button the same way that Spell Boost does or OTK Dragon does or what have you. So the Carbuncle isn't as relevant, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah. Because really, the Carbuncle is only there to accelerate your win con by 1 turn. And if you think you can survive that turn anyway through healing or through Congregant of Unkilling, then I guess it's not super needed.
It is crazy how both Cruel and Carbuncle have rolled back around. It feels like, you know, when you get to the last level of a game, and it's like all the allies along the way gather again for the final boss.
This is the season finale. Dude, Chris.
This is the season finale.
This is the season finale of the Shadowverse qualifier anime.
That's right.
And then the LCQ is the OVA.
Yeah. And that's going to be an important one. Oh, the 7-7, okay.
That's a large
How
guy.
are we responding?
What? Off the top?
Just as I asked that. Just as I asked how are we responding, the response shows up. Glade drawing 2 and evolving to
Barrick!
deal damage.
No, man.
This is Barrick's world.
We're just
This
living in it, bro.
Just Barrick's world, dude. I cannot believe it.
If that Glade wasn't there, that 7-7 would have been uncontested.
Now the question is, Alejandro, of course, knows that, and, you know, showed in the past game as well, that you know when the Izudia wants to be played, it's that turn 8. What are you going to do before that to make it as awkward as possible?
That's right. I think Garden's Lure fusing Hamlet is correct, because Ambush can hopefully ping off stuff after you've already Crueled or Hamleted the other thing, so probably fine in terms of that fuse. And then going into this turn 5, Alejandro is going to get the Bellringer Angel and just try and draw off it. Probably play another Bellringer here.
Just find gas.
Yeah. I think he needs to find something aggressive. Maybe he can line up if he gets... I was going to say if he gets Mode activation on time, he could line up for potentially a turn 10, turn 11 Rulanai, Valneric, Gilnalise, Sweetness of Veracity OTK. But that is a tall ask. that's a lot of moving pieces. And doesn't even have the
Yeah.
Shamnata yet.
That's for sure. That's another thing to keep in mind as well. Like, I think the main thing is no Congregant. That is your main way to set up that kind of pressure turn. Otherwise, it's Roll Knight Valneric. And then, you know, at the end of the day, I think we're still missing some elements that are going to make that a little bit difficult in the long run. But let's see. Garden's Allure draws a Divine Thunder. That's going to be one way to deal with things. Amateur from above just played not to overdraw. With a slash. Screaming Loathing, that can actually hit either one of them, and you're... I mean, Cruel would be the happier hit, but...
Yeah. Not getting the Cruel is a little dangerous, because if the Cruel lives and Barrick super evolves it, it can really decrease the amount of stats on your Congregant. As a reminder, the Cruel super evolve gives the opponent the crest that anything you put into play gets -1. So it makes it quite weak.
That's right.
That being said, I think the easiest way to deal with this is Supplicant. But then you are vulnerable to a Congregant on the backlash.
Yeah, Congregant is not in the hand for now for Alahan Pro, but it's definitely the thing that you need, especially with those Super Evolves being considered, you know, for specifically that top deck right now, I think. And especially because next turn is the turn where you put up the pressure for them to not be able to play Azudia comfortably.
Divine Thunder, Bestial Swing?
Continue.
Looking to be the case, potentially.
And then if you super the Cruel trade, that means anything that Alejandro plays next turn is easier to deal with for the Azudia as well.
The only thing to keep in mind is the Grimnir Crest is not up like it usually has been by this point in the game, so the Azudia usually would be also, you know,
A good
living
super
off of
target.
that. Yeah.
I think it is going to be it. So Cruel Super Evolve, once again, is going to be, like I said, relevant here, giving Alejandro a one-turn crest here. Anything he summons this next turn is going to get minus stats.
Yep. Make it as difficult as possible. The tables have turned.
And it was relevant because he got the Congregant.
Okay.
So now if he plays Congregant, it's going to be less effective because of the Cruel Crest.
That's right. So you'll already have to worry about taking out the things on the board in the first place and also play around an upcoming 9/9 body.
Yeah, that's right. Although if even with this Cruel Crest up with Congregant, not the worst play. It's not great. It's not the worst.
You do take out the board, right?
You do take out the board, and you'll probably live with one follower intact because you get 2 followers out. Azudia takes out one, trades the other. Hamlet can't take out the other one. It'll be a 3/3, and Hamlet only does -2 defense. So. Can I just tell you, I am so glad I played so much Azudia. I did not realize how relevant it would be for my casting experience.
Yeah, here we thought, I was like, okay, we had that one qualifier, you know, it's beginning of the new meta. People are just playing with new decks, but turns out it's the one having the deepest run of them all in the entire tournament.
It ended up being so relevant.
Yep.
Who could have seen that one coming?
All right, as you said, Congregant comes down. 3 threes all across the board. And we are going to get to clean up the board here. Ooh, the Reaper's Death Flash to just maximize the stats.
Yeah,
I do like that.
This means that one definitely survives, right? Because the Cultivator will just die. This means that the Hamlet can't take out the last 3/3.
I guess if you wanted that Ghost in your hand very desperately, that's a reason to do it, but I think that might have been... I'm not sure if it was intentional.
No, I think he knew. He needed the Ghost in hand for potential... Well, I mean, all the Cultivator was doing anything this matchup anyway, so... Okay, Azudia, probably normal evolve because you don't have Grimnir Crest up.
Exactly.
So, yeah, and you can save your super for Carbuncle now.
All right, there is a normal evolve.
With
8/8.
With Carbuncle in hand, Varric has turn 11 OTK.
That's right, he does indeed. So 3 more turns for Barrick to become the champion of the Shadowverse Open 2025.
It is very important to sequence that turn, probably, by the way. You have to Carbuncle first, and then Azudia, and then evolve Carbuncle, and then spell.
All right, let's see
If
it.
you do that in the wrong order, you cry.
Take a look. Screaming and Loathing gets us to 10 modes. Shamnaha at her full effect now.
The Mukon clears it super cleanly, too, allowing you to evolve the Congregant aggressively.
He's the OG Super Evolver before the next expansion comes out.
And you get Ward and plus stat. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Unfortunately, to be honest, I don't think Barrick has to go for Carbuncle to accelerate the OTK. I think it's very likely he can just Supplicant of Unkilling to full clear this. and then just don't even worry about the Carbuncle. Maybe use the Carbuncle to bounce Hamlet or something instead. Because I don't think Mode can kill in one turn unless they assemble multiple Rulanai Valnerics and Gilnelises, which, you know, might be the odd that Alejandro is going towards, but we'll see.
Yeah, now that you're at 10 mode, you do get the tokens at double. Supplicant's going to come on down. Everyone gets a good -3.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, he has to do the super to do the rest.
And that is the last one.
That means Carbuncle is off the table, meaning earliest OTK is now turn 12. And that might give Alejandro enough time to assemble Rulanai Valneric Gilnelise OTKs. Let's see.
Yeah, it's going to be a test of time, Alejandro. Let's see what you got. No healing for the time being. Deepwood is still in hand, but with no evolve, as you said in the previous round.
Yeah,
it is just a heal and nothing.
Yeah, it's really expensive for a 4/4, and if you don't have something to follow up with that, a lot of the time the heal that you did, if the opponent has a board, just gets immediately undone.
That's right. Glade now is also not really doing too much in his hand either.
That's right.
Because you are no longer able to evolve it. You're just drawing cards.
But Alejandro only has one Rulanai Valneric in hand and the other one out of sight, and still going to take at least 2 turns to be able to play, or it'll be next turn before he can play the Gilnelise. So I don't know if he's going to have enough time to assemble the entire combo. Let's take a look. I think you just, evolve it and do it again. Heal all the way back up to 20. And yeah, I guess you sit.
Yeah, double Supplicant. You have full defense, which unfortunately in the long run does not matter.
Right. And this is a really easy clear for Barrack too. You just use Aaron to take out the 6/6, Fairy, and then Bestial Swipe, and you still draw a card as well.
So far, Barrack looks pretty confident sitting in this seat. He hasn't really looked not confident at all this entire tournament.
I don't think there's enough time for Alejandro to assemble an OTK, because the Aaron will put him to 13. So even if he has double Rulanai Valneric, it's 10 damage, and he would need Gilnelise on top of that as well to close out.
Yeah, that's going to be the turn. Congregant hit off the top. That's another pretty good option,
It's
but
a
I think
good
you want to
pickup.
heal more than anything.
I think it has to be Aaron, because you need to heal.
You don't want to be taking chances, especially when, you know, you can have the game
Yeah.
in just
And
2
like I
more
said,
turns.
Fairy, Bestial Swipe.
There it is.
I'm on the
what
same
are we
wavelength.
drawing?
I'm on the same wavelength.
Yep. You're basically Derek. Castle.
Okay. Is going to try and pull it off. He does have double Gilnelise in hand now, though. So that means potentially able to make it work.
Okay, Gilnelise.
This boosts the Rulanai to 7+. The spell off of the Giln would be 5.
And the Ghost.
And the Ghost, it's enough to kill if Barrack doesn't heal. But he has exactly Deepwood Fairy Beast, Bug Alert, and Trade, or even to use the Hamlet.
Yeah, you
He's
have the
safe.
answers.
He's safe.
Hamlet.
He's safe.
Hamlet's targeting. What is it targeting? It has to be
It
the
has to
Rulanai
target
Valneric.
the Rulanai Valneric, trade in Deepwood Fairy Beast 100% of the time.
That gives you the heal to survive.
I think it has to be Deepwood Fairy Beast. I think Congregant's too risky because you die to Gilnelise spell Rage. So, does he run Rage?
Alejandro.
He does not.
He does not run Rage.
Oh, that could be a consideration.
That's the magic of open deck list, is that you can actually check these things. So maybe going wide in that case does give you just barely enough to survive, but Deepwood Fairy Beast here.
I think it's safer.
Yeah.
I think Deepwood Fairy Beast is safer.
Especially when you know you have game and the
And you
championship
can just toss it back with the Carbuncle.
next turn.
Yeah, next turn is it. Yeah, if Alejandro does not kill from 14, Barrack will win the championship with Izudia Forest.
In a 2-0 fashion, too. That is insane to think about. Let's see what this castle draws. Another castle.
Not it.
We're just buffing.
That's not it.
Oh, that is not enough. There's no way to give yourself barrier either in this deck. And I'm afraid that we are not seeing the OTK come through here. We're just buffing and buffing. But you know what is in that hand. Seeing as much of the deck as possible. I think maybe Alejandro already knows. Is going to be just a 6 attack Gilnelise with the Ghost to boot.
It is not enough. Out comes Izudia plus the annihilating onslaught. to win the Shadowverse Open 2025 Grand Finals. Both players will be going to World Grand Prix, but Barrick is your champion with a lineup of Puppet Portal and Izuria Forest. Can you believe it? If you were in the chat right now, was this on your predictions? I don't think it was, and if you said it was, you're lying, okay? So that was an amazing set, Chris.
Damn, you can just see Barrick just exhaling, trying to soak in the moment, and just, I think for some people, this is just unbelievable, right? You just made that dream run. I want to remind everyone watching that Barrick had a 2-0 into a 2-1, into a 2-0, into another 2-0.
He never even touched lower bracket.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. He ate one loss this entire tournament, and that was against Cloudy, who was, basically showing off a sword masterclass with that loot deck as well. Man, what a crazy performance by Barrick. We're actually going to be able to get him in here as well for an interview after this too, just to hear how he feels, of course. Big shout-outs also to Alejandro for getting that invite into the World Grand Prix.
Absolutely.
The two of them will be representing the SVO region together. So, of course, they're now not just rivals, but also going to be comrades.
That's right.
Representing the region. And that's going to be very hype as well to watch at the end of December.
Super exciting. An amazing tournament over the course of the 2 days. But guys, don't go anywhere, because after a very short break, we'll have Barrick on. And of course, we're going to present him with this beautiful Grand Finals trophy. So just give us a hot minute, and we'll be right back with the insights from our champion.
That's right.
3%. So
Tempest like those odds?
the odds are not in his favor
Tempest
here.
likes those odds. We're going for a super revolve too, and he gets it.
What?
Reapers will also be able to clear the whole board.
Well, he did play around it. I think you have to land it on something that's not Roach. Okay.
Ambushing.
Oh, yeah. Do this and then use the Lambert on the Roach. Okay, this is fine.
All right.
Bail. You can bail now. You can, yeah.
No, that's
That's not
actually not enough. So goes for the 8, and then
That is not enough. Yeah. Wait, was there a different sequencing that if you?
Man, this is tough.
Maybe you just Medusa 6 face.
That does put you in a very favorable position. Shamnaha's gonna come down.
You could do this plus Supplicant, trade 1 Fox. I almost called it a wolf. Not correct.
All right, that
With a Gilnelise that he bounced twice.
Triple
Absolutely
Gilnelise.
incredible. And the fact that it hit the right target every time, too.
then
If that didn't hit the Gin Yuzu, Tempest won on the spot.
Yeah.
It's going to be a 7-7, by the way.
Yep. Love to see it unpunished, of course, with the 0 attack from the Bellringer. Keep them in Yuzu because of the fact that you can steal each other's Ginsetsus, and that complicates everything by a lot.
I think this is really hard, though. If he goes for Ward +2/+2, yeah. That's tough. That's a full clear without any commitment, really, because we're going to do this anyway.
Yeah. Quite crazy. Only one super evolve. Yuzu can't be used next turn for Tempest.
Or-
that means going wide is
Yeah.
actually harder to punish.
Really strong. You can also just do this, get an even bigger stat boost from the +2/+2, and then
Yep.
Cerberus.
13 damage.
That's 15 with the
Yeah.
Mimi. I think this might be the end of Tempest's run.
Yeah, Alejandro looking unstoppable right. Lethal. It is a Coco lethal, I'm afraid.
Or the Cerberus stays up, and yeah, it looks like that's it. Alejandro is going to eliminate Dawnbreaker's Tempest in losers finals, and that means that Alejandro is the second player in this tournament who locks in his slot. Still can get it.
50-50?
It's a 50-50.
We've seen a lot of these today.
Alejandro, show it to me.
Is he the pro? He is! That's why pro is in his name.
That's right.
Oh!
Ryo.
This commits so many resources
Off
just
rip.
to see Ryo.
Does it hit the testimony?
Look at Alejandro. He
It
knows,
does not.
He knows that all that effort.
It does not hit testimony.
Dude, the C artifact show its head in the grand finals.
And Oxia, like you said, indestructible, not going to get cleared by the Gin Yuzu.
Uh-oh, this is looking like a very good... Unfortunately, you do kind of...
Oh, the
my
greatness!
God.
The greatness is crazy!
He just goes for the Axia, seeing that At this point, you might as well just commit the full, and you got the lethal already just from destroying the statue and getting the bird for the damage. Barrick already 1 game in on.
He was the OVA.
Yeah. And that's going to be an important one. Oh, the 7-7, okay.
It's a large
How
guy.
are we responding?
What? Off the top?
Just as I asked that. Just as I asked how are we responding, the response shows up. Glade drawing 2 and evolving to
Barrick!
deal damage.
No, man.
This is Barrick's world.
We're just
This is
living in it, bro.
Just Barrick's world, dude. Having the deepest run of them all in the entire tournament.
It ended up being so relevant.
Yep.
Who could have seen that one coming?
All right, as you said, Congregate comes down. 3 threes all across the board. And we are going to get to clean up the board here. Ooh, the Reaper's Death Flash to just maximize the stats.
Yeah,
I do like that.
This means that one definitely survives, right? Because the culprit will just die. This means
Seeing the OTK come through here, we're just buffing and buffing. But you know what is in that hand. Seeing as much of the deck as possible, I think maybe Alejandro already knows. This is going to be just a 6 attack Gilnelis with the Ghost to boot.
it is not enough. Out comes Izudia plus the annihilating onslaught to win the Shadowverse Open 2025 Grand Finals. Both players will be going to World Grand Prix, but Barrick is your champion with a lineup of Puppet Portal and Izudia Forest. Can you believe it? If you were in the chat right now, was this on your predictions? I don't think it was, and if you said it was. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Shadowverse Open 2025 Grand Finals. You might have noticed this seat is empty, and that's because over in the other room, we are about to present our champion, Barrick, with his well-earned trophy. Let's take a look over there. We got Chris handing it over. What a beautiful prize, and what a fantastic player with such a unique lineup. Well-deserved, well deserved. And you know, he got that time zone debuff too, flew all the way here from the United States to sunny Singapore, and still managed to take it home with an incredibly unconventional lineup. And of course, the top 2 players, both Barrick and Alejandro, will be qualifying to the World Grand Prix. Let's talk about it. World Grand Prix is the ultimate tournament for Shadowverse Open that is happening in December in Tokyo, as well as Yokohama, I guess, to be perfectly clear. It's going to happen on December 26th is day 1, and then December 27th is the last chance qualifier, and then December 28th is the grand final. So 7 players from day 1 qualify, and 1 player from that in-between LCQ qualifies to the grand finals. And it is the biggest tournament of Shadowverse this year. The grand prize, of course, being 100 million yen. And I have with me the person who actually qualified to such an event. We are going to get some insights from him right now. I want to say, let's cut back to me and let's take a look with our champion, Barrick. That was incredible. First of all, huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, did you predict that you would get all the way through with such an unconventional lineup?
Not especially once I saw that everyone kind of shied away from Crest. There's only 2 Crest players, and that was what I mainly brought that Izudia to snipe. And yeah, a lot of rune to go through, and I was really holding my breath throughout most of it.
I mean, yeah, I think it's a huge relief now that you've not only qualified for the World Grand Prix, but won the entire thing. I want to ask you a little bit about your preparation process. Did you choose Izudia because it was also the one you qualified with, or was that part of the thought process at all?
So I definitely, thinking of what I needed to have something that beats Rune and Crest, and I didn't really like any of the Crest counters except Izudia, and I had reps on it going into the SVO Q2.
Right.
And I kind of kept playing it and experimenting with it after my win there, and by the time it came to submit decks, it was just like, Izudia was the most reps I'd had versus for an anti-Crest, and then I was really happy to see the Puppet buffs halfway through the season because Puppets was my season 1 go-to deck. I had 200 games on that, and so picking that back up with the buffs felt really comfortable too. So yeah, it kind of just worked out like that.
Yeah, it's incredible how I think the meta, especially in Heirs of the Omen, has shifted a lot over the course of these past few weeks, and now do you think, with your victory, we're going to see a lot more Izudia on ladder, perhaps? Might be.
Maybe for the short time until the new set comes out. I mean, that's what, next week, and that's going to shake things up, I'm sure. That's
right. I want to ask you a little bit about your preparation process for World Grand Prix. Now that you are qualified to go to Tokyo and compete at the world stage, what are you going to do? Are you just going to get your reps in?
Yeah, get my reps in. I had 2 really fantastic guild mates that helped me practice last night, the night before, and then the week prior leading up, giving me tips of decks to try out.
Amazing.
I tried out a bunch of things going into it. I settled on what I played, of course. But yeah, just really great players helping me out, giving me tips. Even like last night, I learned some new things about how to play puppets, so that was enjoyable. And definitely going into the world finals, is that like it's players from all across the world, different regions, and so I know like the meta and like the Japan circuit is a little different, and so I'm gonna have to definitely do my studying and probably practice against like the more conventional decks that are brought. Like need to play like against a lot more Roach for sure.
For sure. Especially looking at the Rage results from
Yes.
just last week, right? Well, once again, I won't keep you too long. Huge congratulations, not only walking away with the trophy, the prize money, as well as the qualifying to World Grand Prix at the end of the year. I want to give you this platform to just go ahead and shout out anybody who you want to shout out right now.
Yeah, I mean, the whole Magistrorum guild in Shadowverse, I mean, they're my guys. Huge thanks to y'all. Either it's completing weekly quests, helping me practice for this. Y'all are great. And then my other friends in Shadowverse, talking me on Discord, you know, hyping me up. And then also I had a bunch of friends who don't really play Shadowverse or games at all much, and they were, you know, cheering me on, staying up super late in America to watch me. So big shout out to y'all. I really appreciate that. And I mean, all the wonderful staff here. It was my first time out of the country, so I was kind of nervous about coming halfway across the world essentially. But yeah, it's been a great experience here in Singapore, and I mean, I'm pretty proud of my performance here, so yeah, I've really enjoyed this trip.
As you should be. Once again, huge congratulations to Barrick. Make sure to cheer him on in the chat, and you will be representing this region in the grand finals. So, you know, you were enemies here, but over in Japan, you and Alejandro will be comrades trying to bring that SVO representation for us on that world stage. But guys, if you are just tuning into this competition and you think this is the final way to get to World Grand Prix, that is not the case. We have one more try for you to get into the World Grand Prix. That is going to be the LCQ in November. So the preliminary number 1 is going to be on November 15th, and then preliminary number 2, November 16th. And the signups for that are going to be open on November 2nd. If you just take a look here at 2 a.m. UTC, just a few days from now. Of course, going to be in the Skybound Dragons format. So if you're watching this competition and think that you could do it too and make it all the way to Japan, prove it. Go ahead and go to svo.gg and sign up for that LCQ. It is truly one of your last chances. Now, back to us. We do have my beautiful co-caster, Chris, back here. That was amazing. How did it feel giving the trophy over to our champion?
It was good. I got to talk to him a little bit as well. You know, also got to find out a bit earlier than everyone else. This is his first time out the country as well.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
And, you know, first trip out of the US, and you make the first place finish, and connecting into, you know, his also first time going to Japan as well.
True.
So that's going to be very exciting too. And I think we have a very good set of players representing us as the SVO region at World Grand Prix as well. So I have some very high expectations, you know, not just for Barrick, but also for Alejandro and anyone else that also snags up that LCQ invite going forward next month too, which again, I mean, we've already gone over it multiple times, but don't forget to sign up for that. But I think, you know, it felt really good to be back offline and to do this offline, you know, to see the players, talk to the players in person as well, and to deliver all of this to you guys at home. I hope that you enjoyed the SVO Grand Finals as well. It was an absolute blast for us, and I really hope that we'll see you again for the LCQ next month as well.
Absolutely. So guys, remember svo.gg for that LCQ, and make sure to stay tuned to all of our official socials for all tournament news going forward. There are still chances to qualify for World Grand Prix. That's going to be it from us. I'd like to thank my co-caster. I'd like to thank the wonderful production who made this entire thing possible.
Claps in chat.
And finally, I'd like to thank you, the viewer, for tuning in to an amazing Shadowverse tournament. We'll see you guys next month. Peace.
See ya.